choking till your door close.
Y'all don't wanna with somebody who walked through hell. I can count on one finger who knows me well. 100% real, baby girl, don't melt. Yeah, I burn money, it'll touch my wealth. Say goodbye at the bridge, cause we burn them for fun, cause we don't need no one. Y'all see the flames and you run. I see what I can become. Feeling like left eye, I ain't trying to get a deal, no Best Buy. You can tell I'm a genius from my head size. Like a flash in the night, I'll give you red eyes. I've been sizing y'all up, ask who designed this, why y'all sell our trunks. We packing clubs while you still packing blunts. Put this on repeat, I'm saying it once.
Y'all don't want the small smoke. Middle fingers like I'm stone cold. Y'all don't want the small smoke. Got you choking till your door close.
You should park the car in your garage. Don't get out, you should leave it on. Breathe the fumes up until you're gone. You want smoke, this is what I'm on. Yeah, I ain't never gonna shy away though. Thought I'd never make it, what do they know? Got a couple killers, they don't say no. Got them on payroll. About to busty dudes like a bag of ramen noodles. Nothing in common with you when it comes to commas and numerals. Whole damn future looking like flowers and funerals. Watch how you move, it's about who you know. It ain't hard to see you starving, weak, lethargic piece of garbage heap. I'm the leader of the free, I will never be caught with sheep. Want a problem with me, I want all the beef.
Y'all don't want the smoke. Middle fingers like I'm stone cold. Y'all don't want the smoke. Got you choking till your door close. Y'all don't want the smoke. Middle fingers like I'm stone cold. Y'all don't want the smoke. Got you choking till your door close.
When I was a kid, never had a friend to call. I was smoking weed, I would never get involved. Hella enemies trying to catch me in the halls. Hide out with my lunch and a Sharpie in a stall. When I was a kid, all I wanted was to ball. Make $1 million, start a riot in the mall. Never joined a gang, but I've been around them all. Throwing up a sign to see the shadows on the wall. I got scores to settle, man, this is more than medals. Keep the trophies and the money, I want rewards special. They support because I'm winning, but before they heckle. It's funny how your enemies get so forgetful. And it's your fault I'm so famous. Y'all created a monster. If y'all were doctors, you just botched the operation. I'm rich now and that's on you. Let me burn another bridge down, I got fuel. I've been broke, got arrested, and I've been homeless, pathetic. I still owe the liquor store for beer they gave me on credit. Things were not fun. Girl cut her wrist, that was a lot of blood. Cops saw the cuts, I was caught up in some lock cuffs. Oh, now that we all got grown up, you pretend that you know us. Way I see it, you owe us.
I just want revenge. You weren't there from the start, I was outside sleeping in my car. Used to scrape up change, put some gas in the tank. Never thought I would ever make it this far. I just want revenge. You the first one to hate, but you never said it straight to my face. They all used to say, I don't have what it takes. Now I'm laughing straight to the bank. I just want revenge. The way I grew up, I ain't have a dad. Living in a trailer, that's the only thing we had. Chip on my shoulder, fist clenched, I was mad. Now I'm looking back, they wanna take what I have. Where were you when I needed a hand for help? I was little, couldn't take care of myself. Did you care about my feelings or my health? I hope to never see you got a place down in hell. Why do we go through the things that we go through? That's what makes you. Why do we go through the things that we go through? That's what makes you. Phone keep ringing, I don't answer no more. Got money in the bank and a man at the door. Make one wrong move, you'll be laying on the floor. Cause I'm on now. Hold up, now that we all got grown up, you pretend that you know us. Way I see it, you owe us. I just want revenge. You weren't there from the start, I was outside sleeping in my car. Used to scrape up change, put some gas in the tank. Never thought I would ever make it this far. I just want revenge. You the first one to hate, but you never said it straight to my face.
laughing straight to the bank.
I just want revenge.
Dear everyone who said I'd never make it, I just want to tell you I'm no longer in the basement. I appreciate you doubting me. The hate you thought would break me was the greatest. I'm so grateful that I found a way to make it motivation.
Dear everyone who said I'd never make it, I'ma make you eat your words while you laying on the pavement, flyer than a bird. Everything I see is for the taking. I'ma make it work. I'ma show you I ain't taking anything unless it's first. I just want revenge. You weren't there from the start. I was outside sleeping in my car. Used to scrape up change, put some gas in the tank. Never thought I would ever make it this far. I just want revenge.
You the first one to hate, but you never said it straight to my face. They all used to say I don't have what it takes. Now I'm laughing straight to the bank.
I just want revenge. Kill every enemy till they dissipate. Go to war with this nickel plate. Leave them in a different place, maybe at the bottom of a little lake. Don't apologize now, it's a little late. Wait, can't help it that I deal with his anger. Aim it at his head squeeze, that's a no-brainer. What you need a spreadsheet for me to explain it? You ain't from here, boy, you don't know the language. Let me break it down like a chess game. You a pawn, I'm a king. I'm investing all my money in protecting everything I own with a bunch of weapons and bulletproof SUVs. I'm a rap guy, pass it on to your friends. I'll baptize anyone, wanna get it in. I'm a warrior to the core. I brought a gun, you brought a knife, I brought a sword. They broke the mold with me. My music streams overseas independently. You don't get no views, please don't offend me. I did 10 mil in my seat last week. Oh, rapping ass rapper get cracked, and you're cracking this crack right here. Best white boys rapping, I'm a legend, ain't no question. I'm a killer with these words, ain't no extra. This perfection, step up, get murdered.
I've been so damn chill, the homies been on standby. I ain't tryna leave no parties with a black guy. Last time shit went down, I swore it was the last time. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. Bad guy, bad guy. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. I've been so damn chill, the homies been on standby. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. Rap God, rap devil, rap demon. Wrapped in a barbed wire blanket in a mausoleum. I'ma take a gasoline bath while I'm fire breathing. Kill myself and go to hell to kill the devil, now we're even. Everybody hating cause I'm great, fall back. I'll be swinging at your face with a baseball bat. When you face those facts and your brains goes flat, I'll be passing on base with a billboard plaque. I'm the best out, never stressed out, never sweat. Clowns flex now with their chest out. I'ma pull the people out the water who confess they regret how they talked about me. I guess I'll let the rest drown. Keep using my name for your traffic, I get it. I'm famous, you basic, I'm classic. You're jealous, you hate it, you're faking. It's tragic, you make me feel anxious just watching your panic. I'm a super beast, produce the beats, lose the leash, and everybody become food I eat. Catch a battery charge like you're boosting me. No jumper cables, just boost the teeth. Like rap God, rap devil, rap Jesus. Wrapped in a razor blade chain, brain genius. Rap God, rap devil, rap pope. Rap in saran, rap like it's dope. I've been so damn chill, the homies been on standby. I ain't tryna leave no parties with a black guy. Last time shit went down, I swore it was the last time. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. Bad guy, bad guy. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. I've been so damn chill, the homies been on standby. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. You do not want it with me, I'm trying to be cool for the last time. You do not want it with me, only one way it could go. You do not want it with me, you'll turn me back into a bad guy. You do not want it with me, you do not want it with me. I'm a bad guy, bad guy. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. I've been so damn chill, the homies been on standby. Please don't push me, I don't wanna be a bad guy. They keep trying to divide us, America looking like communist China. Got us arguing over election results and if boys have vaginas. And the healthcare system making people so broke they can pay those bills. They don't even care if you're sick no more. Long as you got money, you should take those pills. Distracted by systemic racism, you can't convince me that concept is real. That's propaganda from the left-wing news, while everyone stands with black people. I don't vote, I don't trust in Donald Trump or Sleepy Joe. Took our soldiers out Afghanistan, they're homeless when they're home. That ain't woke. The government claiming in God we trust, but I think that it's horseshit. Let me take that back, that's facts, but it's a different God that they worship. They trying to control us, they trying to force us, we living in hell. If their religion means violence and killing, maybe they should start with themselves.
What happened to the free world? The land of the brave, but y'all are afraid. What happened to the free world? Used to fight for our sons, now we hide or we run.
Soldiers die overseas so you're free. Show the flag, you get mad so you need. So unique how you scream over me. Don't get too close to me, I carry openly. You talk loud but we know you soft and you ain't even got a backbone. A young kid left to protect your neck and he ain't never coming back home. I miss the old days when we disagree, but at least we still had patience. But if I don't think how you want me to think, you turn around and call me racist. Let's not fight, everything's all good unless of course you white. That's not right, I will never say I'm sorry, that's just life. How you gonna act like a grown-ass man, but you really never had no job? Why you getting mad? I ain't wearing no mask and I ain't trying to take no shot. The next few years gonna be rough. Better have thick-skinned tree trunk. What they gonna do when we come? Better own more than 3 guns.
What happened to the free world? The land of the brave, but y'all are afraid. What happened to the free world? Used to fight for our sons, now we hide or we run. While you're playing victims and blame politicians for everything fucked up, we stay screaming fuck the system. Shut up, you should listen. You think that you're different, but you're just fucked up, fucked up. What happened to the free world? The land of the brave, but y'all are afraid. What happened to the free world? Used to fight for our sons, now we hide or we run. I'm avoiding the phone, I don't pick up when it rings. Cause if I say hello, then the questions begin. They're like, where did you go? They're like, where have you been? I feel like you cut me off, and here I thought we were friends.
It's been a while since we spoke, yeah I know. I still think about you all the time, you'll always be the bros. I can't give you my new number, can't invite y'all to my home. The last time that we kicked it, we were drunk doing coke. I told Jesus take the wheel, I swear to God he steers. I just had a mental breakdown and faced my fears. Me and Nova been together for like 4 or 5 years, and she the only one who stayed when I cried those tears. I'm a new man now, the news came out. Yeah, I collected all my booze and I threw that out. Collecting blue face now, your dude came down from being way too high in a few rain clouds. I ain't hating, I still love you, y'all were not bad friends. We were on the same page, but every chapter ends. I still watch out from a distance, we ain't hanging again. I left that life and getting dragged back in.
You know I had to let you go. If you love me, let me fly. This isn't goodbye, but if you love me, let me go. I think about you all the time. I'll never say goodbye. Goodbye.
I spent most of my time just trying to get right. I was chasing those lights, flying higher than a kite. Drinks led to fights, what happened last night? I'll wake up all alone, that's a sad life. Everything changed, came home from prison. Phone rang, same thing, be over in a minute. Hold up, I was gone and you never came to visit. Now you show up, I don't see you, we ain't got the same vision. Raised my son, made my own business. How I make it this far, you in the same bar sitting. I ain't drinking 4 years and for me that's more living. I work like a dog, everything is for my children. Just had my first baby girl named her Gray. Looking at her face, the whole world ain't the same. My soul used to hurt, it would cry out loud. As I sit here and write this, I'm crying right now.
You know I had to let you go. If you love me, let me fly. This isn't goodbye, but if you love me, let me go. I think about you all the time. I'll never say goodbye, goodbye. I'm avoiding the phone, I don't pick up when it rings. Cause if I say hello, then the questions begin. They're like, where did you go? They're like, where have you been? I feel like you cut me off, and here I thought we were friends. You know I had to let you go. If you love me, let me fly. This isn't goodbye, but if you love me, let me go. I think about you all the time. I'll never say goodbye, goodbye. I'll admit it, I relapsed after I quit it. I found some whiskey that I hid in the kitchen. I tried to throw it out, but I was obviously tripping. Twisted the cap off the bottle, I poured a glass and I sipped it. I lit a cigarette and blew out the smoke. Took a couple Ativans, I should've threw out the dope. Last time that I got wasted, didn't do it alone. With the homies back in Canada, puked in the snow. They always said I'd be a screw-up till I proved them wrong. Chased my dream for years until I blew up, knew that I was strong. Guess I got too cocky and I screwed up. Bruises on my arms, I'll beat myself to death, man, I'm the same old stupid Tom. I tell myself that it was one time only, but the craving claws at me every time I'm lonely. Parents shouldn't bury their children, I keep going, but this road ends somewhere, I just hope that they know me. We all got some things that we're going through. Stop living in the day it all broke you. We all got some things that we're going through. Demons chase the brave and they chose you.
You don't know my life for anything that I'm about. I was left for dead, counted out, so I'm out. Standing in the streets, tears running down my cheeks. I'm starving, need to eat, but I'm chasing down this dream. Used to sleep in the trap house, trying to take the rap route. Stay up all night, hearing beats till I passed out. Never thought making it would bring this much pain. This is how I feel, please listen what I'm saying. I really take Xans, I don't do it for fashion. Helps with my panic attacks, overreacting. Hopefully one day I'll be cool like Andre. Until then I'm sorry Miss Jackson. I really take Klonopin, I gotta be honest, I take a lot of it. Nodding in and out on the ottoman. I really been to the bottom and I go and make myself at home like I'm on it there, man, I'm out of it.
We all got some things that we're going through. Stop living in the day it all broke you. We all got some things that we're going through. Demons
Video, you should start with the music. Go to Artlist.
I know you feel like you want me, and I guess in a way you do. Holding my breath, unraveling emotions. I need some space to think this through. Call me all night long. Try to give you hints and a hard to see. Right on the line, no. Losing it on you's the last thing I need. If I'm honest, I'll just make you cry. And I don't wanna fight with you, I would rather lie to you. I promise, now's not the right time. Yeah, I don't wanna fight with you, I would rather lie to you. Look away so you won't see, cause the pain is in my eyes. Feels like I could break at any moment and shatter your insides. If if you feel my mind. Call me all night long. Try to give you hints and a hard to see. Right on the line, no. Losing it on you's the last thing I know. If I'm honest, I'll just make you cry. And I don't wanna fight with you. I would rather lie to you. I promise now's not the right time. And I don't wanna fight with you. I would rather lie to you. I would rather lie. I would rather lie. I don't wanna fight. I would rather lie to you. If I'm honest, I'll just make you cry. And I don't wanna fight with you. I would rather lie to you. Call me all night long. Try to give you hints and a hard to see. Right on the line, no. Losing it on you's the last thing I If I'm honest, I'll just make you cry. And I don't wanna fight with you. I would rather lie to you. I promise now's not the right time. And I don't wanna fight with you. I would rather lie to you. I would rather lie. I would rather lie. I don't wanna fight. I would rather lie to you. I'm honest, I'll just make you cry. And I don't wanna fight with you. I would rather lie.
Fly me to an island, fly me to the moon. Tell mama I won't be coming home soon. Somewhere in my mind where the skies are blue. I run to you, I run to you. I could be a pilot on a paper plane, way up in the sky, high above the rain. I can feel the sunshine in my veins when I run to you, I run to you. It's your love that I need, yeah, yeah. I've been on my knees, yeah, yeah. Blood all on my sleeve cause my heart was dead. Blood all on my sleeve cause my heart was dead. It's your love that I need, yeah, yeah. I've been on my knees, yeah, yeah. Trying to find a reason I lost it, eh. Trying to find a reason I lost it, eh. Fly me to an island, fly me to the moon. Tell mama I won't be coming home soon. Somewhere in my mind where the skies are blue. I run to you, I run to you. I could be a pilot on a paper plane, way up in the sky, high above the rain. I can feel the sunshine in my veins when I run to you, I run to you. Ooh. It's your love that I need, yeah, yeah. I've been on my knees, yeah, yeah. Blood all on my sleeve cause my heart was dead. Blood all on my sleeve cause my heart was dead. Fly me to an island, fly me to the moon. Tell mama I won't be coming home soon. Somewhere in my mind where the skies are blue. I run to you, I run to you. I could be a pilot on a paper plane, way up in the sky, high above the rain. I can feel the sunshine in my veins when I run to you, I run to you. Ooh.
dreams I kid myself. Have your love for good. I really had hoped you'd stay, but like the river, you just come and go. And these things, they come for me when my mind's on you. Then I feel you comfort me, but like the river, it just comes and goes.
I used to think that you was Superman when I was younger, finding comfort in your voice when I was down and under. Put you on a pedestal, and now I kinda wonder if that made sense, cause I'm convinced you showed a lot of colors. All the nights I was alone, I hid inside the covers. Used to argue with my moms whenever I was stubborn. I never warmed up to the idea of a stepdad, because he wasn't you, and you and him ain't even like each other. Used to bring me around your girlfriends, as I recall. I thought 1 or 2 was cool, but I ain't like them all. Cause all you ever did was argue about who's right or wrong, and you ain't had no job, so you would sit at home and light a bomb. Used to crave for your attention, but I never got it. And everything you said we do is just another promise. You had dreams of being famous, and I never doubted, but I started rhyming to impress you, if we being honest. Thought we could have some bonding time and maybe powwow, a father-son relationship that we could smile about. At times you got abusive, and I had to bow down and keep on making music to try to compete with Bow Wow. Your father died when you was young, I think that made a scar. I started thinking maybe that's why you the way you are. End of the day, no excuse for how you played your part. Told myself when I became a father, I'ma raise the bar. We had a lot of falling outs and didn't talk for years, and all them birthdays and holidays got awfully weird. You threw me in a foster home and I was brought to tears, living with some strangers, feeling anxious, I was lost and scared. And now I'm staring at the river trying to get across, and all I see is apparitions of what never was. And everything I used to wish for is dead and lost. And if I never see your ass again, I'll be better off. I'll be better off.
You are so negative, and you say you know, but you know a goddamn thing. Like the river, you just run and go. You say you could do good and better, you know, but you tried no goddamn thing. Like the river, I'ma run from you.
I told myself I wouldn't write a song, but fuck it, I did. Oftentimes I sit and wonder if it's something I did. Maybe I was immature, but is it something I said? I can't help but feel the feeling that there's something I miss. I told you something happened to me and you ain't protect me. You try to say you ain't believe me as you disrespect me. Plus you ain't never had my back. In fact, you may resent me in a way, cause everything I say you try to use against me. And I never knew your other kids, but I knew of them. I'm not really sure if I like them, but I do love them. Shit, I don't even think you knew, but just a few of them. Cause all your baby mothers stayed away to keep you from them. You probably out filling their heads with shit that's not the truth. You probably told them that I switched up when I got some loot. You probably told them that I'm greedy and I'm not so cool. Then I worship the devil and I sold my soul to cop a pool. I worked my ass off to get rich, let's not confuse. I sacrificed my whole 20s just so I could move. While everybody else was chilling, hanging out with crews, I was writing a plan to finally win while trying not to lose. I still remember signing my deal and you got hella funny. And at that time, you probably figured I had hella money. But I only got a small advance, so I ain't even get a chance to hold you down. Cause then you started getting jealous of me. But I'm worth a couple million now, I turned out fine. I caught my mom's a big crib and went and got mine. An indoor pool with a housemaid and a my line. A happy son who loves his dad, it's about time. But I'm still staring at the river trying to get across. And all I see is apparitions of what never was. And everything I used to wish for is dead and lost. And if I never see your ass again, then I'll be better off. Nigga, I'll be better off.
In sweet dreams, I kid myself. Have your love for good. I really had hoped you'd stay, but like the river, you just come and go. And these things, they come for me when my mind's on you. Then I feel you comfort me, but like the river, it just comes and goes.
And congratulations, nigga, you won. And all the love you never gave me, I can give to my son. Eternal love to my child will forever be one. Thanks to you, I know the man that I would never become. and ever become.
That is one thing. That's only one. Because that's.
In the very beginning, there was nothing in the universe but peace. But this peace reached everywhere. And they were all peaceful until along came.
I wish to give, to take, to make, to shake. I wanna see it happen. I wanna see to be the one that plays the game without no fears and regrets. I wanna know you better than I know myself. I wanna feel the end.
USAA Bank is made to help with your VA home loan benefit. We know protecting your money is important, so we'll show you the full pay.
Just want to make sure I'm hitting wrong.
Shit, you're back.
Pretty sure it's real.
Searching for music for your next video?
Premiumbeat.com.
Man, I thought you were kites.
What?
I thought you were leaving kites on the ground. Myth kites.
Oh. Huh. Wow.
Bro, last night, while I was finishing up like Soul Wars and my 60 mage, every chest I got after you got off was essence. I have 30k essence.
I looked at your loot tracker at the end of your stream. You got 2 bone drops, huh?
So far, yeah.
That sucks. But at the same time, you've had 2, 1 at 600, so can't complain.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. What are you using right now? Oh, you're like, what, 3k away or some shit?
7.
That's tight. That's tight.
I want to get to 60 before I fucking kill hellhounds. Because that's what they gave me again, was more fucking hellhounds.
Nice. Picking up some big bones?
I'm just burying them.
I'll have to check what my task is after this. I forgot what it is.
Cockatrices.
Huh?
Mirror shield cockatrices.
Oh yeah. That's bullshit, by the way. Where are they?
Remnant Slayer Dungeon.
That's right. You did tell me that last night. Have to go melee down some cockatrices.
Yeah. They should have some decent drop. I know they dropped the Mystic Boots white.
Nobody likes white mystic anyway. Everybody likes dark mystic. Tell me I'm lying.
The top and bottom suck, but the gloves and boots, I mean, if you use gloves, but don't use gloves. The boots are alright, because they're white. Pure white. But, yeah, the top and the bottom do suck.
No, I came all the way up here just to die. What's up, babe? God damn. Fucking A, babe. Nice. Forever, yeah, those ones are long ones. Wood cutting is definitely the worst. Fire making is not bad if you just sit at a what? Brazier? Brazier? Portable brazier?
If you sit at a bra, really?
Yeah, fuck you, bro.
I mean, I could see how the experience would help. I mean,
I can see how things get a little hot in there.
yeah. How you'd stay focused a little to it, but not it.
And the man didn't move for 3 whole days.
start chat. Me come in at the place and make the dance all hot.
What you doing, mister? Thank you very much. You bitches. Okay. You're not the bestest. You stole my food. You're not supposed to be happy about this.
Look.
Alright. Most.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
What happened?
Audio Jungle.
Good? Can you hear me?
Audio Jungle.
Uh-oh. Your stream went down. But I don't think you can probably hear me. Ouch, head of a game.
I'm trying, dude. Give me... No! I was gonna give it to him. Fucked up.
Well, that's it.
What happened?
Cat shut my computer off.
Ouch. I was wondering. Your stream crashed, everything. You didn't even get to finish that game, huh?
Nope.
It wasn't almost over?
No.
Get all your videos ad-free and watch uninterrupted. Try YouTube Premium on us.
It was maybe halfway.
That sucks.
Oh shit, this game started right up though. I got in here just in time.
Oh yeah? Hmm? What? Well, just let me know if it cost him. Huh? On the channel.
Can't wait to have Dragon and start the fucking whip grind.
Yeah. I think it'd take a lot of Slayer.
Yes, yes it will.
Bro, how the fuck do I not have
My
any
boy will
toad-
have 3 farmed by the time I can do it.
I don't have any toad flax. I don't understand. Have you had any toad flax?
Toad flax?
Yeah.
No.
You know what the fuck?
The fuck just did that to me? Somebody up on the fucking road.
Oh, it's not toad flax. That's it. Oh, I don't know what that is. Yeah, it is toad flax. But it's not what not using banners for those. Fuck that. There is something I need to go do though. That.
Here comes the music. Boom, 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 boom. I'ma shoot you right down. Boom, 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 boom. Ow, 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 ow. Boom, 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 boom. I'ma shoot you right down. Boom, 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 boom. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh no, I bet a night is coming soon. Right as my song is getting really good.
Ludwig, with YouTube Music Premium, there are no ads.
Oh, dope, 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 dope.
Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
Did you actually use the staff 200 times or 100 times?
In the arena?
Yeah.
No.
Why you got it in your inventory?
Oh no, but it let me use it.
The spell? It won't let you use
Oh
Star.
no. No, I wasn't using the spell.
I just high alped it. The spell's useless, honestly. At least for now.
Wait, did I get another pair of room plate legs? I did.
Nice. Dusty.
Let me see. Probably pull out the fire staff. Pull out the monies. Pull out some telly runes. You must have your map up. And devour it first. Go pick up that mirror. Then cami telly.
You didn't buy one last night?
No, I checked my inventory. I don't think I had the money to. The first time I went by. I'll check again. No, I have a regular mirror. Walk in there, we're holding a fucking mirror. Blobby, blobby, blah, blah. Blobby, blobby, blah. Okay. Get that out. Get these out. And then we cami telly. You know what I'm gonna do after this? Air runs.
Yeah. Be better than buying them. Get expensive.
Well, I got all that fucking rune essence, so.
Oh.
Yo, let me see it.
What?
Let me see the 60 attack. Yeah.
This is honestly very fucking slow. And I'm gonna change what I'm doing.
You about to skimmy these boys?
Not these ones, different ones in Corinne, but yeah. It just means I have to run to the altar a bunch. Because I can wait 4 more minutes for the game teleport.
Yeah, you might kill one or two more. Who am I kidding? You might kill one more.
I don't know. It
Definitely
takes
don't
me,
think you have enough rune or arrows.
takes me fucking about 100 arrows per. I don't lose 100 arrows, but I have to re-loop about 100 arrows.
Right. Boy, where the fuck am I going?
Teleport to Camelot.
Why?
You're in Camelot. Yeah, where? It didn't look like Camelot. I thought you were in Earthorpe. That's what it looked like for a second because the rocks. But you're on the
Oh,
other
yeah.
side of the troll place. They're third row. Right there. Those
They're
birds.
reading cockatrice.
What level are they? Yeah, they're not bad.
Oh, I'll take those laws for show.
Looks like I got another kill. But, so two more total after that. I mean, I'd probably be able to do it in the middle of this kill, but fuck all that.
I'm a soul split on these goons.
Still haven't just bought the rune chain, huh?
Mm-mm.
Ever.
Yes. Money's too hard to come by.
Yeah, ish for right now. I think at 55-ish Slayer's when it starts really becoming a lot of high out.
Wait a second. Why are you not doing borrows right now? Oh wait, that's not has nothing to do with your dragon. I lied.
What? What do you mean?
No, I thought for a second I was like, oh yeah, dude, the dragon skimmy, it worked great on borrows, and I was like,
Oh.
no, wait, that's not
Maybe
why
for
we got that.
no, yeah, maybe for arms it'll work, but you'd more want the DDS and just spec out arms with 46 strength. I don't know how well that'll work.
That sounds effective.
Yeah.
Dude, fuck these coins. I'm picking up these seeds. We get that farming XP, yeah.
Go to Iron Man group, go settings, click that high scores, and then click on your name. And then look at the minigame, where you rank at the minigame.
44,000.
Yeah. It's actually pretty high.
I don't think so. In a dead game?
Look at the other. It's not really a dead game, but look at the other stats and how many ranks there are, how many accounts there are. It's still a multi-million player game. Maybe not million,
True.
multi-thousand at least.
True. If you're considering that there's other accounts, people have multiple accounts and shit.
Yeah. This is how you get to that big place. Dios. Where you sell your sovereigns is up north, right there. And each place has like its own specific ordeal, you know. Like this is the Slayer Master we want to kill, right here.
Yikes.
75 combat though. Either 70 or 75. I don't know.
Are you questing without me, you slut?
How many times? Bro, I literally just told you. I've told you 1,000 times, and then on top of that, I just told you this is how you get to that big island that we talked about now 100 times. That you said that I did without you. When literally it was the first quest we did together. I'm at this big island. It's just we never went on the island. I haven't done any.
Yeah, no, I said, are you doing Fairy Tale though?
Oh, because you see that up there. No,
Yeah.
I wanted to see if we met the requirements, which we do.
Ooh, are we gonna try and go for fairy rings?
Yeah, probably. I don't think we can do part 2, but we can do part 1.
What is part 2 like? 30 farming or some shit?
I don't know. I'm about to look. Oh boy. 40 thieving, 49 farming, 57 herblore.
This man just said 49 farming.
Yeah. Pretty ugly, huh?
Well, those random event XP things better show up.
Right, yeah, for sure. But, I tell you, on this island, there is a very easy way to raise farming. It's this mini game right here. Phyllis Farm. Very easy. And that raises farming.
Is it one of those missions that you can only put like once per day type shit?
No. You could. OSRS, you could spam the shit out of this stuff. This place right here is the library. You get you find books, you get rune crafting or magic XP.
Nice.
This is the mining area, Slayer, Woodcutting Guild, where you get D Warhammer plus raids. This is the Woodcutting Guild. This is the Farming Guild up here. This is the Woodcutting. Right here.
I see.
This is like a meleeing area, kind of. And then there's thieving right here. Woodcutting over here. Pretty much every skill on this place.
That's where I do my unsold.
Yes. I don't think I will. At this blue-looking place, Arceus, at the general store, which is actually a magic shop. You could check and see how much they sell at the at the regular general store, and if they're about 160, they're probably about the same.
No, the unsold heads?
Oh, you do the unsold heads here too, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yo, these cockatrices are giving me a bunch of shit for farming though.
Nice.
A limpwort root. A limpy wordy Rudy.
If you needed seeds, you could always buy seeds in Drainer. You know that, right?
Yeah, from the master farmer guy.
One of the people there, yeah. It's the girl walking around.
Oh. Another limpy wordy Rudy? Go damn.
You need limpwort root seed. That's what you need. Makes that a lot easier. Those potions. I guess they're kind of the same at every general store.
What?
120. I didn't check the first. I don't remember what it was. It's either 120 or 160. I didn't check the first initial at the Arceus because shit. But I think it's 120 whatever general shop you try to sell them at. So Soul Runes. Dirty range yet?
No. I could bring my range stuff, but it's so low I don't know if it's gonna hit these guys.
Yeah.
was thinking the Chaos Druids for that.
Yeah. That's where I did mine. You wanted green d'hide? You need 40 range for that.
Unluckers. Unluckers, suckers.
We're back.
You can now fight Pyre Fiends.
Shit.
Hey you and welcome. My name is Mike and in this old video we got one of those serial killers to talk about. Name of Gary Michael Hilton, also known as the National Forest Serial Killer. So hope he doesn't cross your mind next time you're going for a nice owl hike. He was responsible for at least 4 deaths in North Carolina, Georgia and well, you know, of course it was Florida because it had to be Florida involved somewhere in this case. So we're gonna go through, well, him, how he was arrested, his batshit interrogation where he just drones on and on and on, how he helped make a movie in 1995, so there's that, and I never know how to end this part. So let's not start at the beginning for a change. Let's talk about Meredith Emerson. Meredith Emerson grew up in Charleston, South Carolina. After graduating high school, she went to the University of Georgia, graduating in 2005 with a bachelor's degree in Le France. And she actually won an award. She was so good at speaking French. Can French people try out for that award, or? On New Year's Day in 2008, Meredith Emerson was living in Beaufort, Georgia, and she decided to go for a hike with her dog Ella on Blood Mountain in the Chattahoochee National Forest. I don't know about you, but Blood Mountain? Really? I mean, if that name wasn't enough to keep you away, what happened to Meredith?
You're that creeper neighbor from
She
Washington.
left a message on a chalkboard for her roommate saying, "Taking Ella hiking, hope you had fun," presumably at the New Year's party the night before. Master deduction right there. Meredith never returned from the hike. The next day she was a no-show at work. Where's Meredith? Dunno. And then her friends, her boyfriend, they start to become really, really concerned for her. They start to look through her books, through, you know, where she would take regular hikes. And eventually they get to Blood Mountain. When they arrive, they find her car at the foot of the mountain. No Meredith, no dog Ella, no nothing. They then alerted the police. This was looking pretty serious. You know, initially they thought, you know, maybe she got trapped on the mountain, she fell, she had an accident, something. But you guys, you know where this
Some
is going. This would
curtailing
end up
has
being
been
far
done,
more
however.
serious than any of them could possibly imagine. God, that sounded cheesy. The local sheriff's office then conducted a search, and after having a look around, bit of a goo,
Every piece, every day.
they called the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, who took over the case and widened the search.
Now, the search has gained national media attention. A Gwinnett County team and volunteer searchers are lining up to help. Channel 2's Manuel Bojorquez continues our Team 2 coverage from Union County.
Wow.
Well, Monica, just this afternoon, as you mentioned, we saw carloads of Gwinnett County
Oh,
Sheriff's
how the
deputies
mighty have
arrive
fallen.
here at Vogel State Park. We're told there are 18 of them who have now been briefed and will, of course, become an important part of this search and rescue effort.
We literally just hit the ground.
Gwinnett County Sheriff's deputies arrived at Vogel State Park this afternoon to join the growing number of people now searching for Meredith Emerson. Some are law enforcement, some are friends, some are complete strangers. All of them sounding optimistic
Just
and
not
all
one
of them
that picked
eager,
up.
they say, at first light tomorrow morning to get back up the mountain and look for Meredith Emerson. Reporting live from Vogel State Park.
And with the reports growing of a woman missing on Blood Mountain, the authorities were contacted by a man named Bill Clausen. See, Bill Clausen was there on Blood Mountain the day Meredith was due to go for her hike.
Who's that fatty Mr.
He told the
Mama?
police him and another hiker had seen some disturbing clues on New Year's Day on the side of the mountain. He told the police that while he was walking the trail, they came across what appeared to be the scene of a fight or some kind of struggle. Water bottles, a dog leash, sunglasses, a baton were strewn across the ground. The hiker Bill Clausen was with had, not long before finding all this shit on the ground, seen an elderly, toothless man with a baton and a dog walking near a young woman who was also with her dog. They had seen this elf fella in the woods, like, peering out behind trees, you know, as if waiting for them to leave. He was up to
He over there.
no good, amigo. They felt that this guy was weird as shit, but eventually they lost track of him, somewhere out there in the forest. So they gathered up all the shit that was lying on the trail, brought it down to a store at the base of the mountain, and that was it. They left it at that. Until they saw the reports of missing Meredith Emerson and told the police about what they had seen that very day.
New pictures of a missing hiker. Search crews are looking for her right now on Blood Mountain. Friends of Meredith Emerson sent this picture to us showing Emerson and her dog. They hope it will help authorities find her. The search for Emerson is taking place on Blood Mountain in Union County right now. We've just gotten new information.
And now the police had a person of interest.
Well, Amanda, Meredith Emerson has been missing now for 2 bitterly cold nights.
Nothing
we just
new in
received
the
information
updates.
from authorities that they have named a person of interest in her
Nothing.
disappearance. Let me go ahead and give you that description we just received. Authorities are
Yeah.
looking for a 50 to 60-year-old white man, about
Yes.
160 pounds. They say he may have some missing teeth. He had a dark reddish retriever who he was calling Danny and was wearing a yellow jacket and backpack. They are looking for him. He was seen on Monday when Meredith disappeared. Still, friends and family are out here looking. They are hoping that they will be able to find Emerson alive.
Now, here again is the description of the person of interest. Investigators say he's a 60-year-old white man. He's around 5'10" and he weighs about 160 pounds. He has silver gray hair and he might be driving a white minivan. The man's dog is reddish in color and answers to the name of Dandy. If you have any information, please call this number.
Want to join the six-figure club? Google and other tech companies are hiring hundreds of thousands of workers in non-coding positions.
These call-outs to the public of, you know, a mysterious person of
The
interest
weekend
involved
before.
in a missing woman's case. They also reached one person in particular, John Tabor. And John had a pretty good idea of who they were talking about. A man named Gary Hilton, who had worked for John for about 10 years as part of Insulated Wall Systems, a house siding business. And John was able to give the police more information about Gary
Who knows?
and his car registration.
Who
We have learned
knows?
6 people, including
Who
Meredith's
knows?
boyfriend,
Who
are
knows?
searching right now. They do have dogs with them. They're searching a specific area of the trail. Meantime, as you mentioned, a search
No.
for the man they believe was the last person to talk to Meredith Emerson.
Investigators are looking for a Gary
Don't
Michael
care.
Hilton. This is a person of interest.
Right, Brenda. This is a photo of the person of interest. The Union County Sheriff's Office released the photo and name of the person of interest within the past hour. He is Gary Michael Hilton of DeKalb County.
And not long after John told the police all about, he thought he knew who they might be looking for. It's my old buddy Gary. Actually, we'll come to that later because they were not friends. Didn't John receive a ring from Gary? Whoa.
No.
Gary was like, yeah, give me money.
Money now.
Money, give now. Give money now. He asked John to leave money at one of his businesses in DeKalb County. John said, yeah, sure, buddy, I'll drop the money there for you. He called the cops, and the cops staked out the place, waiting for Gary to show up. But he never did.
When he called me, he seemed very calm. He acted as though nothing had happened, nothing was wrong. He told me that he was ready to come back to work, that he had cleared his mind, that he felt good for the first time in a long time. And I was listening to this, and here again, I was still in a state of shock, but I think I did my best to retain my composure and not let on to him that I had already turned him into authorities.
On the morning of January 4th, Meredith has been missing for 3 days now. A lawn care truck got trapped in a stream near where Gary was camped. The driver of that truck, he got out. Fucked. Went over to Gary and was like, hey buddy, bro, hands, help, would you want to help me move my truck? As soon as the guy started walking over towards Gary, Gary was, hey buddy, don't come over to my truck, you don't want to look in there. And he definitely didn't want to look in there. Sorry guy, I can't help you, you're on your own, fuck you. This guy then was like, alright man, I'm gonna call 911. I'll get the cops out here, they'll help me move my truck, it's trapped in a stream, I'm blocking the way, I need to get out of here. As soon as he said that to Gary, Gary was like, okay, I need to go right now. And then a couple of hours later, that same very day, a 911 call was made.
Okay, 911, what's the exact location?
I have the person of interest in that missing woman case is at this Chevron gas station on Ashford Dunwoody.
Chevron gas station at Ashford Dunwoody?
Yeah.
You said the man is there?
The van is here. The dog is here, the red dog, and I saw the man's face, and I've been watching the news, and I know it's him. He's got a green long sleeve sweatshirt, and he's wearing a hat, and he's emptying all this stuff out of his van. Pillows and a blanket, and it looks like he's got a sleeping bag right now. Taking it all to the trash. It's definitely looking around like he is as guilty as sin.
Okay, sir, and the dumpster is at the rear of the location?
Yeah, the dumpster, well, it's kind of right in the front. It's right by the car wash.
Okay.
I can go take him down if you want.
No, sir, stay right there.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, sir.
He looks like he's finishing up. You guys gotta hurry. He's got stuff in bags that he's emptied onto the ground, and he's taking load by load to the dumpster behind the car wash. This is the third backpack we've seen him take to the dumpster. Oh, I'm just shaking. You guys, is there somebody en route?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Here comes the cops.
Yes. Yes. Police are there?
Yes. They got him.
They got him?
I mean, they don't have him yet, but they're getting out. So they got him now. Here, 2 cruisers pulled up on him. 2 of the cab's finest.
The police arrived quickly and were able to get Gary Hilton before he could bleach out his van. And inside they found Meredith Emerson's blood. Gary was then arrested.
A beautiful 24-year-old woman was murdered. The life of Georgia hiker Meredith Emerson was snuffed out too early. And now police say the suspect in this case is also a possible suspect in other murders and missing persons cases. At least one of those cases is out of Florida. A couple of others are from North Carolina. This is the defendant, Gary Michael Hilton.
What happened is that it seems Meredith was hiking up the trail with her dog, and she ran into Gary Hilton and his dog. Gary, with his dog, kind of lured her into a false sense of security. Hey, we're both dog lovers. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. You know, I'm totally trustworthy. And then he attacked her with a knife. She fought back. Gary also had a police baton he used to overpower her.
Sure, babe.
Took her down with a leash around her neck.
No, you're
well,
you are just asking, and the reason you're just asking is because you can't fathom
hours.
one
They
of
were
my sisters
driving
not having
around
something
from
for
town to town
Christmas.
trying to take money from her bank account. But every time, she gave him the wrong PIN number.
No, I'm gonna,
Then,
because she did.
I guess, having enough, he brought her back to the woods,
So now it's not the
bludgeoned
same
her to
anymore.
death, and cut her head off. He was then
The
interrogated.
significance of it
He was
is
pretty
gone.
open about what happened to Meredith Emerson. Denied
You
he'd
feel
done
me?
anything else, which we'll get
Feel
into,
me,
but he
bayo?
did a shitload of else. Also, you'll see in the interview, it's quite long. It's
If you
4.5
see
hours
one,
long,
sure,
so obviously
but
we're just
I'm
gonna
not
go
going
through
out
the
of my way to
highlights,
get her
but
something, you know? If
boy,
you see
oh
something,
boy,
dope.
did he drone on
Like a
and
big
on
bag
and
of
on.
Christmas
It's like having
candy,
a drunk uncle at a
obviously
party.
get it.
You just want to shoot him in the head.
Hey guys, welcome to Forward. We're a new type of doctor's office that's
Who
providing.
said anything about Christmas candy, babe? But I'm all for it.
Your bottoms of your feet getting sore, the feet themselves. Make sure you put a pad on.
I always have a
Celebrity,
sweet tooth.
that's what it was.
I
the
might even
celebrity,
start custom ordering candy.
Celebrity, Eurosport, yeah, nice car. Those cars had a great design. In other words,
Sour
on Blood
candies.
Mountain, it's a good place to hunt.
Like
Because
real
it's mostly
warheads,
daylight
they're
material
definitely not.
in
But
state
they normally have
So it's a
smart
bad place
names
to
and
hunt,
things
and that
like
you
that.
because they have a lot of
Cards.
people. So the way you would do it, would be to lurk
I saw that.
in a blind, so to speak, off the trail.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'm very picky.
But I didn't
They
know
like
that
to say
either.
their gummies are just
So a bunch of people saw me, and then
they're more like jellies.
Yeah. So as you said, she almost went like.
Yeah.
You said, didn't you say I bet that 120-pound girl almost went?
Yeah, that's real gummy when you're like and your mouth fucking recoils off
I
of
lost
it.
control of both of them, both the knife
That's a
and
gummy
the
right
bat.
there.
Hey,
So
Lee,
there's
look
a
at
knife
Discord message
grab
real
it,
quick.
it's a bayonet, so it's dull as shit anyway. All it is a spike to stick with, it's not a slasher. Grabbed the bayonet, and somehow I lost control of the bayonet and lost it, period, and it went down. I pulled the bat, deployed it,
I don't have a
grabbed
message.
that. I mean, it was not my finest hour. It was not my, I mean, I'm better than that.
Oh, watch her said something.
I found out she was a fucking black belt. And not only that, she was hard to subdue.
Why, babe? Are those gummies or are those the actual real ones?
It
says it on the bag.
And got her.
They are the real ones. You lucky dog. I need those. And they're the extreme sour. Those are the best.
Bro, honestly, they don't
Look,
have much
if it's-
sour. They really don't have much sour to them anymore, like they did when we were kids.
Not like they used to.
Nah, not when we were kids, bro. It's not like when
Bro, I eat lemons. Like, I need my shit sour as fuck.
It's not like when we were kids. The Warheads, I don't know, every company has gone down, in my opinion. And Warheads are not what they used to be.
Damn, that's sad, bro.
Yeah,
Am I
I
never
know.
gonna have that satisfaction again? Is that what this means?
Yeah, bro, I was so sad when I put one in my mouth, man.
Dude, I used to love taking handfuls of those fuckers and just
Yeah.
letting it burn the inside of my mouth.
Yeah, I have two bags of those, and I only ate about 5 out of them.
Got your credit card, you got your PIN number, it's gonna hurt you, I'll be back.
That's sad.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
and from then on, she was just cooperating.
Because seriously,
He also
those
talks about how
have
it
been
was
like
John
an all-time
Tabor's
favorite of
fault
mine
that he
forever.
went on
It's
his
because
rampage
everybody's
of,
fucking
well,
swinging towards that gummy shit
getting
like we were
Meredith
talking
Emerson
about.
and doing what he did.
Yeah, that's nasty poopy caca shit.
Yeah.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
the one that killed the girl. Okay, I'm the one that killed her. But the reason she's dead,
Not me, JB.
I want you to tell David this. The reason she's dead, now I killed her, okay, but the reason she's dead is that when I called him on Wednesday, I guess, or
Dude, just kick this cockatrice's face in.
when I called him, that girl was in my eye. She was in my van. She's in my
I'd rather have those than fucking bullshit.
And it's just like when I gave the girl.
Hellhounds are such a waste of time,
I
money.
caught fair and square. That's
It's
what
just
I
they're
told
good
them.
XP.
They had me on the kidnapping.
Well,
They
that's
were
not
gonna
bad.
stick, the evidence was good.
It's still,
Out of a
bro.
dumpster. It was just a smoking gun.
Nix the dragon scammy that cost me 100K. I had 300K. I'm down to 32K.
For first
Because I needed rooms
live.
to fucking kill.
Why did that cost you? It always costs
I was getting
100K.
life sentences.
Yeah, at
They
Monkey
had
Madness. Yeah.
And so there was no
Through
reason
the
That
store.
sucks.
keeping the girls
Yeah.
back
That
except
sucks.
not to be charged with
Yep.
murder.
Skimmy's 100K.
And I did it under those things because they had me, and I did it for the girls' family.
You know I'm going to
The
get
point
one the
I'm trying
moment I
to make
hit
is that
Huh?
girls'
60.
side,
You know I'm going to get one the moment I hit 60.
you had
Oh yeah,
me
you
there
have to.
in
That's
square,
why
and
I
was
lost
getting
a lot of
life.
money.
I'm just gonna alk.
Okay, but
Should I alk the
so
long or
the
keep
same
it for
thing
the
applied
spec?
at that time. The girl was alive.
It's up to you. Like
And if Tabor hadn't been
I'm
such a
going to
little
get
smart
Dragon
ass,
Dagger. I
back
could do
then,
it
girl,
now. It's
these
just
puppies are on. We got a little nation of hotels here.
no
True,
reason.
go offer one of your
He
diamonds.
is a
Huh?
bisexual. Yeah,
What do you
yeah.
mean no reason?
Yeah,
There's
oh yeah,
always
yeah,
a
yeah.
reason.
No, obviously there's no reason if I have to keep doing fucking safe spot targets.
If Tabor, instead of trying to trap,
Oh,
I called Tabor up and I asked him, I told him I needed money.
You know what I mean?
wasn't getting it, 'cause
You better be working that
I
defense.
hadn't gotten any money off her.
Well, I mean,
I spent money on her.
even with
I had
60
$45
defense,
to my
you
name,
can't
and I've spent $30
melee
of it
these.
driving all
You
over
need more
North Georgia,
prayer.
trying to work her ATM card on the bogus
Prayer and
number she
strength.
gave me. I've lost money on that.
It's the prairie potties, huh?
And so
And
Tabor has to
technically,
deploy and,
you can't really
carry
kill
all the
hellhounds
way out,
efficiently
wait,
if you don't have a whip
no, I
either.
can give you that. I said, well, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Why is
Okay, I'll
that?
leave you a check.
Just
Yeah,
because
he's
it's
such a
most
smart
accurate
ass,
on
he's a smart
hellhounds.
ass, yeah. If Tabor,
Uh-oh.
trust me, tell Tabor this. If he hadn't been trying to entrap me, he wanted, you know,
It was just nothing to watch.
Watch. Go ahead.
What?
Hold on. What? Interesting. Look up Dante's Inferno by Windy Goon. Dante's Inferno and the Nine Gates of Hell. It's a really good one.
What's going on? Why are you wearing a wedding dress?
Oh my god.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be breaking down the second part
And if
of
you
the
haven't heard
comedy,
Nightmind,
also known as
you need to
Dante's
listen to his
Purgatorio,
shit.
as well as breaking down the 7 levels of purgatory within the story. If you've seen what is technically the first part of this series,
Or is it just a type of candy and its name is toxic waste? What are you talking about? What are you talking about over here, Bayonne?
I saw 2 different ones that were like toxic waste, but then it is toxic waste.
If you were a Pokemon, what Pokemon would you be?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Jigglypuff.
No, you can't just pick your favorite. Like, what
Why?
Pokemon do you think you would really be?
What I would be, or
Yeah.
what I
Squirtle?
Pokemon.
See, I was thinking like a Alakazam or yeah, they have psychic powers. Or
I'd be Zapdos.
like a Gengar or something. You would be Zapdos? Not what you would be if you could choose, just like what you'd be.
Zapdos.
Okay, okay.
I fly up in the air and zap the shit out of you.
Nah, bro, you'd be a Shroomish.
Yeah.
Or you could be something like a Gyarados or a Tentacool.
That's a Pokemon.
A tentacle. Yeah. I didn't say the word cute, but they're water monsters.
I've not even tried for this. This is not even what I was trying to do, bro.
Sour pickleballs? No. No, it would not.
I'm a fucking 60 mage. 66 mage.
You crazy motherfucker.
Oh, you know what's not the same as well? That I had also bought and really did not enjoy?
Ew.
Crybabies.
Oh, dude, I used to love Crybabies too, but the gum went stale in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're not the same anymore either. There's no sour to them.
That fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Did some foo-foo bitch eat a Crybaby one time and like just lose
That's
their
what I'm
mind?
thinking, bro. They ate the sour shit and now they can't handle the sour shit, so all the sour shit got wiped.
Yeah.
Jeez. Maybe I should put that on your list. 3 pounds of fun.
Yeah, I don't know if that's all fun though.
I've seen All Night Mines, but it looks like he has a couple new ones out. I don't.
What ones?
I can't tell.
Tell me what. Because I'll tell you if they're good or not.
Well, I can't tell. No, I've seen these though. For some reason, my have you ever had it to where you're like, watched videos aren't watched anymore?
Yeah, it's because you're not signed in
I
on
am
whatever
si-
account you watched them on.
I am signed in though, and I even checked the phone. And I know I've seen all the Night Mine shit. I know for a fact I have.
Nightmine is that dude.
Receive up to $48,000 as an egg donor with Fairfax Egg Bank.
Yeah, and I need the Warheads extremely, extremely sour candies with the drops in hopes that it makes what
Welcome
the
back
old
to Night Mind, friends.
Warheads used to
And
be.
if you're a Silent Hill fan who's here for the very first time, welcome to the
You
Night
picking
Mind
up what I'm
office.
putting Dizzin' down?
Come in,
Dizzle
sit down,
down?
get comfortable. We've got some exciting and intriguing things to talk about. For several years now, and by several, I mean about 8, the world has been holding its breath waiting for new Silent Hill. PT, the playable teaser, ignited the fan base for one of horror gaming's biggest names.
That's a good one.
And when nothing came from
can do
PT
those
except the
beneath
need to
Varrock.
preserve any and all PlayStations that had it
Oh, those are
downloaded, the
moss.
hunger for
Those
a
are
new
moss
installment in the
giants.
franchise grew.
Heck.
Rumors have spread over the past couple of years about Konami finally coming around to giving Silent Hill the
Oh, well,
respect it's due instead of
are
messing
these
around
hill
with pachinko
giants down
machines and
here?
skateboards.
Yeah.
With the biggest flare-up occurring around the whole
Yeah, I'll
abandoned
just
spectacle.
Go get my.
But finally,
no. I'm
finally,
hitting level 60.
Good news came this
melee
October in a
before
packed
I
Silent
do
Hill
my range.
transmission
I'm sorry.
featuring several game
You're gonna have to
announcements,
wait.
another film,
No worries.
and merchandise that doesn't feel dated to the year 2000.
I'm
One
so
of the most
close.
surprising announcements concerns a title called Silent Hill Ascension. And when I watched through the segment featuring
We got
information
a
about it,
Mickey?
I realized that for just a moment,
The
I
gray
would need
one's
to
a
change
Mickey?
gears here and do my best
like a
impression
real
of my
Mickey?
peer Mr. Matty Plays, because Ascension is not a normal title and it's not coming in a normal
Okay.
form. It
Why
is,
would you do
quite
that?
possibly, some kind of ARG or ARG-like experience, and it might not be the only new Silent Hill media presenting aspects in our field of storytelling. This requires some deep diving, and as Mr. Matty would say, a little bit of speculitis. We've got a lot of exploring ahead of us when it comes to examining what Ascension is and the fun that's coming up in the rest of the new Silent Hill wave. To help us listen to every bit of information we can gather, our friends at Raycon are here
Watch it
sponsoring
come
this
out all
video, and
Dalmatian
fans of
ass
Silent
looking.
Hill already know how crucial it is to get clear,
Yeah.
rich audio when walking through this town. It's about to be the season of giving, and everyone could use a recommendation on what to pick up for somebody. This year,
Mister, you're
which is
taking up
very
all the heater
moving.
over there.
A monster is sheets of metal, almost like scraps pulled off
I
launching a
want to
Final
see
Girl
too.
scenario, Silent Hill. The announcement trailer for Silent Hill Ascension immediately opens with elements we've never attributed to Silent Hill. A live recording signal, live stream chat messages from users going by online names, and an indication of reaction to a female character in danger. Almost like a group watching a Final Girl scenario in a horror movie. A monster is shown, the type we're likely to see in Silent Hill, with its own signature weapon that looks like a cross between a staff and a large iron nail, striking a stone and leaving what appears to be a bloodstain and summoning bugs. There's an @everyone command in the live chat, making it even clearer that this livestream angle is a group effort sort of scenario rather than a strict online audience setup.
30, 20.
A greater close-up on the monster is shown, and if you look closely, you'll see that its head features multiple hands with twitching fingers for a scalp. The armor covering this monster's arms appears to be composed of sheets of metal, almost like scraps pulled off of something else. And strangely, the posture of the creature and its anatomy suggests that we might actually be viewing it from the back rather than the front, and its arms are working backward. Look at the bump down the center, like a series of ridges. That appears to be a spine leading up to a skull, with its face covered by the palms of the hands. Then we get the really big surprises as the involvement credits roll. Genvid, Bad Robot, Behavior of Dead by Daylight fame, and DJ2 Entertainment. The announcement of being live in 2023 is given, and a statement.
Wait, what one are you watching?
Face your trauma together. The Ascension website is provided before switching to statements by involved personnel in the original Silent Hill transmission, beginning with Jacob Navoke, CEO of Genvid. He's enjoyed seeing streamers play Silent Hill with fans, and recognized how audiences enjoy being scared together. Silent Hill Ascension takes that feeling of a communal fear to a massive scale, bringing us a live, real-time interactive series.
He thinks there's
you
a
can
new
change
ARG
outcomes and even be a
out.
part of scenes, with no reset button. Decisions mean life or death in the story, and this project will shape Silent Hill canon. Now, immediately, those of us who have been
Have you registered for your LLC yet? No, not yet. I'm overwhelmed. More overwhelmed.
Warning. Tonight's presentation, although edited for YouTube, contains imagery and subject matter some may find disturbing. While our program is educational, we still feel that viewer discretion is advised.
Take notes on gameplay and the things they do, and please take note of any bugs they may experience. Immediately stop the playtesting session if the playtester begins to show signs of a panic attack, the playtester is sick or needs a break, the playtester is experiencing a feeling of deja vu, the game crashes or locks up, the game ceases to play background music, the game begins to lag heavily for seemingly no reason, or the game displays the playtester's name. If your designated playtester requires first aid, please refer to tape 3 of this collection.
ARGs are a form of storytelling that intentionally blurs the lines of what is real and what's fiction. This is done to give the player a fleeting sense they're going down a serious conspiracy that they themselves are uncovering. As players investigate and put the story together, the creator rolls out more content that pushes the narrative forward. Oftentimes, this is done to promote a product. For example, the I Love Bees ARG genuinely have been an improvement on my life. So with that out of the way, feel free to sit back, relax, turn down the lights, and prepare to be scared as we present some of the most controversial and unsettling ARGs in recent history. Also, we only have 8 of them. The intro title graphic was wrong. I didn't have enough time to finish that item. Roll the title card.
On April 19th of 2022, the 12th book in the series Fazbear Frights was released. Fazbear Frights is a collection of short stories surrounding the FNAF universe, and its 12th installment was intended as a bonus included with the 3rd box set, which contained content that was cut from the other books in the series. It's unclear if these stories were cut for quality control, lore reasons, or otherwise, and this confusion led members of Team Theorist and the Game Theory channel to speculate that they could have been pieces of a puzzle or an ARG that was just never finished. Not only did the short story titled Felix the Shark contain plot points revolving around clues that are intentionally supposedly hidden inside a fictional novel, but another story titled The Scoop also referenced a real-life location where a character finds a picture hidden in the files of a FNAF 3 mobile port. These plot elements likely contributed heavily to the confusion surrounding whether Fazbear Frights 12 was related to an ARG, finished or otherwise. In order to find some more definitive answers, MatPat called on members of his audience to help him double-check whether there was a deeper mystery tied to the locations referenced in Fazbear Frights 12. Game Theory released a video on June 5th, 2022 outlining details of the book, which stuck out to MatPat. In addition to a call to action, MatPat will later state that he had only intended for his audience members to do some digging into the files of the FNAF 3 mobile ports, and for some fans who were locals to the areas mentioned in Fazbear Frights 12 to maybe clue him in if Team Theorist had missed anything. The only problem is, there was no ARG. Unfortunately, in the hours following the release of the video, theorists attempting to crack the supposed mystery would go on to break one of the unwritten rules of ARG participation: never call and ask real people, places, or businesses. Things quickly spiraled out of control as hundreds of calls from fans began flooding businesses in order to ask for video game lore. These calls were supposedly so frequent that one location even had to disconnect their phone. Seeing the shitstorm that was growing, MatPat reacted quickly by calling for a full stop on the FNAF ARG hunts, while reiterating that it's never okay to bother or harass any individual or place of business, whether you're playing an ARG or not. In his video apologizing for disruptions caused by this, MatPat gives a succinct explanation of how these calls can add up quickly and cause a lot of issues, even if they aren't necessarily ill-intended. He acknowledges that his Felix the Shark video may have been the first exposure of ARGs for some of his audience members, and that the people making these calls were likely over-enthusiastic rather than malicious. Finally, the rest of the video is used as a jumping off point in order to draft a list of ARG rules of etiquette that will hopefully be seen by those who interacted with the Felix the Shark video. Unfortunately, toes were stepped on because people wanted there to be an ARG. The clues and puzzle pieces of an ARG are supposed to be obvious, at least to a degree. Since there likely was no ARG to begin with, people who were expecting to eventually be put on the track of one if they dug deep enough only caused disruptions for real people instead. While MatPat states he had intended for people to interact with the clues he presented in a safe and responsible way, and to stick to investigating game files if they were not a local to one of these areas, the instructions he gave were actually much more vague and nebulous.
I need you to help me either solve this thing once and for all, or debunk it. And who knows, maybe this is the push that we need to get the next major answer to the game's lore.
That said, good on him for addressing the issue quickly. Ultimately, the takeaway here is, while ARGs do allow us to live out very unique fantasies of uncovering a buried mystery or stumbling on something forbidden and dark, if you aren't completely sure that you're on the intended track of one of these games, it's best to take a step back, whether you're a regular player or a content creator.
Super Mario Beta Archive was an unfiction channel on YouTube which posted unreleased content from a fake beta version of Super Mario 64. The channel was run by two characters, Eric, a playtester from Argonaut Software, and Meg, a GUI developer. Eric and Meg claim to have gotten hold of cassettes, tapes, and project files from the Super Mario 64 beta never before seen by the public eye. The uploads range from pre-renders and unused music to gameplay and GUI demonstrations from the beta, though much of this content seems corrupted in odd ways. Beyond the footage being clearly old and damaged, a narrative starts to unfold surrounding an employee at Argonaut who seems to be encountering some kind of workplace harassment before they stumble onto something supernatural, possibly involving drowning. This narrative, which was structured from the perspective of employees at Argonaut sending internal memos to one another, unfortunately went unresolved. While the ARG laid groundwork for an intriguing and immersive story through their high-quality uploads, it ultimately fell apart due to poor management. On January 12, 2021, many of the unpaid workers who worked on Super Mario Beta Archive spoke out about toxicity, both on the investigation Discord and at the project's highest numerous levels. Emotional abuse, the encouragement of crunch from the creators, and the theft of work is only what we know for sure these volunteers had to put up with, though it's unlikely that we will have the full story, as that can only be known by the individuals who were there as of the making of this video. Honestly, it's a real shame that the work of such talented volunteers was squandered on a project that everyone seems to agree was a complete mess. The gameplay footage, renders, and even the music were all produced with such a level of quality that it left many people genuinely convinced that the content was authentic, or at least well above the quality of a creepypasta. Unfortunately, it seems having all these project assets delivered for free just wasn't enough for the ARG's director, and when they started to get antsy about not uploading frequently enough, the burden fell back onto the unpaid volunteers. At least that's what the accounts of all these contributors who were left high and dry seem to suggest, including one unfortunate case where a user reported that their work was uploaded without permission as a retaliatory measure for leaving the project. This argument spawned from creative differences for how the creator treated its staff. Perhaps if there had been a little more respect for the time, energy, and effort of these talented volunteers, Super Mario Beta Archive could have been one of the ARGs that everybody was talking about.
What's a giant
totally
key?
My type. Nonsense. I make a better pair with him.
For that gate over there,
Meat
but that
Sleep
gate
is one
is
of
the
the
boss.
most well-known, unsettling
It's, the
ARGs.
low-level boss.
The imagery alone was enough to captivate watchers while leaving many of us
you
disturbed. Each
look the
short
mechanics
video
up,
felt
you'd be able
like
to
it was
do
taking notes
it,
from old-school
probably.
creepypasta, with the use of rustic locations, loud abrasive audio, all the while the unthinkable is implied.
I let you be like a person. You live here. You are ungrateful.
Meat Sleep was created March 28, 2014, with no new updates since April 30th, 2016. Many videos in Sleep's catalog references the name Soonkin, which is an anagram for new skin, and from what we could gather, also the name the author used to go by when posting videos to 4chan, although many of this content is lost. The story, or at least what was there before it was abandoned, implies that there's a stalker that kills and potentially eats people. A trend that I noticed when reading the earliest saved comments is people who stumbled across this disturbing channel without context and believing that there's an actual cannibal serial killer posting videos about their crime, taunting the viewer to solve their mystery. This will later lead to why Meat Sleep was never finished, but fans of this series range from those who appreciate the macabre art and ARG to people being outright hostile because it wasn't scary enough. To me, however, this ARG is something that's special to me for how it uniquely takes these disconnected film segments made by different people and recontextualizes them in a way that even knowing that it's fake makes me uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Meat Sleep never got past its early stages due to controversy and drama. My first hint of this was when I found this weird comment talking about a GoFundMe. Turns out, Meat had featured a YouTube channel ran by some woman trying to get help with their sick puppy through GoFundMe, a popular theory being that Meat and this woman were the same person. This is in fact not true. I'm not entirely sure how many people worked on Meat Sleep, but from what we could gather, there were about 11 team members on this project.
The recommended
with this
is 50
woman likely
attack,
having
50 strength,
absolutely
30
nothing
defense,
to do with it. All the
and
negativity
40
and the
prayer.
growing number
Or
of people
magic
trying to
is
find Meat's
recommended
true
50
identity,
magic,
while also not realizing that this is
and
all
40
a game,
prayer.
started to
So
become
you
a
could
problem.
definitely do
This
it.
culminated in a video titled No More, which further explained the situation in the typical Meat Sleep way. However, it was thanks to this video that we got more clarification on what exactly Meat Sleep was. It was a cool art social experiment created by a team of individuals who made decisions about the narrative and story entirely based on fan interactions and dice rolls. It would have been so cool if it was able to complete and finish, but unfortunately it ended due to controversy. From what I could find online, there were many people, or a few people, making videos specifically targeting Meat and the development team, and there was even one video that even claimed to have a dox on one of the developers. But from what I could tell in that video, it doesn't reference any of the people behind the project, at least none of the people that I could find publicly named, which leads me to believe that there's a video out on YouTube right now that's just a crazy person harassing someone outside of Meat Sleep because of Meat Sleep. It's easy to now understand why that this ARG ended with a simple message. Sad to say, a fun thing made to be fun and enjoyed. Sad to say you made it ugly. Please stop bothering these people about this channel. For the victims of the harassment, we are sorry. You did not deserve these. We did not intend these. All of you, please stop. You ruined things. Enough. This is over. Stop.
Between the years 1982 and 1983, a series of games were released for the Atari 2600, unlike anything the gaming world had ever seen before. Sword Quest was a title that promised to bring the fantasy of a grand treasure hunt into the real world. It offered lucrative prizes to adventurers who solved the mysteries hidden within each game and outcompeted their fellow players at Atari headquarters. These games had real-world stakes, and the prizes themselves were nothing to scoff at, adorned with precious stones and minted in gold, platinum, and white jade. The Sword Quest prizes were created by the Franklin Mint Museum and valued at $25,000 each. These prizes included the Talisman of Pentultimate Truth, the Chalice of Light, the Crown of Life, and the Philosopher's Stone. The grand prize, however, which the previous four winners would compete for in the final challenge, was the Sword of Ultimate Sorcery, valued at $50,000. Each Sword Quest game included a poster and comic book published by DC, which served to expand on the lore of the Sword Quest universe, as well as being integral to making sense of the clues within the game. These comics follow the twins, Terra and Tor, who pursue a prophecy of revenge revealed to them by the wizard Conjuro in order to avenge the deaths of their parents at the hands of the evil King Tyrannus. I don't know if there's anything on this planet more 80s and power metal than that. Each game is played by navigating from chamber to chamber, avoiding traps, and completing mini games in order to locate hidden treasure. By collecting the treasure in the rooms and depositing them in specific areas, the player was awarded clues to aid them in the Sword Quest contest. By getting these clues and cross-referencing against the comic book, players would find a passphrase that would be mailed to Atari, with some missing their chance due to red herrings in the puzzle. Qualifying players raced with one another to complete a specifically programmed challenge edition of the game, and whoever reached the end first was declared the winner of that game's prize. After financial setbacks due to the video game crash and an insider trading scandal, Atari found itself under new management in 1983, which cut both the contest for Waterworld and the partially developed Airworld game. Participants who qualified for the Waterworld contest were awarded compensatory checks of $2,000, and the two finalists who won the Earthworld and Fireworld contests were awarded checks for $15,000. While it doesn't quite make up for the missed chance at glory, it's nice to know that these contestants didn't have to walk away empty-handed. Prototypes of the unreleased Airworld game have been both rumored and hoaxed in the past. However, Atari has recently announced that the Digital Eclipse team has created this fourth and final entry to the Sword Quest series as a part of the Atari 50th Anniversary Celebration Collection. This leaves one loose end, however, the fate of those illustrious prizes. Thanks to this interview with the winner of the Fireworld contest, We know that the Talisman of Pentultimate Truth was smelted by the first Sword Quest contest winner, Stephen Bell, who sold the gold for $15,000, while keeping a small sword that adorned the talisman as a memento. Fireworld's winner, Michael Rideow, still holds the Chalice of Light in a bank for safekeeping, intending to pass it down through the generations as a family heirloom like the Knights of old. Since only these two prizes were ever awarded, the crown, the Philosopher's Stone, and the sword have become the subject of speculation and urban legend. One rumor was started by an Atari employee, claimed to have spotted the Sword of Ultimate Sorcery mounted on the fireplace of the man who purchased Atari back in 1983, Jack Trammell. You purchase Atari, and you become king all in the same day? It stands to reason, however, that if Jack kept the sword, he likely has the other prizes as well. This is disputed by Atari historian Kurt Vendel, who points out that Atari never owned the prizes themselves, making it more likely that the sword above Tramiel's fireplace was not the Sword Quest sword, and that the prizes were retained by Franklin Mint and, eventually, smelted back down. While we can't prove either of these theories conclusively, the mystery surrounding these prizes makes them all the more legendary.
Between the years 2012 to 2014, a series of puzzles were posted to the B-board of 4chan by an anonymous poster calling themselves 3301. These puzzles each began with an image containing a message explaining that 3301 was looking for, quote, highly intelligent individuals and had created a test to find them. Users were challenged to find the hidden clues in a series of cryptography puzzles and follow them to the end. The puzzles themselves were very elaborate, with well-hidden ciphers that often required additional decryption before pointing to the next step. An image would point to a webpage, which would point to a book, which would then point to a subreddit, and so on. Each clue also contained a verification code called a PGP signature, which is difficult to replicate, preventing imposters from pretending to be 3301 in order to derail or hijack the puzzles. Before long, a community of participants began to come together in order to unravel the clues, and to theorize who or what was waiting at the end of the puzzles. Rumors began to circulate, with many dismissing the challenge as an elaborate troll early on. Others also theorized that 3301 was intended as an ARG marketing campaign to promote some kind of product or service. The puzzles seemed professionally produced enough for this to be the case, but there was no product to be found. Lacking answers, some even began to speculate that the group was recruiting individuals for some kind of secret society or intelligence agency. The puzzles eventually reached a point where only a set number of participants were allowed to advance to the final private stages. Collaboration and sharing of information from these parts of the tests were highly discouraged, although confirming that is something that is also impossible. Leaked information from an unconfirmed finalist of the first puzzles includes an email from Cicada 3301 describing themselves as an international group that believed privacy to be an inalienable right. The email also outlined the purpose of the puzzles: to recruit like-minded individuals who would help the group in their efforts to develop privacy-conscious solutions. This email is difficult to verify, however, since it lacks the PGP signature, which was included in all of the official announcements and clues. Nearly a month after their first post, 3301 announced the conclusion of the first puzzle, claiming to have found the individuals they were looking for. A second and third round of puzzles would eventually follow, unfolding in a similar way, with each clue needing to be deciphered before it pointed to another. It's difficult to tell who is and isn't a legitimate finalist, but Rolling Stones magazine supposedly interviewed two individuals who reached the final stages and were contacted by Cicada 3301. They claim Cicada 3.
I don't fight for myself. I fight for my team.
Welcome back to Night Mind, friends. I do hope you've been adjusting well to the colder weather. It's precisely this time of year that I remember a lot of captivating online horror moments have unfolded, and I feel a bit disappointed when we go through a year without a resurgence of that particular thrill. It's a great ride, but I never feel completely satisfied after October. Thankfully, I received a tip-off on something that scratches that itch. A bit nostalgic, a bit stunning, and the right amount of horrifying. Much in the vein of Pets Cop and Catastrophe Crow, it also counts as a unique new approach in the analog horror subgenre for its methodology, combining the VHS recording format with another new millennium horror scenario you're all acquainted with. On October 5th, 2022, a video was posted to the YouTube account Alluvium by its owner. As the man is from Argentina, the video is in Spanish, but there are captions relaying the story. Alluvium has tried all morning to put his video into words, no matter what language it's in, but as he puts it, it is what it is. 2 years ago, he got a bit off track walking around in the park, ending up in a section of the forest that was considered dead. In one of those sections, there's a forest entrance, and inside he found a statuette. This statuette, to be precise, seen in the extra image he provided through a link in the description. Beneath it was a patch of recently disturbed earth, with a small red string sticking out. He tried to pull it out of curiosity, but it was stuck, clearly buried much deeper than the surface. A week later, he came back with a shovel and unearthed a metal lunchbox, wrapped in string. When it opened, it was full of styrofoam, stuffed on all sides to protect its contents, a VHS tape. Alluvium took it home, and because he had his father's VCR, he decided to give it a watch. According to the captions, the vast majority of clips that came after this had way too much skipping audio, and I decided to write this last part because it was going to be a lot of subtitles anyway. When I watched the video, I found recordings of an apparently normal video game. I watched for some minutes and I found nothing too weird. I advanced the tape to various parts, thinking it could be an overwritten tape, but it wasn't. I had no idea that the game was unknown, mainly because I'm not that much into games to begin with. I felt a little disappointed, and I put the tape next to the VCR, and there it remained until recently. The topic came up in a conversation with a friend. He asked me if he could see it, and he was the one that looked for information and discovered that the game was unknown. So I asked him to help me digitize it, because frankly, I'm not the brightest one when it comes to that. I will continue to upload until I complete the entire tape, but I have to review it properly, almost frame by frame, to make sure I'm not uploading something potentially illegal for obvious reasons. You can find the link to the video in the description. The tape is there, just as promised, in the original Spanish seen within the tape, and with an upload that has English captioning. As with everything we examine in the Night Mind office, I encourage you to watch the original content first, especially in cases like this. The video is only 20 minutes 57 seconds, and you won't get the impact from it through an examination lens here that you will from a dedicated viewing. And naturally, this is as much about paying proper respect and viewership to the original creator as it is ensuring your experience is appropriately horrifying. I've put the link in the description to the English captioned upload of Valle Verde, and there's an info card occurring on this video now you can select for the same purpose. When you're done viewing, return to me here, and I can explain the hidden components, oddities, and necessary translations within. Oh, and a warning for those who require it. As far as horror video game stories go, this one actually does have some decent scares. Go ahead and clutch a pillow or turn on a light if you need a bit of bravery. Or just hang out with me here, and I'll lead you through. All set? Excellent. And by the way, if you didn't get yourself a snack or a hot drink during that pause, this is your last call to do so. Now, first things first, following the classic PlayStation startup sequence, the tape's info screen. This was recorded on February 14th, 1997, Valentine's Day. Made in Japan, the unreleased game was under investigation by two men, Robert Saturn and Pablo L. Gutierrez, reporting on malfunctioning AI, corrupted learning data, and issues regarding product specialized hardware, the TH brain, which is referenced several times in the game. While peripheral devices aren't uncommon now, they were relatively rare and expensive items in the early stages of the PlayStation era, and this definitely indicates a special peripheral device for the PS1 to go along with Valle Verde. This game also has its own AI system and learning data, which could mean exactly what you think on first glance, or might be time-appropriate definitions of AI and learning data for game developers. though it's doubtful considering what happens later. The subject reads Green Valley, which is just the name of the game. The product was developed by the Japanese company Onyxware, represented with a red O over a blue X, which seems to correlate to the color of the strings around the middle lunchbox. The text beneath it reads, "Your heart is in our hands," a heavy motto for a company. Shizuoka Institute of Science and Technology is real. That's a science and tech university in Japan. 4 languages are presented for the game, and Spanish is chosen. The intro cutscene begins and is skipped by the player recorded, with the title screen blazed through in similar fashion. We're told the player is connecting and should not unplug the TH-Brain device, restart or turn off the console. So, from the get-go, Valle Verde, Green Valley, absolutely requires the peripheral interface. How is it meant to interface with a user? That's a question we'll need to keep in mind, but TH-Brain indicates that this may be some experimental mental interface technology. The beginning visuals have been highly impressive and reminiscent of turn-of-the-century games, but nothing in the realm of horror video game storytelling has given us an animated scene as impressive, faithful, and downright professional as the beginning to Green Valley. This is breathtaking work. The animation, the character models, the menus, even the music is spot on. Watching this, it is genuinely hard to believe it wasn't real at some points. And right after a character is established, the player is treated to even more animation that just makes you believe it. It truly makes you believe it if you didn't know any better. The test player arrives at Debug Shima, Debug Island, and is told to meet Foxo in town. And just listen to the sounds as the player does this. Pay close attention to the first character to notice them here too. Did you hear that? The robot character actually made robotic sounds as it turned its head. That is such a small detail, but it's precisely the kind you would find in a professional product like this, and it really adds to the authenticity. Foxo, the apparent mayor, greets the test character, giving them credentials and explaining his armband of leadership. There's one for every tree of knowledge. He then takes the player on a brief tour, beginning with where they'll be staying, a rundown shop that the owner abandoned a while ago. Next, it's time to meet the locals. Right, so, we've seen enough video game horror to know almost immediately what's taking place here. These are previous players. They're most likely test players, actual children who were introduced to the game and are now, unlike Matthias, nowhere to be seen. Ghosts, captured souls, or a roster of victims of some paranormal force. Go ahead and place your bets now. And while it is unnerving, it's also a rather quick development, isn't it? Just 4.5 minutes into an almost 21-minute video, we're receiving heavy doses of distortion. Whatever's going on here, it's not very patient. Heavy glitching takes us back to the town center, with Foxo's big golden statue in the middle. He talks about it a bit and says the Smiling One has given him absolute authority over this area. 5 minutes in, and we have a name of something in charge that sounds less than friendly. Foxo stops speaking and read for a moment to describe the characters around town. Ito at the museum, Dr. Nito in his subterranean lab, and Isaac, his boxer robot. Foxo gives the player some money, then his box turns red again with a gear icon, telling you to remember that next election season. A very clear sign of corruption. The player is released to go explore, and immediately after turning his back on the mayor, he approaches and causes a new cutscene, plunging him into debt as the gear icon flashes below. Whether it's Tom Nook, a fox, or somebody else, you really can't ever trust the town leader, can you? We're presented with an anomaly report of spontaneous level generation on this day, leading the player into a sudden clearing in a forest filled with cake. The tester opens the map, acknowledging silently that they're confused, and heads back out. The path forward has no indication of woods ahead. This level jump is definitely spontaneous. The sounds of food and drink fill this place, and the player moves forward into the next zone, filled with statues with judgmental eyes.
Little Caesar's Detroit-style deep dish pizza that's actually from Detroit, and just $8.99. Pizza.
He doesn't linger here, taking in just a few glances before moving on to a zone filled with riches. Piles of gold, expensive art, and the sounds of a cash register. He needs to pick up a pile in order to clear the path ahead, and in the inventory, its description reads, "Stash of coins. You took it from the mayor's office, didn't you?" All of these clearings are rather mysterious, but the next is a special increase in the intensity. Did you manage to catch what that last item following the player character was? It's easy enough to know what everything else is. The blood, the babies covered in blood. But this? On close inspection, this is a pair of forceps held by a hand wrapped in a surgical glove, attempting to attack the player. We've seen cake, we've seen staring eyes, we've seen wealth, and here we see a clearing presenting a subject with the same letters as the word absorption, minus the S and P. The next clearing has a load of records, and a song is playing about a man telling another off for trying to rest while he works. The player, noticeably, also slows down to a crawl while trying to leave. The next clearing is very red. A statue with a large, angry eye overlooks many smaller statues cowering away. The audio playing is a quote from J. Robert Oppenheimer, the scientific director of the atomic bomb, describing the scene around him while witnessing the first successful detonation. The following clearing is cast in darkness, a fleshy, pulpier red ground with statues looking at themselves in mirrors. And through this area, the player finds what looks like the entrance to holy ground. 10 angel statues placed in a circle of worship before a pair of large gates. Beyond these gates, a church is found, with a massive cross statue in front of it. The player turns around, and the scene jumps to an account of another anomaly. Patient 2 unable to move, 2/15/97. So the test player is picking up the following day. Inside a cafe, a scripted interaction takes place, and the player pushes through in order to meet a character at the back, Matthias. "Are you with the agents?" he asks. "Can you hear me? Where is Chloe? What's happening?" A red text window appears, and inside it reads, "Can you see me? Can you see the bar?" "Yes," Matthias answers. "I can't move." It's easy to understand from this exchange that the red window is the test player writing. "Do you see someone else?" he asks. "Do you know where the others are?" Matthias doesn't answer this, instead saying, "What happened? I want to speak to my mom. I want to speak with Mr. Kunimuchi." "He is no longer with us," the test player says. Matthias nearly cuts him off. "I don't want to play anymore. Please get me out." The game then crashes, and a black screen persists until showing the next anomaly 2 days later, random appearance of data. But let's review what happened for a moment. We'll get to the odd series of force clearings after the next segment, as it's actually a form of continuation. The test player is definitely one of the investigators assigned to the game, and Matthias is a child stuck inside the game, as a consciousness and as a player character. The investigator wants to know what happened to the others, those almost certainly being the other children whose homes were shown by Foxo. Matthias specifically asks about Chloe, the girl from France, who we know has disappeared along with the others. The investigator may be asking if Matthias sees anyone else because the disappearance of the kids inside the game is what provoked them to dive in. Someone leading the project in some way, Mr. Kunimochi, is no longer with them. That's either let go by the company or let go by the physical plane. So we have 4 missing kids, 1 stuck inside the game, and a possibly dead or fired project lead who helped Matthias adjust to the game. The TH-Brain device is very, very likely to be a cranial interface, developed well before and above any VR technology we have today. Back to that third anomaly, the player character now enters the church seen previously. The random appearance of data cited for this is most likely the audio that plays in the scene, a recitation of an old poem, Lovely Lady Dressed in Blue, about the relationship between the Virgin Mary and Jesus. It's indicated this is being performed by the priest at the head of the church. Talking to him, he gives you a joke about his watch. He shouldn't have taught it the secrets of Joseph of Cupertino, a famous levitating priest who also received visions, because now time flies. So, the church at the end of the sequence of clearings, it did hold what seemed like a legitimate presence and wasn't warped, so much as it was added to. What sense are we to make of the clearings that came before it then? They actually seem to correlate to one of the most commonly used themes in works judging the shortcomings of man, especially in a Christianity lens, the 7 deadly sins. There are 7 clearings and 7 sins. The cake room is gluttony. The statues with staring eyes means envy. The gold and art are greed. The baby room is lust, although it's an extremely morbid way to show that one. The records room with the song about a lazy man stands for sloth. The red room with the angry-eyed statue discussing dropping bombs
So
is
these
wrath.
last 2 levels to get to 60 are the ones that want to be bitches, huh?
Also known on occasion as vanity. There's also a visitor here, seen during one frame of the video in the sloth room. Is this the smiling one? Probably. Could be a henchman or other figure, but we'll keep
These
it in
fucking
mind.
things are putting me to sleep.
In the next anomaly, February 18th, there's evidence of object generation and change. This is a lighter one. The Foxo statue changes position while Foxo himself has his back turned, suggesting a far more animalistic nature. The following day gives an anomaly of object generation during a plane flying delivery minigame, spawning a weird version of the Statue of Liberty. The tape quickly picks up on the next anomaly, from February 21st, 1997, of spontaneous level generation. The town residents are walking single file into an alleyway, which seems to require a frame-perfect squeeze by the player to access. Ahead lies a tree, and in front of it, a portal through an arch composed of 2 rulers.
What's crazy
One
is I
says
fell
equality,
asleep and woke
the
up
other
about
fraternity,
6 times.
and on the ground is the word
That's how long
liberty.
it took me to kill it
This
each
is the
fucking
motto
time.
of France: equality, brotherhood, and liberty.
Like,
The tester
fucking
finds himself in a
hell,
white
bro.
void with 2 statues in the mist, and one of them
Fuck
moves
this
in the
task, I
distance.
swear.
This appears to be a wasteland, and on completing a full scan of the
Well, you're
area,
not
the
using
player
your
is
good
faced with a circle
spells.
of 6 walls. In the
Bro,
center lies a
man,
fallen
and I
lamb.
don't want to go to Soul Wars.
The
I
player
wanted to get
stands next to
Slayer
it,
up.
glowing white.
And I
then,
wanted to use melee and
jump scare.
range, but
I see 32k just sitting in your inventory.
that's my money.
Go buy some
Returned to the
deaths, you
console
cheap
on March
bitch.
22nd,
Bro, I'll take the rest of it.
1997. A month after the
I
date
just
this is
finished
occurring,
buying
basically.
air
Why would
runes
this be
and fire
request?
runes to restock from the
As far
fire
as
decks.
looking at the angle of the religious themes present in the game, March 30th, 1997 was Easter Sunday. That puts
And that
the 22nd
30K is
within the
enough
realm
for
of
a
Holy
dragon
Week,
dagger.
but still a day out of reach. March 23rd, 1997.
Well, go get your dragon dagger and spec these
start of
bitches the
Holy
fuck
Week,
out.
The day Jesus entered
We already went
Jerusalem
over
and was
this. Not
celebrated by
if
the people.
I'm gonna get another
It could be
Slayer
another
task
religious
that
element we're
requires me to
witnessing,
do magic,
but we'll
and I
need to
don't
see
have
the
enough
evidence of
for
what happened
airs
in-game on that
shit.
day.
Bro,
As
I
for
got.
this entire sequence,
I'm not worried
portal
about it.
over
I'll
the
give you
motto
shit
of
for
France.
runes. What?
The only nod we have to France is
We have
Chloe,
5 left.
the little girl
I'm
Matisse
staying
was
here
looking
till the
for.
end.
I
She
forgot.
would be the last to disappear. She was the last person on Matisse's mind. It's easy to see a little girl like a fallen lamb, encircled by whatever wolves are inside this place. I'm not entirely sold on the fullness
I'm
of this
just gonna go grab
interpretation,
another
though.
energy drink.
We might need to make
Obviously,
more
I need it.
connections. Now, the anomaly from February 22nd, stating to read the full
Like I said, I'm sorry, I
This
forgot.
one, I'm sure, doesn't actually need a lot of explaining.
I even
This
forgot.
is one of the
What day
most
did she
famous
text me?
religious stories of all time. The red box with the gear appears, asking the test
she sent
player
me
if
the
he's
same
hungry.
text.
It's a mysterious voice that directs him to a tree, where several fruits lay on the ground, and tempts him to eat. This is as transparent as can be. It's the myth of the fall of man, when the devil, as a serpent, encouraged Eve to eat
Thursday.
the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This goes exactly the way you expect it to go.
This last Thursday?
Yeah.
Like 3 days ago?
Yeah.
What have you done? Look at you. You have ruined yourself.
She told
Look
me
at
at
what
like
you've
7
done,
o'clock.
imbecile. Why are you just standing there? Take as many fruits as you can. Quick, time is running out.
What do you mean?
You'll know you'll die, right? If you are up to the neck, why don't you keep going down? Do you have something else than the consolation of this earth? Take what you can. What are you doing there losing time? You are already stained, aren't you?
I'm
Go
sure
on,
if
what
it's that big
difference
of a
does it
deal,
make?
babe, she can just
Your
get a
destiny
refund.
is sealed. All these lines in one run from the voice, now known
You
as
got
the
one on your
accuser,
lip too?
followed by an ugly face in darkness. It's very transparently about the fall of man and the formation of
Rude.
original sin.
You did this
And
to
for
me.
those of you wondering how this setup happened in the game without an apple, that's because an
Yeah.
apple is a modern invention of the
You
fruit of the
transferred
tree
it
of
from
good and
yours
evil.
to my face.
The actual fruit in question was never specified in the original book of Genesis. For all you know, that specific fruit only ever grew in the Garden of Eden, and you'll never taste or see a descendant of it on this earth. Following this fall of man in Green Valley, hey, perhaps another allusion to the Garden of Eden, Green Valley? The player walks out into the circle of angel statues. When they turn around, the gate to the church is closed and guarded by what looks like a biblically accurate angel. The player approaches and... yeah, that would scar some kids for life if they play this game, wouldn't it? The player arrives in what seems like a hellscape, with a statue nearby resembling a goat with long, pointed horns. The character Ito, the museum keeper, is here. His speech is presented in red, with the gear icon, which we can, by now, presume to be the influence of the force at work within the game. Strangely, there's some speech given that isn't translated, and the name indicated at the start changes from calm to Spanish for The Smile. In full it reads, "The Smile asked me to collect 10 faces for this carnival." He's then translated for, "Could you help me?" A warning box appears, indicating that auto-generated tasks can present problems and destabilize the system. If you have problems completing an auto-generated task, reboot the system and disable it through the THBrain menu. Notice also the large red spinning gear icon behind the warning box. Usually, the gear is associated in programs with settings or system options. It's fair to say the system of Green Valley itself has been poisoned by the Smiling One, who seems to be regarded as the devil. This entire warning might also be a trap if you consider the language. Reboot the system and disable it through the THBrain menu. That means you absolutely must be interfacing through the device.
Okay, today is June 1st. Please say your name and spell it. I'm God, G-O-D.
Bro, I understand life is hard and shit, but shit, my nigga, like, you either gonna sit there and take the fucking punches, or you gonna get the fuck up and fight the fuck back.
Crumbled up the world on my hand into pieces. So much drip, you would thought that I leaked this. Thought I was dead, it was all in their head. Now a nigga coming back like Jesus. Gotta feed the team, and I'm sure that these crackers got cheese. I believe it's Jesus. Nigga been away, got him seasick. Now I'm pulling up on your beaches. But I call them women cause I ain't that cold. But you know I ain't never give a sheet. Switch the flow up, a nigga been getting this dough up. Cause broke what I don't love. I'm living to pick up my bros up. Let's blow up, no hold ups. I figured I'm killing you hoes, yup. I've been delivering no stuff like a drug dealer, but much a clutch. But now you stuck with a deluxe. Nigga, cool clutch killing, not a bullet hitting them up. But I feel love till the hate drops up. That's why you motherfuckers hate my guts. Ah.
Good night. Is a nigga good with a little life? Doing anything that I would like. Running every night for the good life. Good night. Is a nigga good with a little life? Doing anything that I would like. Running every night for the good life.
Everybody thought I was deceased, but now I'm coming back like Issa. Like an immigrant, I keep a visa. Never that I'll bring her back to beat, cause I'm in with the game like some big ol' double D's. Yup, feel it in my veins like the blood I never bleed. What? I can never be cut, only handle hot shit. What the fuck's a key cup? I handle bars, now I'm riding to the cycle break. I might go make an idol shape, my vital traits a tidal wave. I'm isolated by the way I hide away till I create the final stage where I negate the cause I hate. I'm sorry, wait, get to what kind of pace that we don't know how to take. I'm trying to slate illiterate pounds of waste, not creative haters cannot equate. These palms away, they sick of to try to face the one of them operate. The find a fate is for me to dominate, I need you to concentrate. Let me know when I'ma stop putting these beats in the burial. I was way too damn bad, I was very broke. Nigga was bull, so he flipped like the Vario. Can't be a stereo, so much material. Cause I heard from both sides like a stereo. Trying to copy my vibe like it's karaoke. Man of the house like I karaoke, please. I don't think you understand. I can never stop myself depending on another man. I could be broke one day, on the other hand, this loyal rock star, I'ma make another band. Big facts, my appeal popping and I'm fresh, no tic-tac. Bars hard, feel it in your stomach, that's a 6-pack. All my niggas really made it happen, y'all just shit chat. Had to show my ass and while it's out, you can kiss that.
Good night. Is a nigga good with a little life? Doing anything that I would like. Running every night for the good life. Good night. Is a nigga good with a little life? Doing anything that I would like. Running every night for the good life.
I love Montana, but I'm doing this for our family.
Ruin them, starting with her.
I would dust it. My jeans, my shoes, that's weight. I'm keen, I'm cool, you lame. Make 10,000 today. That is minimum wage. My
This is broadcast by American terrorists. For all bitch ass niggas. Fuck your bitch ass up. Yeah. A lot of niggas hop on the sideline, but that's where you belong, nigga. Fuck ass nigga. Niggas steady switching up. Can't be me. Hey. I got the money and never switched out on my team. I got the money and I spent it all on my team. Damn. That little bitch hate me, but she know I got what she need. Yeah. Tell me she love me when she on her knees. Bitch on all the perks in a lean. I ain't even sick. Yo bitch such a flirt. Said she want me, she can't have her dick. I spent 700 on a shirt. You can't find this shit. Then that boy be smoking all the dirt. Blunt is full of shit. Every day I spend me a check. Heard your boyfriend still get paid minimum wage. I still call me a vet or me a jet. Spending money I can't say. Friends get behind me, I'm smashing. Hell nah, little boy, I ain't playing no game. Get new money, get a new chain. You ain't even know you a new slave. I got the money and never switched out on my team. I got the money and I spent it all on my jeans. Yeah. That little bitch hate me, but she know I got what she need. Yeah. Tell me she love me when she on her knees. Bitch on all the perks in a lean. I ain't even sick. Yo bitch such a flirt. Said she want me, she can't have her dick. I spent 700 on a shirt. You can't find this shit. Then that boy be smoking all the dirt. Blunt is full of shit.
I'ma creep up on you, I'm alert. Pop up through the mist. Mama asked me where I get these bands. I said this your kid. Oh, these niggas hating, yeah, I know they hurt, cause they can't live like this. Yeah, I got 4 bitches try to fuck me one time, nigga, that's a predicament. Yeah, I put the park in the alley, but my heart's finna jump out, but I'm limitless. Holy shit, I'm high as fuck right now, but I don't give a shit. I'm in the UK eating on fish and chips. Where the lean at, yeah, I'm finna sip and trip. Only hating on me cause he a timid bitch. With the keys right now, you a simple 10.
Bitch, I got the money and never switched out on my team. Yeah. I got the money and I spent it all on my team. Damn. That little bitch hate me, but she know I got what she need. Yeah. Tell me she love me when she on her knees. Bitch on all the perks in a lean. I ain't even sick. Yo bitch such a flirt. Said she want me, she can't have her dick. I spent 700 on a shirt. You can't find this shit. Then that boy be smoking all the dirt. Blunt is full of shit.
I love Montana, but I'm doing this for our family.
Ruin them, starting with her.
We can't speak if you don't come with respect. Life will test, better come correct. So what's next? VV's round my necklaces. I'm a boss, Moving so executive. Still on cream. Money what my fetish is.
Anakin Skywalker.
Fucking bitch, come ride it, try it, hoe until you like it, try it, eat that, just no diet. Just tricep.
It's with him. It's with him.
Yin yang.
Bro, I understand life is hard and shit, but shit, my nigga, like, you either gonna sit there and
this shit high, boy.
Shawty catch a vibe, yeah, I had to put her on. Bought a two-seater, yeah, we heading for the sun. Shawty got my high, I ain't tripping for the funds. Yeah, I won't start, I ain't tripping, I'm a stun. Oh, living lively. Everybody tryna ride my wave, they can ride me. Pull up in a foreign to the curb looking icy. I ain't never stressed about a fit, I'm on hype. I don't want more friends, there's a problem. I be living like a king since I hopped in. Yeah, my foot is in the bins, yeah, I'm riding with a gang. Yeah, I hit a hot lick, I'm the top shit. Bought a two-seater, it's a beamer, more than 100 racks. VV's Aquafina, I be iced, I don't ever cap. First name deal, I got my back, yeah, we automatic. Ice cream reefer, hold it up, yeah, we feeling gas. Driving with a Tabo, going 100, running flow with her. Riding with my shawty, yeah, I knew I had to flow with her. Looking like a bottle, shawty bad, yeah, she know what's up. Looking at the stars, I don't fuck it up. Shawty catch a vibe, yeah, I had to put her on. Two-seater, yeah, we heading for the sun. Shawty got my heart, I ain't tripping for the funds. Yeah, I won't start, I ain't tripping, I'm a stun. Oh, living lively. Everybody tryna ride my wave, they can ride me. Pull up in a foreign to the curb looking icy. I ain't never stressed about a fit, I'm on hype beats.
Ayo, Parrish, this shit high, boy. Hop inside an Audi, then I hit the dash. Shawty know I only care about the cash. Big guns, big sticks, big rash. She asked me how I got it, said I got it like that. I get it when I wanna. Smoke
smoking marijuana, keep it hotter than a sauna, smoking till the sun up. They asked me if I have bands, I said bring your funds up. They texted me to a challenge and they didn't show up. Where they at though? Pop out at your party and I got the stick tucked. You just walked out on your skateboard looking like a dumb fuck. Mama told me get a bag and I said run it up. With the naughty and a jag, but I need a bench truck. I need real cheese, big ass peso. Don't fuck with me or this fucking bankroll. Got a 4.0 GPA on the road. Beating up and down the freeway, didn't pay a single toll. If you fuck with my money moves, I'll make it rest relevant. I'll make all of these niggas mad. They might scream and cry and vent. I might stack up 100 racks and buy me an elephant. I might send you another fact. Could you tell me if it's sent? Hop inside an Audi, then I did the dash. Shawty know I only care about the cash. Big dance, big sticks, big rash. She asked me how I got it, said I got it like that. I get it when I wanna. Smoking marijuana, keep it hotter than a sauna, smoking till the sun up. They asked me if I have bands, I said bring your funds up. They texted me to a challenge and they didn't show up. Didn't show up, I'm knocking at your door, right? Taking meds till I pass out on the floor, right? If I need to step up, I say goodnight. Written on the ground in chalk, call that off-white. Put you right up on a shirt. I'll be damned if I never put in work. You a broke ass bitch, your pockets hurt. And I carry an Uzi, no vert, chillin' in the jacuzzi. My way, 90 on the dash, driving down the highway. Only care about the cash, what the fuck can I say? I've been waiting for the blow up, call me Pompeii. Hey, hop inside an Audi, then I did the dash. Shawty know I only care about the cash. Big dance, big sticks, big rash. She asked me how I got it, said I got it like that. I get it when I wanna. Smoking marijuana, keep it hotter than a sauna, smoking till the sun up. They asked me if I have bands, I said bring your funds up. They texted me to a challenge and they didn't show up.
Yeah. 23. Tommy says, man, I'm feeling good again, but I probably shouldn't be. Cause the way I've been acting, but fuck it though.
Ayo, Babs, this
Yeah.
shit crazy.
Yeah, off in it, sipping on bubbly, we popping it. I'm moving safe like cautiously. You watch the way that you talk to me. My new hoe is a model. She wanna fly out to Cabo. I said just wait till I drop my album.
Girl, it's alright, I'm a hoe too. Just got a bag, I'm a blow through. I need some space, need O2. And I get the shit that you go through. It's probably my fault if I ghost you. I push away people I'm close with. Won't stand on and stand, I don't know shit. Yeah, we took a pic and I posted. I remember the blog I was posted. My red ring gon' shine like a glow stick. I'm like, can you swallow this whole shit? They riding my wave like an ocean. Wait, I can't tell the time on my new Audemars. I do this shit, that gon' set me apart. Yeah, girl, I'm a savage, yeah. So I got a bad bitch, stay at the top, yeah. We came from the bottom. I got a script from the dock, yeah. Got Percocet problems. My haters want me to flop, nah. Say fuck 'em, we ballin'. I don't say shit, but I miss you a lot, yeah. Say fuck it, I'm calling. You better pick up the phone when I phone you. I don't go bro, that's the shit that my clones do. I don't show love to a hoe unless I own you. I wanna hold you. Don't always do the shit that I'm supposed to. If I act right with a hoe, she bad. Some things better in the past, though, yeah. But tryna bust this little bit from the back, ayy. Get my rack, ayy. It's alright, I'm a hoe too. You just want fuck, wanna get me high. Don't talk much, I'm slow too. Last hoe left, she ain't say why. Y'all don't really get what I go through. I just need space, need O2. Can't say why, but I chose you. My new drip finna get me fly. Girl, it's alright, I'm a hoe too. Just got a bag, I'm a blow
Some game necklace and ring of
I get the
doing.
shit that you go through. It's probably my fault.
Nice.
I ghost you. I push away people I'm close with. Won't stand on and stand, I don't know shit. Yeah, we took a pic and I posted. I remember the blog I was posted. My red ring gon' shine like a glow stick. I'm like, can you swallow this whole shit? They riding my wave like an ocean. Wait, I can't tell the time on my new Audemars. I do this shit that gon' set me apart. Yeah, girl, I'm a savage. Yeah. So I got a bad bitch, I got things they dark. I took her home and I ripped her apart. Tried to show love and she ripped on my heart. Green around me like I should at the park. I smoked gelato, don't fuck with a cart. And I probably fucked this shit off from the start. I know what you been, I know what you are. Still wanna lay with you, stare at the stars. I just took a benzo, but I just wanna vibe with my friends though. And don't put me up in no friend zone. But can we still fucking be friends though? Nah.
Probably not. I'm in a city where they really robbing. Show you the game, but you really off and shit. It's alright, I'm a hoe too. Just got a bag, I'm a blow through. I need some space, need O2. And I get the shit that you go through. It's probably my fault if I ghost you. I push away people I'm close with. On stand on and stand, I don't know shit. Yeah, we took a pic and I posted. I remember the block I was posted. My red ring gon' shine like a glow stick. I like, can you swallow this whole shit? They riding my wave like an ocean. Wait, I can't tell the time on my new Audemars. I do this shit that gon' set me apart. Yeah, girl, I'm a savage. Yeah. So I got a bad bitch.
What? Does your chat start out? Not your chat, but what they said on the last 3 there?
What are you talking about?
In my chat? Can't see the post. I don't know what the setting is right now. I have to take that off.
Well, for your stream on, I don't get it.
Huh?
I don't get what their messages are. Who are those people?
What are the 3 dots? You know? Is it 3 dots for you too?
Yeah.
Okay. I see. I have no clue. What I was doing. Don't ban them. I don't know if it's spam. What are you doing? Don't ban everybody to come in the chat. I don't know if it's spam or not.
That's spam, bro.
Bro, I don't know that.
Alright, fine.
Mofo? If they advertise bots, I know for a fact, but I want to know what the fuck they were trying to say.
I was dropping the hammer on those fuckers, bro. You better state what your message meant.
Punch me in. They see me in, I won't ever lose him, but I was just prepping myself for the win. She brought a friend, beat her to pussy, then I go and
pretty sure it kicks them out the channel when you do that. I don't think they heard you. Even if they were real. Or fake.
Bro, that was fake. They both spam the same message.
You never know. It could have been one of those douchebag followers that I was talking about. I don't mind a little controversy.
This guy.
If you wanted that, you would come find us. Niggas know we ain't doing no hiding. When we pushing out here, Connosaurus. 33 bags with some brand new Givenchy. I just put that bitch in a drop. Up in the kitchen, ain't cooking no Winnie, but Shawty said she want a hot bite. I ate it once and I'm going to the Jiffy, cause our ugly friend want a glide. No, I can't fuck with that thought, nah. JB pop out with that glide. They see me in, I won't ever lose him, but I was just prepping myself for the win.
Your boy don't play with that shit.
She love my music, but say it's confusing. I ran it up from the start to the end. You just a fan, why I'ma tell you the ins and outs, how I run it on bands. I need that bag today, so I ain't got time to be tripping or writing no love song. Yeah, writing no love song. We all experience love loss, yeah. Niggas be hating, so they got me cruising around with a stick. Cool as a bitch, you know I ain't never gonna lose again. I'm running this shit. She got some back and she carrying. Only keep for a week, I ain't marrying. If you shoot it at me, then I'm parrying. Hey, yo, nigga, you wiki, Jerry. Sipping on you for some weeks, tryna marry you. How the pussy ain't where you Aquarius. I be gone for a week, I get back, we can leave. Say it likely to blow, it's precarious. AP, bust, drip, water when I step at the house. Big baller, put a dick in the mouth. TTG, my niggas hand shit out. She ain't my little secret. In the pussy, I'ma stretch a bitch out. In my phone, probably stressing her out. My baby niggas know we bout. She want the money, the power, the glory. She think I'm in love, but I'm fucking a friend. Don't have no friends, but I got some brothers that I know is rocking with me to the end. All of my partners into with each other, and none of them stressing about many bands. She got a man, but shawty a freaking and shit, so I don't give a fuck about a man. They see me in, I won never losing, but I was just prepping myself for the win. She brought a friend, beat up the pussy, then I go and cop and hop in the band. She love my music, but say it's confusing. I ran it up from the start to the end. You just a fan, why I'ma tell you the ins and outs, how I run it on bands. I need that bag today, so I ain't got time to be tripping or write no love song. Yeah, write no love song. We all experience love loss. Yeah, niggas be hating, so they got me cruising around with a stick. Cool as a bitch, you know I ain't never gonna lose again. I'm running this shit. I gotta get me a bag, steady type of cash on my bro on that same shit. No, I don't fuck on lame bitch. Can't even fuck on the same shit. I heard your shit in the swag. That shit is so sad, put in work at that basement. I charge you double that payment. Lil' boy, I'm not one you can play with. I grew up in Brooklyn, left right, I keep looking. If the ops come, then we get to bucking. So sad that my youngest stay shook. Get a bag, we don't play with a book. Made a slab, now they all wanna hug. If you ask, yeah, I do the dash, yeah. Got money bags, yeah. For the ones that they took, I know that I'm good, ayy. Straight face and I look. They say that budget is in my outlook, yeah. Hot mail, we gon' post bail when that ship sail, oh yeah. I pop tags, that's my swag, don't get mad, go there. They wanna know how we came up out that basement, we was damn stuck. I was down bad on my ass, I had no job, I was fucked up, yeah. Now I get to sit back and laugh while you haters are mad and you counting your pay stubs. I do this all on my own, right after wake up I go get my cake up. I gotta get me a bag, steady type of cash on my bro on that same shit. No, I don't fuck on lame bitch, can't even fuck on the same shit. I heard your shit in the swag, that shit is so sad, put in work at that basement. I charge you double that payment, lil' boy, I'm not one you can play with. Watch out, everyone come for that ride out, yeah. Say watch out, we came with that dog pound, yeah. Say watch out, everyone come for that ride out, yeah. Say watch out, we came with that dog pound, yeah. I gotta get me a bag, steady type of cash on my bro on that same shit. No, I don't fuck on lame bitch, can't even fuck on the same shit. I heard your shit in the swag, that shit is so sad, put in work at that basement. I charge you double that payment, lil' boy, I'm not one you can play with. G's, no design on my jacket. Work hard, now I'm changing my bracket. Talk tough, we ain't in that racket. Dogs came in, you know how to stack it. Take it wrong, but I'ma need my ends though. I got tigers on my chest like Kenzo. Rail came, yeah, he putting that Benz though. Carrots here, man, you know he stay 10 toes. Big dog, man, you know I ain't worried. Bent up, so I'm talking real slurry. Got a blast, bro, I'm always in a hurry. Big Drake, shooting 30 like Curry. Take a yerky, ain't know he stay passed up. You don't catch him late night, do you asked out? No, Unc real, how to put an E-class up. They like, ask nigga, how you take the fast ride? 2018, it was me and Big Corey. Flown through the city, had a cool true story. Niggas rats, they be singing like Tory. They was real, but them niggas not for me. Wanna see me shine, try to steal my glory. Nigga going crazy, it's hard to ignore me. Bitch bad, but she starting to bore me. Got 100 more, they waiting for me. Ike me denim with the barrier sweater. Off-white kicks, I don't match and I'm clever. Fuck a price, I get it, whatever. Say you had twins, nigga, send them whichever. Catch a vibe, I'm wavy as ever. Spend a bag, no saving my cheddar. Saucy nigga, Mr. Rex and Margella. Give a fuck by the nigga.
I have to pee, be right back.
Should I give a fuck by the nigga I never? Saucy nigga, Mr. Rex and Margella. Spend a bag, no saving no cheddar. G's, no design on my jacket. Work hard, now I'm changing my bracket. Talk tough, we ain't in that racket. Dogs came in, you know how to stack it. Take it wrong, but I'ma need my ends though. I got tigers on my chest like Kenzo. Rail came, yeah, he putting that Benz though. Carrots here, man, you know he stay 10 toes. Big dog, man, you know I ain't worried. Drake, shooting 30 like Curry. Take a yerky, ain't know he stay passed up. You don't catch him late night, do you ass up? No, real, how to put the E-class up. They like, X nigga, how you take the fast ride? Summer's coming, know the block is hot. Give a fuck if it's dark or not. They shooting niggas over parking spots. Ain't pressed about it, we'll connect the dots. To the break it down, we don't talk the cops. Give a fuck about if he was wrong or not. These niggas fake, these niggas talk a lot. So I gotta stay low, gotta get the guap. They pop shit, these niggas corny, they kettle. Break them down, no you know I can't settle. Family matters, way be heavy like metal. All guys got my foot on the pedal. Number 9 G's, red fours cause they stack nice. iPhone crack through the front, see the back light. Might get it fixed if the bitch just act right. Big bro in the cut, sippin' on act like. iPhone crack through the front, see the back light. Might get it fixed if the bitch just act right. Big bro in the cut, sippin' on act right. Big G's, no design on my jacket. Work hard, now I'm changing my bracket. Talk tough, we ain't hear that racket. Guys came in, you know how to stack it. Take it wrong, but I'ma need my ends though. I got tigers on my chest like Kenzo. Rail came, yeah, he putting that Benz though. Carol's here, man, you know you stay 10 toes. Big dog, man, you know I ain't worried. Bent up, so I'm talking real slurry. Got a blast, bro, I'm always in a hurry. Big Drake, shooting 30 like Curry. Take a yerky, ain't know he stay passed up. You don't catch him late night, do you ass up? No, real, how to put the E-class up. They like, X nigga, how you take the fast ride?
Sunday going crazy. Took two to the brain. She said, don't wanna be with you, let's say my name. I just give another excuse, yeah, she don't wanna say. I just said the 4 little words on so she play my game. And she said that she love me, but she wants someone new. Want 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 someone new.
11 cave slimes.
Told her I just need some time. She told me she's just trying to be right. Told her you do not care about mine. Thinking that we gon' be end of time. I told her I just believe the lies. Maybe it's cliche, but I'm fine. Maybe you should check on me tonight. 'Cause I took 2 to the brain. She said don't wanna be with you, let's say my name. I just give another excuse, yeah, she don't wanna say. I just said the 4 little words on so she play my game. And she said that she love me, but she wants someone new. Want 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 someone new. Yeah, she thinking that it's over now, but I can't think of anyone but you. But you. I thought that we're getting closer. Guess I was wrong, I don't know what to do. She's saying, although mama wish I could just say rewind, that I would be one goodbye, 'cause I can't take it no lie. Wishing that I wasn't around to run away. If it was me, you'd probably stay away. Yeah, she probably thinking about me when it's late. Yeah, but probably not, I'm just too told with me. Yeah, I know that it's my fault, but told her I don't wanna see. Yeah, I just realized she don't love me too late. Took 2 to the brain.
know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. See the evil eye every time we pull up. Talking about the fakes, but that's not us. You know you can call me Dundada. Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. Who that hopping out the Beamer? It's a party when I see her. Fell in love with my demeanor, and she love the way I treat her. We gon' pour it by the leader. Everybody watching, now I'm blowing off the meter. All these people talking Frank Sinatra through the speakers. If they got a problem, cause in time he got a feature. So I'm popping off. Now I'm hearing talks about falling off. I could never. All these people that been dropping off, I could never. All that talking just to top it off, I could never. Got a bag, homie. Yeah. I don't mean to brag, homie. Know a lot of people hate on me. Get the fuck up on my way, homie. Yeah. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. See the evil eye every time we pull up. Talking about the fakes, but that's not us. You know you can call me Dundada. Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. Ain't nobody pop where I'm from. No attention, now these hoes falling like it's autumn. Richie Palo on top, that's a fucking problem. Russian cream, suede seats like we hit the ladder. And I hold on to my pride, cause you know where I'm from. And I grip that bottle tight, I'ma sip it till it's done. I'ma take that corner wide while I'm screaming red rum. You the Bonnie to my Clyde, now we really on one. Now I know you wanna party all night. Mix the Henny with Bacardi all night. In that Giorgio Armani all white, and I know you love that vodka with peace, right? Can I hit it in the morning? Cause I'm flying, man, I'm soaring. I'm just going through the motions. There's no telling where we're going. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. See the evil eye every time we pull up. Talking about the fakes, but that's not us. You know you can call me Dundada. Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it, oh no. I'm a playboy like Sinatra.
Sipping on that water. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Hey, running on my guap and it's steady now. Hey, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Hey, trying all these pills, how I'm living now. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Hey, running on my guap and it's steady now. Hey, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Hey, trying all these pills, how I'm living now. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Hey, running on my guap and it's steady now. Hey, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Hey, trying all these pills, how I'm living now. Yeah, I didn't want that cake. She didn't want my money when I pull up in the rave. Hop on my way, but where am I going? Get into the cake, yeah, you know I'm a boy. Yeah, you know I got a problem, but I just want a cake. Money on me, yeah, you know I won't change. Too many thoughts when I pull up in the range. Too many thoughts when I pull up in the range. Yeah, I didn't want a cake. She didn't want my money when I pull up in the range. Hop on my way, where am I going? Get into the cake, yeah, you know I'm a boy. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Running on my guap and it's steady now. I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Trying all these pills, how I'm living now. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Hey, running on my guap and it's steady now. Hey, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Hey, trying all these pills, how I'm living now. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Hey, running on my guap and it's steady now. Hey, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Hey, trying all these pills, how I'm living now. Hey, pop a little molly, hope I don't die. Why she always lying? Yeah, I see it in her eyes. Pull up in the coupe, now she gon' ride. Pull up in the coupe, now she gon' ride. Now I'm feeling alright. I'm speeding through the night. Hey, I'ma clear my whip, and I hope I don't die. I didn't want that cake. She didn't wanna fuck me when I pull up in the right. Hop on my way, but where am I going? Get into the cake, yeah, you know I'm a boy. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Hey, running on my guap and it's steady now. Hey, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Hey, trying all these pills, how I'm living now. Hey, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Hey, running on my guap and it's steady now. Ayy, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Ayy, trying out these pills, how I'm living now. Ayy, sipping on that walk and it's heavy now. Ayy, running on my guap and it's steady now. Ayy, I didn't want that top and it's been a while. Ayy, trying out these pills, how I'm living now. Aye.
I ain't never been a hating type, baby love me on sight. And yes, you know I can't stay tonight, but I feel Henny on ice. And yeah, we really getting faded, right? Yeah, girl, I'm trying to feel nice. And all this music, I'm taking flight, yeah, everything feel right. I ain't really into popping off, cause begging ain't my type. Finna put a Benz in my parking lot, and my brothers shoot, they don't fight. So we don't really sit and just talk a lot, don't think I had an off night. She see me starting that parking lot, I think she like the off-white. And no, I really don't say a lot, they heard and know what I did. Can't wait until a nigga drop the top, thinking about how I live. And I can make your name popular, but I ain't giving out drips. And yeah, I'm focused on popping off, you know I'm just trying to win. If I keep on going retarded, I'll put on for where I started, cause I know they all wanna see me ballin'. I gotta work hard, ain't no bargains, think that I'm wild and I really been jogging. Man, I need some ice, say to bargain. She do it all so she know that I'm all in. So she know that I'm all in. Push that cash so fast, I just can't move in when it got bad. You can't steal my fashion, you wouldn't know what I did for this bag. I ran it up, now I'm laughing, it in the question to chase this cash. This snake shit bound to happen, cause I know I'm about to be in my bag. Up in my bag, yeah. Chasing a bag, yeah. I got a call on my bad habits. Boy, you sauce with the fashion, it put together like some mathematics. And I keep it moving, the girl, what you doing? And you said you bad at it. They know I ain't losing, cause I keep it moving and I got a bag out it. Hopping a foreign, I'm taking a flight. Said I ain't never been a hating type. Yeah, you gotta pay tonight if you really tryna stay tonight. Yeah, ball in the rain tonight, jump the stars in the race tonight. Yeah. I ain't never been a hating type, baby love me on sight. And yes, you know I can't stay tonight, but I feel Henny on ice. And yeah, we really getting faded, right? Yeah, girl, I'm trying to feel nice. And all this music, I'm taking flight, yeah, everything feel right. I ain't really into popping off, cause begging ain't my type. Finna put a Benz in my parking lot, and my brothers shoot, they don't fight. So we don't really sit and just talk a lot, don't think I had an off night. She see me starting that parking lot, I think she like the off-white. And no, I really don't say a lot, they heard and know what I did. Can't wait until a nigga drop the top, I'm thinking about how I live. And I can make your name popular, but I ain't giving out drip. And I ain't really trying to pop a lot.
Born and raised, lives on face. I've been, give and take. I'm a race. I've been, I gotta keep up with the facts. Days on it like where you at. Career, gotta keep my track. Born and raised, lives on face. I've been, give and take. I'm a race. I've been, I gotta keep up with the facts. Days on it like where you at. Career, gotta keep my track. Cause I've been needing more than company. And I've been seeing they don't fuck with me. And I've been losing all my energy. This a melody for your broken remedy. Y'all the best bitch, only care about the fits. I mean, I got a callus on my fist, I was fucking up the shits. I mean, I hit up on the grip, tryna play me for a trick. I mean, I been up in the dish, I can never ever snitch. I mean, I tell me you figure underwear, I be putting on my side. Forget it, living in a Honda Civic, cause I know that bitch ain't gon' ride. I be fasting, I be crashing, hopefully I won't die. I be flashing, wanna splash in, yeah, you better watch for the tide. I've been searching for a way. 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 Born and raised,
This holiday season, iBuyDirect has the best deals on eyewear. Select from a
Welcome back to Night Mind, friends. And welcome back to everybody's favorite never-ending yellow nightmare. It's been about 10 months since our first foray into the backrooms, and it feels like enough time to check back in. We'll hear from them later on, but before we get into it, I just wanted to mention that tonight's trip is sponsored by our friends at Raycon, because it's tough exploring endless liminal spaces without music. Thanks in advance, Raycon. Now, to say that the popularity and notoriety of the backrooms has certainly spread since the concept of the back would be an understatement than it's ever been. The work of Kane Pixels has made the awareness of the very concept of the backrooms greater than it's ever been. This year's Streamy Awards Creator Honor was awarded to him for his work, and that's all that really needs to be said of it, isn't it? And as for anything else that could be said, you've already seen where discussion of it has taken place in your own circles of online entertainment. It's quite literally everywhere. But as you well know, in our corner of the internet, numbers are just trivia compared to the heart of the matter. What has become of the work? How has the story grown, and how has the telling strengthened? There are enough installments now that we can put these in order of the timeline presented in the video descriptions. And for purposes of not treading over too much ground the majority of you have already seen, as I do encourage you to do before we proceed naturally if you're not caught up on the series, we're going to take an approach worthy of async research and be clinical about this, with a focus on the noteworthy. As always, I'll give those of you who haven't caught up with the backrooms a moment to do so over on its channel. I've provided a link in the video description. You may also want to stop by my first video on the backrooms, going over the premiere lineup of episodes in depth. It'll give you a good starting point for understanding the reality that we're looking at. Do whatever prerequisite viewing that you need. I'll be right here when you return. All set? Okay, let's open the barrier and step back inside. The first timeline upload is Prototype from May 10th, 1982. Courtesy of Oak Ridge National Library, conducted under supervision of Philip R. Heyman. We witness a small-scale machine that, naturally, will lead to development of Async's threshold device. It's also a good video for establishing just how long this work has been pursued. There seem to be voices mixed into the audio near the end of the clip, which may be for atmosphere, and also may not. Difficult to discern what they are at this point. The third test, 7288. According to the narration within the video, on July 2nd, 1988, the Async Research Facility tested its low-proximity magnetic distortion system for the third time. Details regarding the results of the experimentation have not yet been released. During a press conference held in April of 1988, Ivan Beck, Vice Director of the Async Foundation, described the intention of these tests, stating that the program, if granted sufficient backing from the United States government, will offer a solution to all current and future storage and residential needs, and save billions of dollars on property construction and management. We've already witnessed the recording of the third test. Moving on now to First Contact and Collateral. 10/17/89. This is test number 6, resulting in the world of the backrooms opening. Notes are given about detection of an obstruction during the testing process, giving us a hint that from the beginning of discovery, something went wrong. The unlisted video attached to this, Collateral, shows the day of the Great San Francisco earthquake of '89. It was a 6.9 magnitude quake that killed 67 people, knocked out power, started fires, and caused over $5 billion in damage. We can assume the success of Async generated the quake at the center of this disaster. It's pretty clear that their experiments are not without consequences. Missing persons, 2390. A chart is shown representing the trend of missing persons cases from 1987 to 1993, with the success of test number 6 from October 17, 1989 marked in blue. A previous spike on this chart may correlate to initial tests run with a system starting from test number 3, something we can theorize because we know the opening of the backrooms created the infamous no-clip zones in reality that led to so many missing people. The graph's movement is very clear. After the incident at Async, the number skyrocketed, a bloody, horrifying uphill climb with a devastating future projected. Async personnel in biohazard suits are seen exploring the backrooms, connected to the entrance by a tether. It's not long before they make a shocking discovery. The ending contains a message in reverse that says, "If anybody, blame him." The remarks of the Async personnel are interesting. Organic matter is covering the body recovered from the backrooms, some kind of fungus. And then we're given what looks like a microscope photo. A clue from Kane's coffee page already alludes to a bacteria present in the backrooms. Autopsy report 2590. Description of the body found in the backrooms is given. 18 to 21-year-old male, cause of death likely malnutrition. Somehow, decomposition process appears stunted, like portions of the body stopped decaying and were sustained. Other areas, however, were completely overtaken by culture. Material samples reveal a mutated strain of simple hay bacillus, a bacterium found in soil and gastrointestinal tracts of humans, marine sponges, and grazing animals like deer. The doctor's opinion that this should be completely benign is correct. This bacterium is more like an element of normal processes, not a threat to the body. The TP in an office relays several images in rapid succession, as if possessed, but focuses on one bit of text not fully revealed. To that point, the sentiment, all serious engagements in, this environment was never suited for mankind. To maintain, delusion would be to condemn. It's already quite clear the environment Async has discovered isn't suited for mankind. The mystery presented here is in the same line as the one that rose from the message about the John Doe. Who is interfering with this footage to speak to us? And if the bacterium is a strain found in digestive tracts, what does that mean for the backrooms? Is it home to something that produces an excess of this mutated bacteria? Or is it like a massive intestinal tract? As others have said, mostly in the comment section for this video, the voice acting in this is superb. You really can hear the increasing anxiety in the scientist's voice. It's a wonderful performance. Informational video 22990. A Project KV31 Research and Development Team video. The study and development of the Async Low Proximity Magnetic Distortion System, aka the Threshold. Project is known by many codenames, including Backrooms. Unauthorized usage of these terms outside of the Async Research Facility is strictly prohibited, the video states. And a blue screen message interrupts, which says, not that it would do any good, but, and there's maybe an if followed by an O, possibly another F? Whoever is speaking has the impression that saying these terms outside of Async doesn't matter. Interesting. A timestamp is given, 2/29/1990, 11:36 a.m. This is an episode many people have seen for its highly substantial look into the further reaches of the backrooms, and its admittedly good drama. A research team is sent in, and one member gets distracted by sounds down the hallway like you might hear at a party. A reality shift occurs, looking like a glitch in a system, and this researcher is now separated from his team. In walking around, he discovers some weird black fungal material on the floor. The lost team member continues walking, and soon finds himself in some sort of control room. The alarm goes off, the lights go red, and we switch to an overview of chalkboard mapping of the area. Motion detected, 3590. 7 modified video cameras are optimally positioned along lateral division A. Each camera has been modified to send out an alert and begin recording when motion or substantial noise is detected. Following is a compilation of all detected motion alerts received during night of Monday, March 5th. 19:39:43. Camera 3 picks up a research trio. One in lead, one with a briefcase, and another bringing up the rear. 20:26:43. Returning researchers pass Central Division D. Only 2 of them appear. 21:2:12. Supervisor passes camera 6. Unknown if this is the final member not seen earlier, but this one has a briefcase, and there was only one briefcase carrier. We saw them. 21:14:04. Noise detected. Threshold barrier closed. Sounds like the alarm system in the control area from the previous video, which must mean that sound indicates activity from control. 16:44. Noise detected to be determined. The sound is pretty alive, and we've seen the things that appear to be alive in this place. 2:13:35. Noise detected, microphone failure. Whatever's creeping around may have taken out what's listening to it. 3:53:43. Motion detected, and a discovery is made of a creature in the line of sight. It seems healthier than the stringy ones we've seen so far. Pitfalls, 5690. Another widely seen installment, documented by Marvin E. Lay. We find the control area has been built immediately beyond the threshold device entrance, and the spot we saw framework in before is now the barrier. Marvin follows up 3 other researchers. A cable wheel is being installed at the start of a taped line. A consistent beeping is heard, a new mechanism in this place for leading people back to the control room. Researchers press on with a new rope installed and find the pitfall area. One researcher makes it ahead and requests that Marvin make it across quickly with a camera. He falls into the layer below, eventually hears a person yelling, finds the twisted hallway, and discovers the strange neighborhood, the outside mimicked on the inside.
Did you just see that? Words can't even describe the block we just witnessed. It was like a blue light block from Zeddy.
He's pulled along again by the voice, and Marvin asks, what if Miller's right about the null zones? This is a question related to material revealed in the first few uploads for the backrooms, suggesting that there may be strange fields either in the complex or the world that disturb reality. Marvin bringing this up now may suggest that he believes the null zones are allowing people through, which would explain why somebody is yelling for help. After all, the researchers are going to have the discovery of a body in mind. They know it wasn't one of their own, so they've all been thinking about how somebody could have slipped in. Down at the lit-up house, more yelling is heard. There's a room at the back with some chairs, cardboard, shoes, and a backpack. Marv thinks that somebody's been living down here. He proceeds and sees what's been yelling is not a person, then runs. There's a noticeable amount of coughing towards the end of the escape on camera. It could be nothing, but we also know that this place might get you sick. Is there a possibility for a break in the seals of Marvin's suit, especially after his fall? The video report picks up the same day from inside of the async building, with Marvin's message on comms discovering the monster. Then the async research team comes back through the barrier. It seems like Marvin is recovered. An async associate in a suit is waiting for them. Our first unobstructed view of a full human since the initial found footage tape. This is a glorious moment in the creativity of the series. A researcher in his lab coat walks through the building to make a call while another two watch Marvin's recording. A sequence of footage in the backrooms follows, showing the crossing point to that new exploration area where Marv met a monster being boarded off. A new sliding window is also installed. Knowing what we do as an audience, this is a pretty grim thing to see. Anybody else who winds up in the backrooms on this layer or manages to get up to this layer will not be able to get out. Not through the async side anyway. In the video description, there's a link to an unlisted video, which shows a car disappearing from the highway while driving. A crack in reality, or a null zone, seems like it can be a short event as well as a long one, since other cars aren't immediately swept in. Presentation 5890. An FBI warning comes up first, indicating this is an internal product of the Bureau. An async research presentation video follows, introducing their commercial project, the A-Space. A slide that has details of how the magnetic distortion system functions is heavily redacted and skipped over. As the presentation tape plays, we witness a tour in progress through the facility. The commercial appeal aspects and overall functionality of the A-Space continues to be demonstrated, and a blue screen message flashes by. Stretched out and mirrored, it says, "To deceive the Fed." At large, the message is probably created or designed to deceive the federal government. So, the commercial aspect of A-Space is a lie? This video is all meant to secure funding or ward off the Fed for a different purpose? Perhaps this is why the footage is in their hands now. We see footage from the Department of Energy tape archive. The visitor on a tour is a government agent, and he's wearing a button camera. He's escorted through the control room and into the lobby of the complex, where the scale model is placed with some furniture and wall art. The threshold's barrier alarm goes off, the lights power down, and the door starts closing. Researchers are shown at their office set up at the desk. The black and white footage and the distance from the desk makes it hard to gauge whether or not the person in black suit with a white shirt is still the agent, as the overall figure looks slightly different. But discussion seems to still be in line with ideas being pitched to the government about A-Space being a commercial pursuit. This could easily just be a trick of the eyes and the entire group is here, but if that's not the government agents, then were we just informed through visuals that they left him behind to die? Because the Bureau got their hands on the information, I assume that's not the case. Otherwise, how would they have recovered the camera footage? Unless they shut the whole thing down later. I almost feel like we're going to need confirmation later about what happened here. Back to the current position, the alarm goes off. The camera shows the missing researcher from informational video standing there. He's been gone since 2/29. A time anomaly exists in this place, and this appears to be the first moment Async discovered that fact. Within the video description is a link to an unlisted clip from The Simpsons. Bart is laying in a hospital bed after being struck by Mr. Burns, with only superficial injuries. An ambulance-chasing lawyer appears, trying to convince Homer to sue. A Spanish ad for Dimacol interrupts the flow of the scene. It's not a standard commercial break. There are a few theories on this video's inclusion as addendum to the narrative, everything ranging from the interrupting ad being a message about illness to come for the survivor of the backrooms, to a suggestion of time hopping because the ad was jumping in the middle of the episode out of turn from its designated ad spot. There's also a theory about the magnetic pulse of the threshold device creating interference on the tape recording. Ultimately, with what we've just seen with a returning researcher, I think it's more underlining how the flow of time is being We're now in the holiday season, and while it isn't always picture perfect, it can always be made better with the right background track, whether it's Christmas music or the kind you'd like to be given an album of. Whether in holiday travel, gift wrapping marathons, dressing the tree, baking, or, if winter hits early, shoveling, Raycon has you covered with offerings starting at half the price of other premium audio brands. Everyone can benefit from Raycons, and right now, the Raycon's holiday this season with Raycon. Just click the link in the description box or go to Buy Raycon Backrooms. Now, mar90archive.tar 691. A tar file represents an archive created by a Unix utility named tar, meant for packing files together for distribution. It came into use in 1979. The name means tape archive. We already covered this one. It was an early upload in the story, demonstrating the progress by Async in exploring and documenting the various aspects of the complex. The main takeaway for us is here, the description of Null Zone 4. Null zones are theorized to be areas of disruption in the fields of either the backrooms or physical reality, creating small cracks that people and objects can slip through. Found footage number 2, 8/19/95. It makes sense that this one follows the video relaying information about null zones. A girl is recording what is likely a null zone in her garage, demonstrating its nature. In the process, she falls in, landing in the backrooms. It's a standard exploration video, showing off this layer of the backrooms until coming to a multi-level area with evidence of the fungus-like bacteria. Soon after, the girl discovers something very startling. The car that fell in during one of the addendum clips, with a distinct lack of occupants. A handprint is left on a door nearby, and evidence of blood on the floor as the crash survivor tried to find help. The girl follows the trail, finding a room overtaken by strands similar to the bacteria creature. A frame painting is seen on the wall, and the creature hibernating in the middle of the room awakens. It gives chase, and the girl runs to the room with a hole in the floor. That leads to an area with glowing green light ahead of a pool. Eventually, she's cornered, and an intense green glow races through the walls. The final shot shows the no signal text on a TV connected to a VCR. So either the girl escaped and we're seeing this from her perspective later, or someone is watching this on the regular plane of reality in a home setting. Home 27647.move. This is an unlisted video attached to found footage number 2. It's all mainly home video recordings of a vacation. It features an odd burn-in image that seems to be a photo of a woman. Later on, a sunset is featured that resembles the one from the end of the autopsy video, the one played on TV. Is this a hint that the person using the camera is the ghost in the Async facility that's been communicating? And what is this shot? More ceiling bacteria? The tape ends with a shot of a family, and in the background, focusing in, is a wall painting. The same painting from the overrun room where the found footage girl met one of the monsters. Did the environment change to reflect someone who entered that room, whose memories were captured in this tape? And there's something mixed into this audio, all throughout the track. Some kind of speech. I've attempted to isolate it from the music, but to no avail. It's just too mixed in for what I know how to do in terms of audio cleanup. Found footage number 1, 9/23/96. We know this one very well, and in a timeline sense, this is technically found footage number 2 for now. Nothing truly new to gain from this, except to consider one theory that's been discussed. The don't move, stay still writing alludes to the idea that the bacteria monster within the complex actually fused with one of the motion detection cameras, enabling it to hunt down anything inside that it catches in its sight. While it would explain its alien metallic appearance and give some weight to a deeper meaning behind the warning, I'm not quite ready to lock in that theory. We've seen the bacteria in this place growing on non-organic surfaces, but it's the cases of organic beings meeting their demise that we see the most spread. The recovered body, and the room where the crash survivor bled out and died, according to the blood trail. You might even notice that the handprint left on the wall is black. It's not like dried blood. That would indicate that it's already been molded over by the bacteria. It does seem to seek out primarily organic matter. I remember, this is a very different video. very different, with a voice describing a house that was taken by the sea and how it joined all the other forgotten things on the seabed, but the voice remembers them. There's a very evident shot of the prototype and consistent editing showing mirroring of images, suggesting that what we're experiencing as the backrooms is just a distorted, elongated, and mixed up reflection of the existing world. This falls in line with a discovery made by Marvin during his experience getting lost inside the complex. The street signs within the house were mirrored, all of them. The messages we've been receiving too from the ghost inside the async facility, those messages are all backwards. And what's more, at the end, we're informed, you've always been here. Is it because it is a reflection? If we've always been here, then that means that yes, we've always been inside of the physical locations that the backrooms is made up of, because it's a reflection. Now, a question to consider. What even is this video? No, really, what is this video? We've already seen the perspective of async and found footage protagonist broken in favor of a more directorial position, but this? It doesn't even have a date in the video description. This kind of breaks the entire pattern that we've seen for the content. I want to try something. Listen. Not simply hear, but listen. This was a tape recording being played. The sounds at the beginning are distinct. This is not some live narration. The tapping of the tape player keys, it indicates this is in-universe, and the warping on the voice, that's familiar too. It's the same kind of torn edge we hear in communications in the async facility. We know that async has installed microphones inside of the complex for the purpose of picking up noises. Is this something recorded from one of those? An eternal ghost is spoken of. And there is a ghost we appear to be dealing with throughout the story. Some force at work, attempting to communicate through technology. Its message is reflected, just like we've seen from the road signs in the house that Marvin found. It's fascinating, isn't it? Seeing something so different, breaking up the pattern. And then, just when you think you're done with the surprises, a new pattern break. Guess it wasn't enough to just talk about time jumps, was it? I'm coming to you now days after this audio was originally recorded, and just a little over an hour after the upload of the video, Reunion. And while it cost me time I did not have in my workflow to speak about it, we need to, because, well, if you've seen it, you already know why. If you haven't, then get over to the channel and watch it, then come back to me. If you're on desktop or phone, check the video description and watch the unlisted video from the link there too. Okay, good. Let's do this fast. I am running on fumes here now. This video's been in workflow for days and I did not see an upload coming when it did. I'm just fortunate enough to have the moment to actually include this segment. Let's address the unlisted video first, recording 14. The date listed is 5/8/90, the very same day as presentation. That's easy enough to understand just from listening to the conversation about the government agent, and apparently, he was there to sign a deal with async, which did occur. He was not left behind in the backrooms, so we can confirm the events that took place now. Furthermore, this is confirmation that the researcher who was separated in February did in fact appear in the control room, but he didn't recognize anyone, and they didn't recognize him. He said his name was Peter Tench, and the man this current researcher is talking to, Ivan Beck, vice director of async, doesn't seem to take that information well. The researcher we can hear says, hold on, this isn't him, is it? He may be realizing already that this is their missing guy. Meanwhile, we go from shots of a mirrored newspaper to a black and white photograph. So what does the news say? Fiery wreck beside vineyard leaves one dead. The photo that follows seems to show a burnt field. Now, on to the reunion video. It takes place May 25th, 1990, putting it after the events of presentation. The researcher at the start of the video is familiar, but the mug we see on a desk after he shows up isn't. MLML, over a globe image surrounded by coordinates. The coordinates lead to the exact place known by these initials, Moss Landing Marine Labs in Moss Landing, California. Their website says they're funded and administered by the College of Science at San Jose State University, and the mission of MLML is to provision the marine scientists of the future. Marine labs, huh? We've got a bacterium inside the complex that's found in sea sponges. Speech from an unknown narrator talking about losing a house to the sea, the shells on the ocean floor. Lots of talk about the ocean here. The content of the reunion video is very straightforward for the majority. The researchers break down the panels they used to board off the zone where Marvin discovered a monster, and have brought plenty of equipment to explore it. There's a small rover with a camera sent in to make sure the way is clear, and once it's confirmed, the team moves in to build a floor over the pitfall area to safely reach the other side. We're then presented with a slide that says, while Team A assembles a walkway across room 14D, Mark Bloom, Randall Tashi, and Marvin Lay, camera, conduct an initial layout analysis of room 14C. So Marvin is definitely okay, definitely recovered from his experience, and is once again behind the camera. Now we get to see what was on the other side of this area, the place he was summoned to record during that first trip, and this time, the group is going in armed. The area they discover is like one you might see in a mall. Lots of tiled floor, white square pillars, and drop ceiling. The researchers group up after one discovers something incredible, a map drawn on one of the pillars.
Right, it does look like some kind of map.
Yeah. You know, it almost looks like...
I think this is around here, 14C.
Yeah, it's,
Team A, come in, this is Mark.
That's the area we came through, that's 14C, and there's 14D.
Team A, this is Mark, do you copy?
There's B and A.
Standard, do you copy? Repeat, this is Mark, do you copy? No, the signal's dead, we've gone too far. We gotta go back.
What? You sure? We're not that far.
Well, that's all the more reason to get...
Well, if we do get back and they say it's just a non-issue and you just come back around, then I don't see what the... Ah! Oh my god!
He's got my gun! He's got my gun! He's got my gun!
Don't move! Never you move! Okay, okay!
I don't want to hurt any of you. But I will. If I have to, so please, just answer my questions and I'll be gone. How many people are out here right now? Down the hall, how many people are out here?
Wait.
I don't know.
Peter?
Oh shit.
Marvin?
Yes, it's me. Is it really you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
How? It's been months. We thought you...
I know. That's what they did. They took my life from me, Marv. Everyone thinks I'm fucking dead. My wife and children think I'm dead.
Can you please put down the gun?
Barbara, just tell me. Did they hold a funeral?
Yes.
This is Team A. Do you read us? Yes, A-Team, this is Mark. I read you.
Mark, don't.
What are you doing?
We need immediate armed
Mark.
support at room 14C. My team and I are being held at gunpoint by a hostile. I repeat.
Stop.
Please
Don't shoot him.
armed support to room
Stop.
14C.
Don't.
Peter. This is Peter Tench. This is also Peter Tench. Do you remember the last reflected screen in the video before reunion? It was a researcher in a hazmat suit, one becoming two. Peter Tench, in a suit, ended up in the control room, but nobody knew who he was. Peter Tench, out of his suit, is here in the back rooms, having survived since he went missing. There are either two Peters, or the one in the suit only claims that he's Peter, but Marvin was part of his original team. As for the newspaper clipping, Async faked his death. He had a family, and they faked his death, using a fire to cover up his disappearance. Give me a moment here. I want to play what I originally recorded for you as my ending to this video before Reunion was uploaded. This is such an incredible moment to actually be able to put forward in my coverage. Here, listen. The only critique I can offer at this moment is that for all the episodes we do have, the unveiling of the actual points of the narrative and the conflict is occurring at a slower pace than we might be accustomed to. There is very clearly a plot, and it is bubbling up for sure. But at moments it comes in leaps, such as Autopsy, and at others tiny drips, like Prototype. A more consistent rollout of narratively focused content that conveys information to present new questions while resolving previous ones, that would make for a more compelling dramatic experience. Marry the reveals of new information that drive the plot and mysteries forward with the excellence already displayed in dramatic tension and visuals, and the work becomes stronger. My initial concerns for Kane's ability to weave a narrative beyond the found footage short film back in January has been cured. What we need to see now is a stronger confidence and foot forward from Kane the writer to match the muscle of Kane the designer. I believe in his ability and trajectory towards this though. He has a distinct sense of drama that keeps occurring in the work. The ability to deliver more of these moments per episode and unveil more details for us to invest in and build connections with is what's needed.
Oh,
guess what? He did it.
What?
In a single upload, he did exactly what I had
Fall
written
asleep.
about. He shut me up before I could even put the words
Fall
out
asleep
there.
and almost die?
Bravo, Kane. Excellent development,
Cat in and
excellent
out.
progress,
That one's in and
wonderful advancement in storytelling. This is what it means to make your audience more invested. This is what it means to increase dramatic tension, answer questions, and give us new ones. I am so glad I got to witness the reunion upload before finishing this video. And you know what? There's nothing left for me to say now. That was a mic drop he just uploaded. I'm gonna sit back, smile ear to ear, and shut up while you show us where all of this leads.
Hulu Ad Manager is the easy way for businesses like yours to advertise on Hulu.
In a decade since the game's release, Old School RuneScape has not had a single new skill added to it, but that is changing. Today, the poll for a new skill closed, revealing a 80.9% yes vote. This poll racked up more votes than any other poll in all of Old School RuneScape. Well above the 70% threshold, this means that a new skill is very likely coming to Old School RuneScape in 2023. What skill this will be? Well, that is up to you. Jagex will be looking at your ideas through Reddit, Discords, Twitter, and RuneScape forums to see what ideas you have. This is an opportunity for you to shape the future of Old School RuneScape in one of the biggest ways.
What new skill coming to Old School RuneScape?
What?
What new skill coming to Old School RuneScape?
Sailing. I don't know when it's coming.
No, it's not sailing. That's just one that's been up in the air since the beginning of time that they've worked a lot on.
Isn't it? Is it on the ballot?
No, so there was 180k votes yes for a new skill. Now they're doing something like, kind of like rune metrics. So they're gonna let somebody, they're gonna let the community create the skill, pretty much.
Interesting.
So people will be pitching their ideas and yada 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 shit like that.
Interesting.
Yeah. RuneScape Chronicles has a little thing about it.
That's 59 right there.
What are you doing? Come on. Come on, I'm letting you. Okay. Thank you. Is Steve tagged yet?
59.
Nice. There. Oh, if you like Nightmind and you haven't seen Nick Crowley, he's a good one too.
Nick Crowley?
Yeah.
It was a typical day in the world of daytime television. Infomercials, soap operas, and highly scripted legal shows filled viewer screens, with one of the more popular at the time being a program called Christina's Court.
Today in Christina's Court.
The show centered around a woman named Christina Perez, giving counsel and advice to those wrapped up in legal drama. And on this particular morning, comedian Sean Harris would be featured filing suit against his ex-girlfriend in the hopes of recouping unpaid rent.
Every month it would be something different, you know?
Like what?
I ain't got it this month because I got to do this or that. And I'm like, man.
So you let her go 9 months without paying rent?
Now, like I said, these shows were very obviously scripted, at least to some degree. And with Sean himself being a professional comedian, it led to countless funny moments and what turned out to be one of the show's more iconic episodes, with by far the most memorable moment coming at the very end, when things seemed to deviate from the script.
Constantly like a child in my
People
own
in
house.
love, they yell at each other all the time. Oh, that's true. Ask him, he's been married for how long?
Over 27 years.
Over 27
Look at him though,
years.
he look mad. You don't look happy, brother. You don't look happy.
Here, we see the comedian take aim at Christina's bailiff, a man named Renard Spivey, who was an integral part of the show, being the judge's sidekick for years and years. Though it wasn't often that he found himself at the end of a joke like this, as Sean suggests that Renard looked unhappy when it was revealed that he had been married for over 27 years.
He's very happy. Okay, all right, let's get back to the queen.
All in all, it made for a rather charming moment, with viewers adoring the lighthearted jab aimed at one of the show's most beloved characters. Though no one could have known at the time just how true that joke about his happy marriage would turn out to be.
Still developing tonight, a Harris County Sheriff's deputy facing serious charges. 63-year-old Renard Spivey accused of killing his wife, 52-year-old Patricia Spivey, after an argument that turned deadly. KPRC Channel 2's Bill Barajas.
On July 28, 2019, over a decade after the aforementioned program aired, Renard Spivey was confronted by his wife Patricia about what she believed to be steroid use or perhaps even infidelity. And in the midst of this heated argument, Spivey would draw his gun and shoot his wife once in the arm and then in the chest. Shortly after, police would find her lifeless body crumpled in their bedroom closet. Now, after years and years of taking part in this once famed legal show, Spivey can be found alone in his prison cell, where he'll likely remain for the next 14 years of his life, for murdering the woman that he was so happily married to, turning what was once one of Christina's court's most iconic moments into one of the darkest examples of irony in all of television history.
When you find a good woman, you gotta hang on for dear life, because then it's hard to find another one. So my advice as a happy woman, married woman.
Before we get any further, I want to thank Scentbird for sponsoring this video and in turn making this dark content financially viable for myself. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service that allows you to select and try new designer fragrances every month without having to go to that dreaded perfume section where the smells are already so strong that you don't ever really get the full sense of the fragrance you're testing. Plus, you don't have to deal with pushy salespeople, which is perfect for someone like me who honestly lacks basic communication skills. Each fragrance you receive from Scentbird comes in a 30-day supply tester, allowing you to fully experience the scent. The world of television is an interesting one. Despite the highly controlled and well-polished products that we're typically used to seeing on screens, there have been a surprisingly high number of deeply disturbing moments that have happened when on air, and this potentially new series aims to highlight some of the most disturbing. And what better way to start than with a relatively unknown case that has haunted me for years. Saturday, June 14th, 2008, a Japanese TV station called Television Miyazaki is running its standard live programming, which on this day was set to feature a game show-like segment in the remote rice fields of Takachi Hocho. The game itself was simple. Competitors stood back-to-back on a small wooden stand above the shallow muddy water below, and when given the cue, they would attempt to shove their opponent into the water without turning their bodies around. In the end, the one left standing on the platform would be declared the winner, with the loser being left humiliated in the mud. Round 1 goes off without a hitch, resulting in the losing contestant being covered head to toe in a thick brown sludge, with the whole atmosphere perfectly encapsulating the craziness and high energy charm that you would expect from a Japanese game show made at the time. And so far, everything was all in good fun, with this excitement only escalating as the contestants convince one of the show's hosts, a man named Tatsuchi Yanagita, to join in on the competition. It took some convincing, but eventually Tatsuchi agrees to compete, much to the enjoyment of everyone spectating. And from
My
there,
drinks.
the comedy writes itself, as immediately after the round starts, it's apparent that he stood little to no chance.
What? Oh, you're not talking. I thought you...
And upon instantly losing his balance, Tatsuki reacts in a split second and dives off the platform, landing headfirst into the muddy water below, which causes his body to fall limp.
Don't put a whole bunch.
The water that he had just dove into was merely 6 inches deep, with the rest consisting of a thick layer which his head would strike directly, instantly causing his neck to break. And in that very moment, Tatsuchi would be irreversibly paralyzed, leaving him unable to move from the neck down. It was a tragic accident. However, the accident itself is far from the most awful part of this live broadcast, with that coming immediately after. Unaware of Tatsuchi's severe injury, the crew believed that he was merely playing a prank on them and just joking around, and so they left him there, face first in the water, and proceeded to shove his face even deeper and deeper into the mud, splashing even more on top of his head to rub in the fact that he had lost. They had no idea that during their antics, Tatsuchi was in a desperate fight for survival, as in those 6 inches of water, he was slowly drowning, and completely unable to pick up his head to breathe. This lasts for an excruciatingly long 15 seconds, before they begin to bob his head up and down, and eventually pull Tatsuchi's face out of the water. But this reprieve was short-lived, as the contestants proceed to drop him back into the mud face first. It is so incredibly painful to watch, and made all the more disturbing with the over-the-top hysterical laughter coming from everyone around him, who are completely oblivious to the situation in front of them. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, Tatsuchi is hoisted above the water, and the camera switched back to the main broadcast, ending both Tatsuchi's and the viewer's pain. By some stroke of good fortune, Tatsuchi would survive the ordeal, but just barely, as it's estimated that even just a few more seconds in that mud would have likely led to his death. But thankfully, this wasn't the case, and according to his Facebook page, Tatsuchi has learned to live with his body-wide paralysis, and even went on to rejoin the show years later in some capacity, ending this entry off on somewhat of a bright spot, despite this otherwise being one of the more unsettling and appalling broadcast accidents that I've ever seen.
I don't fight for myself.
Wake up, wake up, wake up with
Donald Herbert had been in a coma for the previous...
On the topic of broadcasts that have left an impression on my life, I would say none have had more of an emotional impact than a story run by 60 Minutes about a man named Donald Herbert. The story starts back in 1995, just 4 days after Christmas, when a fire broke out in a home in Buffalo, New York. In an attempt to put out the blaze, firefighter Donald Herbert was standing on the roof of the building when suddenly it gave way. As a result, Herbert would fall into the attic where he would be trapped in the smoke, unable to breathe. He would lay there without oxygen for 6 whole minutes before they finally were able to pull his body to safety, with the whole ordeal being filmed and shown on local news. Somehow, Herbert managed to survive this accident, but being without air for that long caused him to lose most of his brain function, leading to him spending the following years in a minimally conscious state, unable to eat, unable to breathe, and seemingly unable to understand the world around him. Eventually, his condition led to him being placed in a nursing home, where a feeding tube was the only thing keeping him alive. For all intents and purposes, the man was gone. But then, something happened. On April 20th, 2005, a staggering 9.5 years after his accident, Donald Herbert woke up. In the nursing home where he had spent most of the years unresponsive, he would suddenly turn to a nurse and ask for his wife, Linda, while displaying signs of being fully lucid, which prompted the staff to immediately call his family, who rushed to see him. And sure enough, despite Herbert being completely blind, he was not only fully responsive, but recognized almost all of his family members. The moments following were all captured by cameras and later shown on an episode of 60 Minutes, with the footage being some of the hardest hitting and emotional that I've personally ever seen.
How long have I been gone?
Quite a while, pal. Quite a while. 10 years.
The pain in discovering that he had been gone for 10 years, all that time missed, robbed from a man who was just doing his job, is indescribably gut-wrenching. But it's what happens after this footage that proves to be the most upsetting part. For nearly 16 hours, the newly awakened man spoke with his family, catching up on every little detail that he had missed. And though from that point on he had moments going in and out of his lucidity, his long-term prognosis actually seemed hopeful. Throughout the next few weeks, Donald was surrounded by family members at all times, not only to take advantage of every single second that Herbert was awake, but also for his own safety as well, as since his awakening, he would thrash violently in his sleep, as if he still believed he was trapped in that blaze. And so to ensure his safety, at least one family member would be stationed with the man while he slept. Though on one night, one of the family members on duty had grown too exhausted to stay any longer, and from the first time since he became lucid, Donald Herbert was left alone. And during that night, he would again start to thrash violently, with Herbert flailing so hard that he would fall out of his bed and strike his head against the floor, causing his brain to stop bleeding. From that moment on, Donald Herbert would never become lucid again, and as a result of his injuries, he would pass away 1 year later from pneumonia.
If you shop on Amazon, you should use this tool. It's a browser extension that...
If anyone had ever thought that such a horrendous thing could happen, obviously we would have stopped.
The Twilight Zone. Throughout its lengthy run, this television series provided some of the most entertaining and memorable moments in all of television. But for this section, I'm going to be cheating a little bit, as rather than looking at an event surrounding the show itself, I'll be highlighting the far less memorable movie version of the series. Simply named Twilight Zone the Movie, the film was broken up into multiple sections serving as sort of an anthology work with 3 separate storylines. And for the sake of this story, only one section and really only one scene bears discussion. The scene was intended to simulate a battle in the Vietnam War, in which the protagonist, a character played by actor Vic Morrow, is attempting to outrun an attack helicopter and escape the area. The footage was intended to serve as the section's dramatic conclusion, with it being described as the following. In the scene that served as the original ending, Bill, the character portrayed by Morrow, stumbles into a deserted Vietnamese village, where he finds 2 young Vietnamese children left behind when a US Army helicopter appears and begins shooting at them. Morrow was to take both children under his arm and escape out of the village, as the hovering helicopter destroyed the village with multiple explosions. Based on that description alone, shooting the scene was going to be tricky and likely a very intense process on the set, as all the effects used were set to be done practically, meaning that they would require an actual helicopter and real pyrotechnics. Not only this, but the director, a man named John Landis, wanted to use actual child actors for the scene, which, given that it was planned to take place at night and near explosions, was technically illegal in the state of California. Despite the laws in place, however, Landis decided to shoot the scene regardless, enlisting 7-year-olds Mika Din Lee and 6-year-olds Renee Shin Yi Chen to play the roles of the Vietnamese children. And with all the pieces now in place, the cameras began to roll on what was set to be the stunning conclusion to this particular section. As the scene starts, the spectacle of it all can't be understated, as the lighting, setting, and the pyrotechnics truly set a haunting tone. However, unbeknownst to the production team, there was a major problem developing. As stated prior, all the effects you see here are real, and during the scene there was an actual helicopter flying just above the actors, which by itself was already very dangerous, and made even more so due to the pyrotechnics. For the pilots, the explosions launched in the air created fireballs in the sky, making things much more difficult to navigate, but those on the ground were never made aware of this. And being pressed to make things look even more and more intense, the crew decided to double down on their explosions, launching 2 massive charges back to back. A decision that proved to be a costly one, as the second blast was so strong that it dislodged the helicopter's tail prop, causing the craft to spin uncontrollably. And within mere seconds, as the cameras roll on the 3 actors trudging their way through the water,
what was that other guy's name again?
Directly on top of them.
Nick Crowley.
Somehow, everyone on board the helicopter survived the wreck, though those on the ground weren't so lucky, as in one split second, the blade of the helicopter slashed into Vic Morrow and Mika Din Lee, instantly decapitating them. And as the craft slammed to the ground, Renee Shin Yi Chen would be crushed beneath its massive weight. In one frame, there were 3 living actors, and in the next, there were none. In retrospect, it's not hard to see the red flags and the dangerous practices being used by the production team. However, following several long legal battles, no one would be found liable in the deaths of the 3 actors, and Landis himself would go on to enjoy an incredibly successful career. The Twilight Zone film would eventually be released years later, only with a different ending.
Before Curology, I used to wake up, wash my face, walk out the door, and it was Pimple City. It was not.
Oh, they're not gonna demolish it. There's nobody'll come in here. I'll fight force with force.
Our final story takes us to the quaint countryside of Buttsfield, England, where a man named Albert Dryden had been living a fairly solitary life. Following his retirement from steelworking, Albert dedicated his life to building up a plot of land which he had purchased in the area. His main goal was to construct a bungalow for his elderly mother where she could live during the summers, while also planning to build some sort of fallout bunker on the same plot. But right from the start, he ran into issues, as his permit request to build these structures on his land was promptly denied. This did not stop Dryden, however, as despite the ruling, he began his construction anyway, believing he had found a workaround with the law, as rather than building the house in a standard manner, he instead dug a deep hole into the ground and began to construct his home there, labeling it as the home in a hole. Due to this, the home only stood about 8 feet or so above the ground, which Dryden believed made the construction legal. However, he was wrong in his assumption, and the building swiftly caused a disagreement between the man and the Derwentshire District Council, with this rift growing more and more amplified as time went on. In the midst of this ordeal, a man named Harry Collinson was appointed as chief of the council and assigned to handle the case as his first order of business. And he did so by initially sending Dryden a letter demanding that he stop construction and also tear down what he had already built. Dryden, however, decided to counter with a court appeal, which was swiftly denied, leading to the court's final order that the building be demolished within 3 months. It was around the same time that the local news began to document the ongoing feud between Dryden and the government, and despite the numerous rulings against him, Dryden still refused to give in to the government's demands, and eventually, the council decided to take matters into their own hands, and decided to demolish the structure themselves. So on June 20th, 1991, Harry Collinson, a demolition team, and a group of police constables traveled to Dryden's property to demolish the structure. Before this group arrived, the decision was made that should Dryden attempt to escalate the situation, they were to immediately back off and come up with another plan to avoid any sort of physical altercation. At the scene, numerous reporters had already began gathering at the property line, including a cameraman for the BBC, who was there to document the feud in real time. And right from the start, it was clear that Dryden was not going to be going down without a fight. The gate to his property was chain-locked, with Dryden standing behind it, pointing to 2 letters that he believed proved that he should be able to keep his structure intact, at least for the time being.
Read that, that's an official letter, and there's an appeal in. There's an inspector coming out on this site in 5 weeks' time.
But it doesn't say that. Where does it say
Well,
that?
I have another letter confirming that.
Can you show me the other
I'm
letter?
not going to show you the other letter, but this chap's coming out in 5 weeks' time. Well, all that I'm asking is to wait 5 weeks for the outcome, maybe 6 weeks. It'll take a week after he's been out.
I'm satisfied, Albert, that there's nothing in these documents that affects the legality
Well, of the enforcement notice that the inspector has confirmed. Well, yes, Harry.
However, Dryden's request for more time was clearly falling on deaf ears, and realizing this, Dryden began to grow more and more agitated, with his tone quickly turning far more menacing.
If you don't open the gate, now we'll obviously have to take the fence down with the machine. So, if you want, you can have some time to remove the fence yourself to minimize the damage. Do you want to do that? Any damage that's subsequently caused as a result of you preventing us doing that will be your liability.
Well, you might not be around to see the outcome of this disaster. Now, you've been warned.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I'm not going to explain, but if you had any sense, you would go away now and wait 5 weeks for the outcome of that. Right? That's my last word on it.
If you show me the letter referring to the 5 weeks
I can't
delay,
show you the letter.
we will consider.
I've told you where the letter is.
At this point, based on their initial plan, the crew should have certainly turned back, as it was now getting to the point that Dryden was outright threatening Collinson, warning him that if he were to step on his property, that something awful was going to happen. And though this did cause Collinson to take a few steps back, he still remained steadfast in carrying out the task and remained on the edge of the property line, standing his ground even when Dryden escalates the situation even further.
What the Lord don't know? Go ahead there.
Can you get a shot of this gun?
As the two stand face to face, Dryden brandishes his pistol and points it directly at Collinson. And wanting to ensure the man's combative behavior was being documented, Collinson asks the cameraman to get a shot of his gun, which subsequently leads to this moment.
Can you get a shot of this gun?
Out of it.
In an instant, with cameras rolling, Dryden fires a shot directly into the chest of Harry Collinson, and then fires another at the crowd standing before him, leading to things devolving into a chaotic scene of running and screaming.
As more shots were fired from a pistol, the camera crew and Look North reporter Tony Belmont ran for cover.
We were standing watching what was going on, and then a shot rang out at the chief planner, fell to the ground, and I felt a shot in the arm, and I've clearly been shot here in the arm.
As the camera crew finally gets to a safe distance and catches their breath, it's revealed that one of the journalists for the BBC had been struck in the arm, along with one of the officers. Though in the midst of all this carnage, we see no sign of Harry Collinson, as by this point, he was likely still on the ground where he had originally fallen, dead from his gunshot wound, with his final words being,
"Can you get a shot of this gun?"
Out of it.
Following the incident, police would engage in a standoff with Dryden, who claimed that he had set up booby traps and landmines, along with other explosives on the property, though this would turn out to be a bluff, and eventually he would be grabbed by officers and taken into custody, where he would subsequently be tried and sentenced to life in prison. And despite his actions on that day, Albert Dryden would go on to become somewhat of a national hero, growing a legitimate fan base for the way he stood up against the government. Dryden would live out his time in prison until 2017 when he suffered a massive stroke, to which he was let out on a compassionate release, with the man eventually passing away just 1 year later. Though his actions that day will forever be immortalized as one of the most notorious and darkest moments in television history. I want to give a big thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring this video. Make sure to check out those links below, as well as my God tier patrons, Alexander Duran, America's Grumpy Uncle, Bazoo for...
Receive up to $48,000 as an egg donor with Fairfax Egg Bank. Help families in need while living your life to the fullest with Fairfax Egg Bank.
Icebergs, one of nature's most awe-inspiring creations.
Hey, coming up next, are you a budding movie maker looking to strut your stuff? We'll show you where to upload and share your videos for the world to see coming up right after this break. Stay here.
Hi, YouTube. This is Chad and Steve. We're the co-founders
of the site
for free and be able to do a bunch of different things with them. YouTube.com is the best place that I've seen it.
Want to know more about YouTube?
Alright, so here we are in front of the elephants.
Congratulations on passing 100 million subscribers.
Really bizarre behavior on her YouTube channel. Videos posted on YouTube.
Very dark side to this site. Who knows if it goes?
The dark side of YouTube, a place that has become an obsession of mine throughout the years, with the vast majority of my uploads being centered around the most disturbed content this site has to offer. And throughout these years, I've accumulated so many topics ranging from the bizarre to the downright terrifying, that I decided to finally put them all together into an iceberg so that I can properly share them with all of you. Most of these will be unique to my channel, but you'll probably recognize a few topics, especially if you've watched my videos before. And in honor of this spooky season, I reached out to a few fellow creators to help me out in taking you guys to the very depths of this site. So without further ado, join me as we journey down YouTube's darkest iceberg. Level 1, Clear Skies. For this layer, I'll be taking you guys through some of the videos and channels that truly terrified me when I was growing up, way before I ever dreamed of becoming a YouTuber. And from there, I'll have some friends join me in walking you through the following levels, which rather than being ranked by obscurity, will instead get darker and darker as we go, at least in my own personal opinion. Until the very end, when I'll close the video off with the content here on YouTube that truly terrifies me today, which I consider to be the darkest on the entire platform. The Real Screams of Hell. This classic video from 2011 reportedly shares an audio clip from a Soviet experiment in which a team of researchers drilled a hole as far as they could into the surface of the Earth. However, upon reaching 14.4 kilometers, the drill suddenly broke through into what seemed to be a large pocket of open space and air. Immediately, the temperature at the site of the drill tip rose to a staggering 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but that was far from the most unusual discovery, as immediately the scientists began to hear the faint sound of screaming emanating from the small opening in the earth. So curiously, they lowered a heat-resistant microphone into the hole, and this is what they recorded.
I warn you, what you are about to hear is very disturbing indeed.
According to the video, this audio shows the persistent screaming from those trapped in hell. And though certainly very creepy, the video is really nothing more than a fabrication inspired by a hoax of a similar manner. Interestingly though, the Soviets did actually perform a similar experiment in which they drilled 12 miles below the Earth's crust, but nothing supernatural was ever recorded. Marina Mordegard Glezgorov. This entry was actually my first encounter with a YouTube mystery back when I was probably around 11 years old, and needless to say, it led to countless sleepless nights. The story revolves around a 20-second video posted to YouTube that showed a man sitting and staring expressionless into the camera, before the shot suddenly cuts to a man smiling nefariously for the final 2 seconds. Aside from being slightly off-putting, the supposed full version of this video is said to be cursed and have horrific effects on whoever views it. According to the legend, this is only part of the actual video. The full video lasts 2 minutes and was removed by YouTube after 153 people who viewed the video gouged their eyes out and mailed them to YouTube's main office in San Bruno. The video itself was only viewed by one YouTube staff member who started screaming after 45 seconds. The man is under constant sedatives and is apparently unable to recall what he saw. The other people who were in the room with him said all they could hear was a high-pitched drilling noise, but none of them dared to look at the screen. Supposed videos of this full version have found their way to YouTube over the years, and though they too are quite creepy, it's not hard to tell that this is just another internet myth. They even went on to identify who this man actually was, though I wish someone would have told that to 11-year-old me. Levitating girl in the woods. While on a walk in an unnamed forest in Russia, a man's dog suddenly bolts off, uncharacteristically running away from its owner and failing to listen to his commands. And upon chasing him deeper into the woods, the owner comes face to face with a bizarre scene.
Tarzan, come here. Что это?
In front of him appeared to be a young girl levitating in the air next to her mother, and upon the cameraman's dog barking, the child comes back down to the ground and runs off, disappearing into the woods. This is another one of those videos that always gave me the creeps back in the day, and watching it back today, it's definitely still a bit scary, but realistically, it's probably nothing more than a hoax. Marina Joyce. This entry refers to one of the more bizarre moments in YouTube's history, as rumors began swirling back in 2016 that popular YouTuber Marina Joyce had been kidnapped and was being forced to make videos. The concern arose as the 19-year-old creator, who was typically bubbly and full of life, began acting differently. In her videos, she seemed to be incredibly nervous, with her eyes constantly shifting off camera, as if someone was directing her on what to do. In one instance, you could even see a finger of someone behind the scenes pointing to where she should stand. And the bizarre moments continued from there, as viewers noticed an influx of bruises on her arms, a moment where she appears to whisper, "Help me," and a gun in the background of one of her videos. During the time, the internet was fixated on this case, which eventually led to the police doing a wellness check on the girl, who clarified that she was safe and she supposedly wasn't actually kidnapped. Marina eventually explained that her change in personality was simply due to her escalating depression, though to this day many believe that she staged the whole ordeal. Angel of Death. This video was the very first scary video that I ever saw on YouTube, when my friend showed it to me in his basement all the way back in 2008, and honestly it left me traumatized and sleepless for weeks, and I still remember it to this day. The video, which I sadly can't show due to age restriction, shows a soccer match in which a player by the name of Abdulrahman Al-Shuaibi is accidentally kicked in the head by an opponent, and following this, something extremely disturbing happens to him. First, he repeatedly falls to the ground and then springs to his feet in a shockingly unnatural manner. And once he finally finds his footing, he begins jogging backwards, as if he had no control over his body. He finally comes to a stop as he falls to his knees, and his body bends back in the most chilling way possible, to which he then falls completely limp to the ground, landing face first and supposedly dying right there on the field. This video is actually very real and is incredibly shocking to watch, but thankfully, Al-Shuaibi would not actually lose his life. Instead, he suffered from a major seizure as a result of the kick to the head, causing his movements to become completely involuntary. But he would quickly go on to make a full recovery and would actually play in the team's very next match. CERN Sacrifice. This video, taken outside the CERN Geneva campus, shows a group of hooded men, accompanied by one woman, gathering beneath a large statue of the Hindu god Shiva. The men then surround the woman, who lies on the ground in the middle, as one man approaches her with a knife and proceeds to stab her, much to the shock of the person recording the ordeal.
Fuck. Shit.
But unsurprisingly, this video too was later proven to be a hoax, with CERN later admitting that some of their scientists had been the ones to carry out the prank while they were attending the campus. Blank Room Soup. Perhaps the most infamous creepy video in YouTube's entire history. This strange clip shows a man feverishly eating a bowl of soup in an all-white room. A strange figure in a horrifying costume then approaches the man from behind and begins to console him, before another figure appears in frame. The two then rub the man's back as he begins to cry, while off camera you can hear the faint sound of laughter. The origin of this video today still seems to be a mystery, but the costumes themselves were found to have been invented by an artist named Raymond Percy, who is best known for his work on Wreck-It Ralph and Zootopia. To this day, he denies any involvement and claims that the costumes were stolen and used for God knows what. However, it does seem more likely that this is just some kind of art project, to which Percy was involved with at least in some capacity. But because he has never fully confessed to it, for now we can only make assumptions. Lost in the Catacombs. This entry refers to a VHS tape supposedly discovered within the Paris catacombs by an urban explorer. On it, the footage shows a man casually filming their journey into the claustrophobic maze of death, before their behavior starts to change. For unknown reasons, the man begins to panic and starts to sprint through the dark catacombs, before dropping his camera in a puddle and running off into the darkness, never to return. If this clip is real, it's very likely that whoever was behind the camera suffered from some sort of anxiety attack due to the claustrophobic and just overall terrifying nature of the catacombs. Those strange symbols and unexplained noises in the background have led others to point to more supernatural explanations. Either way, if it is to be believed, it's likely whoever this man was did not survive the trip. However, most people nowadays believe that this was nothing more than a hoax, potentially put on by an old TV show called Scary But True, where the footage was first aired. And though this is most likely the case, it's interesting to note that the footage does actually show the inside of the catacombs, meaning that if they really did fake this clip, then they definitely went all out for it. Before we go any further down this iceberg, I have to first bring up something that is truly haunting: body odor. That is why I highly recommend today's sponsor, Dr. Squatch. Dr. Squatch offers all natural
Tier 2. Tip of the iceberg. 00390. 00390 refers to a YouTube channel that has been active for over half a decade and continues to post to this day. There are many disturbing videos on this YouTube channel that point to its creator seemingly being some sort of kidnapper and potentially even a serial killer. Though in reality, this doesn't appear to be true. Rather, 00390 seems to be instead an ARG, as some of its most infamous videos were actually taken from completely separate sources, and overall it seems to be more of an art project than anything. But at the end of the day, we really don't know for sure what its origins are. Blood Soup, Svartsapa, 1995. Svartsapa 1995 is a low-res 6-minute YouTube video with less than 1,000 views, 818 at the time of writing. The video begins with what seems to be a sketchy blood drive taking place in an unknown location, where all of the blood collected is put into one big pot. The ingredients for a dish known as Svartsapa are then flashed on the screen, which include the word blod, the Swedish word for blood. We then see the blood taken from the participants mixed in a bowl with the rest of the recipe to create what is essentially human blood soup. The camera then cuts to a scene within a pub where the soup is being served and then eaten by a table full of people. While it's quite uncomfortable to watch and leaves us with many questions, the video is actually nothing more than an art project carried out by a man named Pelle Thorsen. Though that doesn't mean that it wasn't all fake, as part of this performance actually did entail eating the actual soup, which is more disgusting than anything else. New DPRK. New DPRK is a channel that was created back in 2019 that supposedly shows what life is like in North Korea. Each video paints the country as a utopia, filled with happy citizens and a thriving economy, which is quite the contrast to what most of us know about the region. And that's entirely by design, as in actuality, the channel was quite literally created by the North Korean government. This entire page was set up as a way to spread propaganda to the rest of the world, a facade to mask the true conditions of the country, whose citizens are subjected to an incredibly harsh existence. And overall, it's very off-putting seeing how normal some of these videos are, despite how dark their reality is behind the scenes. Bizarre fetishes. This is a strange one. YouTube is an extremely diverse platform that is home to all sorts of niche communities. Most are fairly normal, but the deeper you dig, the stranger and darker they seem to become. For example, take a look at this YouTube channel called Amputees. All of its videos are uploaded of people who have had amputations, along with a favorites playlist, all containing dozens of other clips showing similar content. Even more unusual, many of these clips have hundreds of thousands of views on them, leading to the question, why? Well, this is actually an account that seems to be dedicated to some sort of amputee fetish, with a select group of people consuming this material in a sexual way. And though there's nothing wrong with finding someone with an amputation attractive, this fetish seems to go a bit deeper than that, as on this page are videos of actual amputation surgeries, which are also being viewed sexually. Kanye West suicide song. The Kanye West suicide song alludes to a leaked track by Kanye called Never See Me Again. The song features a sample of Futari Dake No Ceremony by Yukiko Okada, a Japanese singer who committed suicide in the 80s at the age of 21, who Kanye had been studying, even going as far as moving to Japan where he would write this song. And to go along with this dark sample, Kanye's lyricism seems downtrodden and almost defeated, repeating the lines, "It'll be a long time before you ever see me again." Adding to the story, this came during a time in Kanye's life where his mental health had supposedly reached a breaking point and was said to be the lowest time of his life. And given the lyrics, the sample, and the context within his own personal life, it's believed that this song was ultimately meant to be a suicide note, which he would release directly before taking his life. Thankfully, this would never happen. However, the song itself would leak to YouTube years later, where it is now referred to as his suicide song, as his lyrics seem to confirm his intentions. Monkey hate. We mentioned the bizarre fetish rabbit hole that certain YouTube channels and playlists can lead you down. But one of the most baffling and disturbing examples of this is without a doubt the trend of monkey hate on YouTube. There are countless videos and channels dedicated to this unusual trend, but essentially, the content typically shows a monkey or multiple monkeys being tortured in various ways. And though that is sickening enough, the comments are truly what make it horrifying, as users glorify this treatment as saying things like, "Ha ha 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 ha, it's getting everything it deserves," or "Give it to me, I'll give it a good home." Why this type of content is popular and gets the comments it does is not fully understood, but theories range from it being another sort of twisted fetish to it being coded racism. Either way, it truly accounts for one of the darkest sections on all of YouTube. Much like monkey hate, this entry deals with a similarly depraved form of animal abuse, though this has been documented frequently across Nick's channel and will be further highlighted in a video coming later this year. So for the sake of brevity, I won't go deeper into this. Taunting terminally ill girl. Sometimes people will be evil for seemingly no good reason, and this stands out as one of the most inexplicably mean-spirited events ever documented on the web. Kathleen Edwards was a girl who had fallen terminally ill about a decade ago with the same disease, Huntington's, that took the life of her mother at age 24. But whereas nothing seems more deserving of sympathy than a terminally ill child, not everyone viewed the situation in the same manner. And their neighbor, Jennifer Petkov, was instead actively rooting for the death of the child, apparently stemming from her kid not being invited to a party at Kathleen's grandmother's house. Petkov went on a tirade, first posting a disturbing image of the Grim Reaper holding Kathleen's dead mother to the web. Then she posted a skull and crossbones on Facebook, but instead of a regular skull, it was Kathleen's face. And Kathleen's grandmother even said that there was an incident in which Petkov stood on her front porch and yelled, when Kathleen was outside, "I wish that that kid would hurry up and die," with the lady going as far as to deck their vehicle out as a hearse.
Her dispute features a hearse hauling a coffin. Kathleen's family and neighbors say it's been used to harass Kathleen and her mom before her death.
And seeing an interview with her and her lawyer, it seems like there is absolutely no remorse.
Have you learned a lesson?
Yes.
And that is?
To keep my opinions and my views to myself.
In the years since, it appears that Kathleen Edwards has sadly passed away from her condition. meaning some of the precious final years of her life were unfortunately spent dealing with this unnecessary and disturbed harassment. Harrison O'Kinney rescue footage. Harrison O'Kinney was a cook aboard the Jascone 4, a Nigerian tugboat, when he experienced what would be best described as a real-life nightmare. While getting ready at 5 a.m. in the ship's bathroom, a giant wave struck the ship, tearing a hole in the hull and causing the vessel to sink beneath the water. 10 of the 12 crew members on that ship were killed, but O'Kinney had miraculously survived, with the only problem being that he was trapped in the ship's bathroom, and the ship was sinking quickly. Unable to escape, the man accepted his fate before something miraculous happened. A small air bubble had formed in the ship's bathroom where Harrison just so happened to be, and despite the ship now being at the bottom of the ocean, Harrison was still able to breathe. This went on for an astonishing 60 hours when he was finally discovered by a rescue crew that was only coming to the ship to identify and collect bodies.
Okay. All right. All right.
With the rescue being caught on camera and later uploaded to YouTube, you can see the shock in O'Kinney's eyes, a man who must have all but given up hope while waiting for the oxygen in the air bubble to run out. O'Kinney went on to survive and eventually be released from the hospital to live a normal life, though he has sworn to never go out to sea again.
Random acts of violence. This entry refers to the numerous clips across YouTube depicting, well, random acts of violence. The most well-known example of this came back in 2017, when a video would be shared across the site showing a jogger pushing a woman in front of a bus. Luckily, the woman narrowly escaped death, as the bus swerved at the last possible second. But the video remains as a reminder of how cruel people can be, as the shove was done completely at random, and the man went out of his way to try and essentially end this woman's life, for no apparent reason. The popularity of the video led to a worldwide search to try and determine the identity of this man, but frustratingly, he has remained anonymous. Though this is by far the most popular example, it's sadly far from the only example. Like this video, which shows a woman in her mid-50s planting flowers along a sidewalk in Seattle, and though her actions were incredibly innocent and wholesome, a young man walking by would approach her from behind and kick her directly in the face, leaving the woman badly injured. This man was thankfully caught and identified as 19-year-old Isaiah Clay Lewis, who had a history of domestic abuse as well as other assault charges. Thankfully, it appears that he is still in prison, awaiting his trial. Man dies standing up. This strange video was shot at a mall in Kazakhstan, where a group of people crowd around a man who appears completely frozen in an upright position. For the video's runtime, the crowd never successfully gets the man to move, and chillingly, when the medics went to pick him up, his body was completely stiff. The title of this video suggests that this man had somehow died standing up, and looking at the video, it's easy to see why, as not once does the man move. But in reality, something even stranger happened. It was said that the man had spent the entire day binge drinking when his body suffered an incredibly rare symptom called alcoholic stupor. This is the final stage of alcohol intoxication before coma, and occurs when the blood alcohol content level is nearly 0.40. For reference, you're considered drunk when you're at 0.08. This causes the person to lose motor function and stops them from responding to any stimuli around them. In this instance, it led to the man essentially freezing in place, apparently for well over an hour. Luckily, medics were able to pump the man's stomach, and he would go on to make a full recovery. Though this video remains chilling nonetheless, as there's something so unnatural and off-putting about a man stuck in time, likely one drink away from death. Rabies in humans. When we think of rabies, we typically think about wild animals who foam at the mouth when they contract it. But sadly, humans are susceptible to this terrifying disease as well. It first causes flu-like symptoms that quickly progress into agitation, confusion, and aggression. As things progress, humans begin to hallucinate and suffer from hydrophobia, or the fear of water. This disease is devastating and virtually 100% fatal after the first symptoms emerge. Luckily, we now have an effective vaccine against rabies, but videos exist of a time before a preventative treatment was available that show these haunting effects on camera. Some of the most disturbing include this child who had developed a fear of water, which likely led him to pass away due to dehydration. Flocka videos. Flocka is a synthetic drug that attempts to stimulate the effects of cocaine and methamphetamine for a much cheaper price tag. But like many drugs, they can often take over a person and make them completely unlike themselves. Flocka is commonly referred to as the zombie drug, and the videos here on YouTube show us exactly why many call it that, as it makes these people look and act like legitimate zombies. These videos are extremely prevalent across the site, and they all serve as a warning to stay far away from Flocka. Russian dog experiments. Ah yes, this one is old but gold. This refers to a video created by Soviet scientist Sergei Brokonenko, a man best known for creating one of the first heart and lung machines. And though this invention has revolutionized the world of medicine, its roots are very dark, as during the testing phase, Sergei would use dogs to test his machine. The video shows the head of a dog, detached from its body, but with Sergei's machine, it's still alive. It's extremely disturbing, but experiments like this were very common back in the 50s and 60s, as on another occasion, scientists attached the head of a dog onto another healthy dog. The result was this: a dog with two heads, both of which were actually functioning. The dog would go on to survive for 38 days before it eventually perished. Making a real PC gaming chair. At first glance, this video appears relatively normal, as it portrays exactly what the title says. It shows a group visiting a junkyard and finding an old car, in which they remove the seat from and turn it into a gaming chair. However, looking a bit closer, you start to realize that the video is far stranger than it seems, as when looking at the car's windshield, you can notice several bullet holes, a few of which enter the vehicle directly in front of the seat they chose. And to make it stranger, when the cameraman is showing off the seat, you can see what appears to be long, dried blood in the back, making it likely that someone had been shot and maybe even killed, whilst sitting in that very seat. And strangest of all, no one in the video reacts to it at all, just adding to the unsettling atmosphere of the clip. This was the original name of a channel run by a young man who seemed to have an obsession with a number of girls. He would find girls that caught his eye. Some were contestants on Wheel of Fortune, while others were childhood stars or even just random internet users. And then he would obsessively post about them on one of his many channels, as he's known to have at least 10 accounts. The videos are incredibly creepy, as this person simply whispers the name of these young women over and over again. In one particular clip, he even doxed one of the girls in the description, making it clear that he had been actively trying to locate her behind the scenes. BHFS. Spanning a total of just 8 seconds, this video showcases what is likely the most devastating moment of a man's life. It shows a cluster of dead cattle and a man, who is lying with them in the background, thrashing and screaming at the top of his lungs. No words were spoken, and no context is given to the video, but it's not hard to assume that the man wailing in the back was the owner of these animals, and their sudden death had broken him. Those cattle were clearly everything to him, and were likely one of the main things supporting him and potentially his family. Yet, in an instant, they were gone, for reasons unknown. I wish we knew more about what was really happening here, as the clip seems so reminiscent of the Lake Niles incident discussed previously on this channel. But ultimately, the man's reaction tells us all we really need to know about how devastating this video really is. El Chapo's son. El Chapo's son refers to a video posted by the New York Times, which includes body cam footage of the moment they discovered Ovidio Guzman Lopez, the son of Joaquin Guzman, better known as El Chapo. Lopez himself is the cartel leader, and his capture was said to be a long time coming given the countless crimes he had committed. However, a few days after his arrest, the Mexican government would order his release when a Sinaloa cartel took over much of the city. In the days after this video was filmed, virtually every officer shown in the footage would be hunted down and killed by the cartel they had been trying to stop. Pastor Bit by Snake. Pastor Bit by Snake refers to a video depicting a ritual performed by Cody Coots, a pastor at the Full Gospel Tabernacle Church, located in Kentucky, is known in particular for their rituals, which involve drinking poisons and handling venomous snakes to prove your devotion to God. Yeah. In the video, we see Cody delivering a sermon in 2018 with confidence, before the snake abruptly bites him. He continues to deliver the sermon, but quickly becomes so weak that he had to be carried out of the church and rushed to the hospital. He would survive, but only after 10 days in the ICU, meaning that this bite left him within inches of his life. But perhaps the strangest part of all of this is the fact that his father, Jamie Coots, had sustained a venomous snake bite during this exact type of ritual back in 2013. Like his son, Jamie had been holding the snake too closely, prompting it to sink its venomous fangs into him. However, unlike his son, Jamie would not survive the ordeal, as he passed away soon after. Hiccup Girl. Hiccup Girl refers to Jennifer Mee, a Floridian woman who became known in 2007 for her seemingly never-ending case of hiccups. In the video, she gives information on trying to stop it, how long it's been going on, etc.
Abdominal pains, throat pains, back pains. It's unbelievable.
The video itself is harmless. It's what happens after that gives it a hindsight case of sinister energy. In June 2007, Mee's popularity waned after she successfully cured her hiccups, but she gained more attention after it was reported that she ran away from home. From there, she reportedly began to rob people with partners Lamont Newton and LaRon Rayford. This continued until 2010, in which she lured a man with the help of Newton and Rayford into a house before killing him. They apparently got $50 from the robbery and were soon after arrested. Mee's attorney attempted to defend her by saying she had schizophrenia, evidencing her hiccups as a side effect, but this did not work, and she currently serves life in prison without parole. Today, watching this video, it's disturbing to see what such an innocent seeming figure became over the course of 3 years, to go from hiccuping on the news to life without parole on the news.
Hello everybody, it's me, Wendigoon, and today I am so happy that the Nick Crowley invited me to talk to you all about level 4 of this iceberg. Now, I have been a fan of Nick Crowley forever. In fact, he was one of the main inspirations for me to start a channel, so for me to get to a point where I, a person who's never even seen an iceberg in real life, gets invited onto his channel is a really big deal, and Nick, it really does mean a lot. But enough with the sappy stuff. I know you all want to continue on with this iceberg, so I am happy to take you on the journey through Tier 4, the body. Heaven's Gate Exit Statements. Heaven's Gate Exit Statements refers to a 2-hour-long video where members of the infamous Heaven's Gate cult gave their final statements before the group's mass suicide in March of 1997. Heaven's Gate believed a variety of things, but in the 90s they became convinced that their bodies were merely containers or vehicles for consciousness, and that upon death they would be transferred into what they considered their next level bodies.
If you use the analogy of a car, people may keep their cars for a long time before they finally wear out and they clunk out. Or some people, they say, well, here's a newer model, it's much nicer, and this one, doesn't quite perform the way I could, and I'd like to move into this new car. Get rid of the old one, get a new one. I mean, that's about all we're talking about. It's not a big deal.
Shortly after the filming, every member shown in this video would take their own life by consuming a poisonous blend of applesauce or pudding before tying plastic bags to their heads and passing away in their beds. Our next entry is Albert Soap. Albert Soap was a 22-year-old YouTuber who posted a vast array of content across the site. But his most recent endeavor was producing and starring in fictional videos about Vikings. The videos portray a unique blend of comedy and genuinely emotional moments and featured an extremely high production value. But sadly, when shooting for the latest installment of his Viking series, tragedy would strike. In the summer of 2021, Albert would climb a tall cliff in the Italian Alps in order to get the perfect scenic shot for his video. Near the top, Albert would start to lose his footing before eventually plummeting 656 feet to the ground below, killing him instantly. It is also worth noting that some have claimed Albert actually recorded his fall, with a few videos being found on YouTube claiming to show his final moments. But to this point, I don't think any of these have been confirmed, and out of respect, they won't be shown here. What's very interesting about this to me is that this isn't the only situation of a YouTuber potentially recording their own death. And whenever I hear about a case like this, it's incredibly haunting to go back and watch everything that led up to it. And it's like whenever you're watching that person in those videos from the past, you know the eventual end that their story is going to lead to before the person in the video does, and there's something so temporally haunting about that, and it's absolutely a tragedy. She's Still Sleeping. She's Still Sleeping refers to a video of the same title in which YouTuber Timothy Birmingham records one of his typical morning vlogs. In it, he jokes that his wife is sleeping in later than usual, even briefly showing the room in which she was lying.
Hey, it is me, Timothy. She's still sleeping.
While this seems sweet and innocent, the truth behind this video is much more tragic. It turns out that Timothy's wife had actually passed away in her sleep, hence why she appeared to be sleeping for so long. And when filming, and even after uploading, Timothy hadn't realized that the love of his life was actually dead. It's truly sad to see a nice guy like Timothy go through something like this, especially publicly on YouTube. But it's satisfying to know that he remained in good spirits and continues posting videos to this day. In the subsequent uploads that he had after this, he spoke about how having the YouTube audience and the comments there to help him through this experience, which he vlogged throughout, was a huge help to him, and he felt like this online family helped him cope with the loss of his wife. So while initially a very shocking and, as it should be, tragic situation, there's also a little bit of light in that the fact he was able to share that moment with so many people led to so much care and attention being put towards him, that while not a happy ending, it's definitely better than it could have turned out. Up next is Colleen Ritzer CCTV. The Colleen Ritzer CCTV video refers to the disturbing Philip Kism trial, in which a 14-year-old student of the same name had raped and murdered his 24-year-old teacher, Colleen Ritzer, in a bathroom of the school. Following the incident, he would put her in a garbage can and roll her out of the school into the woods nearby. Everything leading up to and immediately following this murder was chillingly caught on the school CCTV. You can see Colleen happily walking to the bathroom, unaware of the fact that Philip had been following closely behind her. The footage also shows Philip wheeling out the garbage can that he put Colleen's body into as he walks out of frame heading towards the woods. Philip was eventually caught after Ritzard's body was discovered in the nearby forest, and he is currently serving a life sentence with 40 years parole eligibility. Cases like this provide an especially large amount of fear, at least for me, because whenever you're in the public sphere, you feel like that you're safe or at least seen, but as things like this prove, evil can still happen even if under a watchful eye. And while the footage itself and what happened to Colleen Ritzer is absolutely abysmal, it is good that it was there as a means of putting Philip behind bars for good. After that, we have the infamous RJ the Smoker. RJ the Smoker was a channel run by a man named RJ who would discuss a variety of smoking-related topics as well as actually smoking and reviewing different types of cigarettes. His first upload, My First Smoking Vid, was posted on January 22nd of 2010 and would be followed by hundreds of other videos throughout the years. RJ seemed to have a passion for tobacco, smoking, and YouTube, but unfortunately this seemed to lead to his downfall. From his first video to October 2015, all seemed well until RJ posted a video titled Important Update.
RJ,
presented himself to Watchers Cross Hospital in East London. X-ray was done, and what followed was a chain of events I could not even dream in my worst nightmares.
In this video, he describes his recent visit to the doctor and his lung cancer diagnosis. Even at this point, RJ looked like a shell of the person smoking in my first smoking vid. But from this moment on, RJ declined even further. During this time, he would shift his focus from solely smoking and begin a series documenting his journey with cancer. He remained active on the channel until November 4th of 2016, when cancer finally claimed his life. This is especially chilling, not only because, as I mentioned earlier, there are several cases of people chronicling their death on YouTube. However, there are not many cases of people chronicling what led to it. And whenever you put the sum of all of it together, it's not only a tragic story, but also a sort of cautionary tale. Up next, we have Chelino Sanchez. Chelino Sanchez refers to the popular Mexican singer, Chelino Sanchez, who made a string of hits during his career in the 80s and early 90s. He's best known for creating narco corridos, a subgenre of Mexican folk music that deals with tales of the drug trade and cartel life. His final performance can be found on YouTube, where he's shown receiving a note on stage. Chelino ponders the contents of the note for a moment, with sweat beading down his forehead before he finally begins to sing. Hours after the concert, his body would be found blindfolded, tied up, and dumped by a river, 2 gunshots in the back of the head. It would later be revealed that the note Chelino was handed had come straight from the cartel, who viewed the songs he sang as a threat to their business. The letter was a threat, telling him that if he chose to perform that night, he would be killed, yet Chelino decided to sing anyway, despite knowing that it would cost him his life. All the ones I've covered up until this point are very sad and tragic stories, and this is also a sad and tragic story, but Chelino was a baller. Imagine that. You have spent all this time talking about the evils and the wickedness of the cartel, and one night they say, if you do this show, we're gonna kill you, and you just start singing. Our next entry is Diana Loveday. Diana Loveday refers to a former YouTube channel run by a woman of the same name. She would create meal tutorials along with short vlogs documenting her travels.
Welcome to my kitchen, where I really like to cook, but I'm often short on time, so speed is the hook.
The contents of her channel is completely harmless. However, outside of YouTube, Loveday's story is far more sinister. In June of 2014, Loveday filed for divorce from her ex-husband, Greg Mulvihill, after 7 years of marriage. And while she was initially granted full custody of her children, Greg went on to file for joint custody, causing Loveday to launch a string of accusations in order to maintain full control of their kids. By the summer of 2016, the court would rule that Loveday had to share custody with Mulvihill as well as pay him child support, causing a variety of changes in her life like selling her condo, among other things. But this is where it takes a strange turn. On the 4th of September of 2016, Greg received a phone call from a number he didn't recognize. The person on the line claimed to be a private investigator who had information on the custody battle that could help in his favor. Warily, Greg and his friend Jason Kovac went to the dirt path of Avedina Soledad. There, a man came out and shot Greg in his torso before quickly fleeing the area. Thankfully, Greg would survive the attack as the bullet had missed any vital organs and has gone on to make a full recovery. Soon after, it was discovered that none other than Diana Loveday masterminded the assassination attempt against her ex-husband in order to win back full custody of her children. She and co-conspirator and lover Weldon McDavid were found guilty in the court and are currently serving lengthy sentences. So this one I can have a bit more fun with because no one actually died. So my challenge to you, because the channel's still up, is to find a cooking video and then show your mom and midway through be like, hey, you know, she tried to kill her husband. And then let me, or more specifically Nick, know in the comments how that goes, because this isn't my video, so I can sabotage this all I want. So thanks, Nick. Up next, we have Dolly Flesh. Dolly Flesh is the name of a claymation channel, whose work is nothing shy of disturbing. In these videos, scenes of murder and rape would be graphically depicted, and over time the content only got more and more disturbed and detailed. But it's not just the artwork that makes this channel so twisted, as it more so has to do with the creator behind it. The man's name is Leighton Allen LeBou, and in May of 2019 he would publish the video 1 kid, 3 hamsters to the Dolly Flesh channel.
I recently purchased some hamsters from PetSmart. I got 3 of them. I haven't thought of names yet. Not so good with names because I can't keep them. Make up mine when it comes to names.
The clip shows Layton playing with 3 hamsters that had just recently been bought from the pet store. And though nothing of note is shown in the clip, the description provides a haunting clue of what Layton would do with these innocent animals, as it read, pinned, stabbed, drowned, microwaved. In the following days, a video would emerge across the web of Layton using those very tactics to torture each hamster, eventually killing them. The video received so much attention that Layton would actually be arrested for abusing the animals, and he has yet to return to YouTube since. I'm decently familiar with this case because a friend of mine, Turkey Tom, made an excellent video about this, which shout out to that guy. But what was especially haunting to me about going through the accounts and everything associated with it is it initially started as these very graphic claymation depictions between just 2 random claymation figures, but then he began incorporating himself into the fantasies, and then after that he began to wear clay masks, and then we see the violence go from the claymation figures to hamsters, and the entire thing put together is like textbook dangerous serial killer behavior. And considering that he will be out fairly early, or at least in the next few years if I remember correctly, this is a message to everyone: be on the lookout for Layton LeBeau wherever he turns up, because my money is on the fact that he's not going to leave the internet or popularity for good. Up next we have Jating Min Til Hildar. I know I pronounced something wrong there, and I'm very sorry. Jating Min Til Hildar, which translates to My Confession to Hildur, is a video by a man named Gunnar Runar Sigurþórsson, I'm so sorry, who was confessing his love to a woman named Hildur. He believed that he and Hildur shared a special romantic connection, and he soon fell in love with her, with this video being the first time he'd share his feelings openly.
Hi. Detta myndband ätlaðan Hildi. Þetta frekar erfitt fyrir mig að segja. Það er rosalega feiminn. En
However, his love was misguided, as Hildur had been happily married at the time to a man named Haynes Helgason. This enraged Gunnar, and looking to free Hildur of this relationship, he decided to visit Haynes late one night. He proceeded to sneak into the man's house before violently attacking and killing him in his sleep. But worst of all, due to a number of legal loopholes in Gunnar's home country of Iceland, he's currently not even in prison. And as we speak, he's out there living as a free man. Even worse, he's reportedly been active on Tinder in recent years as well, making one wonder what he'll do in the name of love next. There's jokes about Iceland being such a peaceful country that they don't even have like a crime watch or investigative branch of government. I don't think they're jokes. Like, this dude, clear as day, straight up murdered someone, but because paperwork wasn't filed right somewhere, they're like, all right, get out of here. Like the warning I gave about Dolly Flesh, if you're in the country of Iceland and you have Tinder, just keep that in mind. But moving on, we have rising kayaking star.
And you're going to run Great Falls 3 years later.
I am.
That doesn't strike you as overreaching?
I wouldn't say overreaching. It would strike me as confident.
Rising Kayaking Star refers to the 60-minute special done on extreme kayaker Shannon Christie, which would follow her participation in an annual kayaking race in the Potomac River. Day 1 of the bout went off without a hitch, as Shannon had spent the day learning the rapids and getting accustomed to the area. But the following day was much different.
2 days before the race was to start, our cameras spotted an empty kayak at the bottom of the falls. It was Shannon Christie's. No one saw it happen, but somehow she had come out of her kayak, been swept over subway, and killed. Her body trapped under an avalanche of water.
When the film crew arrives at the rapids to film for the day, they immediately find Shannon's kayak flipped upside down, floating in the middle of the river. The remainder of the video follows search efforts to try and locate the woman until they eventually locate her body, which was pinned under the water by the force of a waterfall. Sadly, Shannon was no longer alive. Whenever I went on vacation to Niagara Falls, we got to one of the water swells at the bottom of the falls themselves, and the guide said that you can take a life jacket, throw it in the water, it'll suck down, and then it won't come up for 2 weeks. So imagine what would happen at the base of these waterfalls to a person. So this doesn't speak anything against Shannon or her capabilities, just the fact that water and nature is a very powerful force to be reckoned with. And then finally, for the last entry on this tier, we have Mr. Anime. Mr. Anime refers to a YouTube channel known as Lens Cat Productions, aka Trey Sessler. Sessler was one of the early adopters of YouTube, starting his channel all the way back in 2006. He, along with a few other YouTube channels, became known for posting videos talking about and critiquing anime. He's commonly credited with kickstarting the general anime community on the platform. Sessler had a dark side though, one that became increasingly hard to hide as time went on. While his fame and channel grew, behind the scenes Sessler had become obsessed with disturbing topics like serial killers and mass shooters. But unlike the true crime fans of today, Sessler seemed to be an active admirer of these figures, even going as far as to make rankings of his favorite mass shooters and serial killers. Eventually, this led to his decision that he would become a mass shooter himself, and for years he loaded up on weapons while studying the methods of the killers that he admired. Real weapons began to make appearances in his videos, and violence became a more prevalent topic of discussion on his channel. Then in February of 2012, he announced on YouTube that he would be taking a short break. He would then post an update in March that he had found.
Do you want free crystals sent to you every month? Yes, I said it. Free every month.
Both beautiful and treacherous.
Welcome back to part 2 of YouTube's Darkest Iceberg. With this format, each level will progressively get darker and darker until we reach the very bottom, where I'll go over some of the content here that to this day leaves me utterly disturbed. And like last time, I'll be having some friends join me in guiding you down to the very depths of this iceberg. But unlike last time, things are about to get much more disturbing. So sit back, relax, and I will see you all at the very bottom.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Yes, it's your boy Carcass.
I want an armadillo crossbow.
This shit's so fucking.
I said I want an armadillo crossbow that I can't use.
Into the pedophiles. Romeo Lacoste.
We need to do Death's Door just going and get the fucking bone bowl
tattoo artists in the celebrity sphere. Romeo ran a YouTube channal centered around his career, where he would accrue fame after racking.
Yeah, I don't think that quest is bad, or is that the bad one? I can't remember.
Predatory accusations began.
Yeah, I thought that was a fairly easy one.
With young fans behind the scenes. In March of 2019, a series of DMs and text messages between Romeo and
just gotta do Lost.
with the messages coming from back in 2016, when the girls were just 14 and 15 years old. Despite their young age, Romeo sent them a manifold of violent,
we gotta do Goblin
sexually
Diplomacy.
messages, all the while knowing full well he was chatting with minors. And from then on, his once enjoyable life began to cascade down an agonizing staircase of anguish, as more allegations were lobbied in his way. His ex-girlfriend went on record and claimed she too was groomed
but we also need animal
only
magnesium.
14 at the time they started.
Oh yeah, for sure. Animal magnetism. We need that for saving resources, especially when we start using things that
predators usually do.
actually
Somehow
cost
managed to
money.
make things even worse for himself by opening his foul mouth.
There's a part where you say, "Are you willing to do it before
Yes.
you turn 18?"
Yes, so let me address that. So that I'm not gonna deny that was real, but here's the big loop about it. Here's the big sort of like, fabrication, smoke and mirrors or whatever that everyone's not getting to see is that, a lot of these girls. I'll just make a quick backtrack. I'll keep it really short.
It is now clear that Romeo is in fact yet another statistic in the long line of pathetic internet predators who have gone unpunished. And this has not stopped him from continuing his career as an influencer. Despite his channel floating dead like a bloated corpse in the murky waters of YouTube history, he has gone on to grow a sizable following on TikTok, many of whom are unaware of his disturbing history. I could have been a predator. In what may go down as one of the most sussy self-reports on YouTube, a creator by the name of Glendon Cameron would post a video in 2021 titled, "I could have been a predator. That R. Kelly energy is different and all-consuming." Okay. In it, the 55-year-old man shares a story about sleeping with a 17-year-old girl. Apparently, she had told him that she was actually 21, and yet despite discovering she was still a senior in high school while he himself was over 40 years old, he made the decision to continue sleeping with her for the next 5 years while persisting to admit he had much similar instances with other young girls.
And I was like, I need you to tell me something. How old are you? And then she got very silent and she said, I'll be 18 in 4 months. And you know what I kept doing? I kept f***ing her.
On top of his 1000 IQ Among Us strategic move to
9K.
confess to this, he would also go on to express sympathy for R. Kelly, comparing themselves
9K.
as they both seem to have an appetite for younger girls.
I have a
60.
similar appetite to R. Kelly. I like young women.
Before further dismissing claims that R. Kelly was a predator by saying,
R. Kelly is being portrayed as a predator, right? Did he hold a gun to these women's heads?
currently, Glendon runs a channel called the Institute of Economic Thought. Okay, why the f*** do predators always title their shit like this, like they're some kind of pretentious intellectual? We see right through you, buddy. Shut the f*** up. It has over 100,000 subscribers, not to mention his other countless pages hosting utterly garbage content. EDP 445. What was probably one of the most explosive stories in all of 2021 YouTube. EDP was a once popular creator who had been caught attempting to meet a 13-year-old girl whom he had been sending explicit messages to for months.
We have you talking to Sophie, correct? Yes or no?
Right.
And before we get into the messages, there was sexual content involved, yes or no?
Right.
And you sent
Correct.
Okay, all right. So what brings you out here today?
Oh, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
This led to the instantaneous removal of his YouTube channel, and what many assumed to be the end of his online career. As on top of this, the infamous cupcake incident was far from the first time allegations have come out against him. It would seem he has a long history with messaging minors. Interestingly, in spite of the immense backlash he's faced, he is still attempting to make a comeback to this day, having been caught on sites like Vimeo, TikTok, and of course, YouTube, where he recently started a new channel within just a few weeks of Nick starting this video. Though all of these accounts, to our knowledge, have since been taken down. The fact he's still trying to carve his silly self back into the online sphere after everything he's done means that this likely won't be the last time we hear from him. What saddens me the most, though, is the fact that these new pages quickly gain a considerable amount of fanfare in their short lifespans, as many of his fans have forgiven him for his predatory ways. Sad. Plasma Master Don. Once considered a wholesome figure by masses on the internet, known for his shitty covers of popular songs. It would eventually be publicly unveiled by the one and only Nicholas Crowley that this feeble elderly man, Donzel Owens Jr., was actually a convicted sex offender. Called it. But perhaps the most surprising development came in the weeks following the expose Nick made about him, as the Don would soon brutally die after this. The plot twist of Plasma Master Don's anti-redemption arc on YouTube truly remains one of the most captivating stories ever to unfold in this platform, and shows us yet again that even the most wholesome personalities on camera are still capable of doing some of the greatest evils behind closed doors. 7 Super Girls. Perhaps one of the most high-profile predator cases in YouTube's history. 7 Super Girls was a channel that had amassed over 9 million subscribers. Its content ranged from shopping hauls to skits to daily routines, but at its core was always centered around a variety of teenage girls, as this was also the page's targeted demographic, at least as it appeared on the surface. Its creator, a man named Ian Rylett, was also the founder of a variety of other teen-based channels, with a man garnering a staggering 17 million subscribers in total. And for years, he operated these channels with minimal controversy, earning him an enormous amount of wealth in the process. As is the normal life cycle with channels like these, it would all come crashing down in 2019 when he was accused of molesting one of the underage actresses he hired. On top of this, Ian would often undress this particular actress and threaten her with fines if she refused to give in to his demands. Upon the allegation being made, it would also be brought to light that the contracts he forced solely to his underage actresses to sign were concerning, to say the least. With one line reading, "It is likely there will be physical or bodily contact, potentially of an intimate nature." You pedophiles never fail to disgust the world around you. The discovery eventually led to Ian's arrest, to which he would plead guilty of molestation and be charged with lewd or lascivious battery of a minor. And what was his punishment, you may be wondering? Life in prison? That'll do. 20 years. I'll take that. 10 years? Better than nothing. 5 years. Okay, you're pushing it. 1 year? You are joking, right? No, how about 90 days? Yeah, he got sentenced to 3 months in prison. Anyway, Ian's channels were terminated by YouTube, and that's the end of 7 Supergirls. Fake challenges. Though the focus of this section has solely been on creators, in reality the majority of the predators here on YouTube are hiding in the audience. Very early on, disturbed individuals discovered that if they could find little-known YouTube channels run by young kids, they could coerce them into performing lewd acts for them, and they did so under the guise of fake challenges. Essentially, the commenter would propose a challenge they made up themselves in order to have the child creator get into a suggestive pose or perform an action with sexual undertones. For example, one of these predators would comment on a child's video saying they should try the bend over challenge or the shower challenge, spurring kids to film themselves doing said action and uploading it to YouTube, completely unaware that they were providing sexualized content for the commenter. It's an extremely sickening practice, though one that thankfully has been drastically reduced through YouTube removing the comment sections on videos made by minors. This section has been brought to you by Mama Max. Subscribe to my YouTube channel because I'm better than Nexpo and Nick Crowley combined. If you had to compare both of us, you'd probably say they're like Krillin, and I'm like Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye-bye now.
Thank you so much, Max. Everyone make sure to go not subscribe to him. From here on out, things are going to get even less brand friendly, and demonetization is pretty much inevitable, so I want to give a massive thank you to our sponsor, Upside, for making this video financially possible. It is no secret that here in the US, inflation...
Sick of all the ads like this one? Just head to adskiller.com, click on Activate Now.
Linda Rogers' last video. Linda Rogers' last video refers to a tragic event that occurred back in February of 2018. Around this time, there had been a series of natural gas leaks that unfortunately resulted in a number of houses quite literally exploding in an instant. These leaks led to the deaths of 9 people across North and Central Texas, including the subject of this video. The video itself is a time-lapse of 12-year-old Linda Michelita Rogers, who was supposed to be included in a morning-style vlog video she was creating. Unfortunately, though, this video would never be completed, as shortly into the time-lapse, one of these freak gas explosions occurs. In just a matter of 3 frames, you see Linda, electricity, and flames, and then smoke before it cuts to black. Linda did not survive the blast, leaving only this chilling clip to show what she was doing in her final moments, which her family has since uploaded to bring awareness to this terrifying phenomena. Body in a Cooler. This entry deals with a clip that surfaced back in 2020, titled Found Dead Body in a Cooler at a Lake, in which a group of kids discover a long-abandoned cooler in the woods.
That shit is gay. I dug deep all over it. It smells so bad. There's maggots. Oh no, fuck that.
They're goofing around and laughing, as most kids at their age would, but things begin to grow more serious as they notice it's emitting a terrible smell. This group takes turns daring each other to open it, until someone finally does. And what they find inside is nearly indescribable. It's impossible to tell what it really is, or was, as the cooler was completely filled with what the kids first assumed to be dead fish. Though in the last 2 minutes of the video, they begin to realize that this may very well be something far more sinister, and they decide to call the police. The footage ends with no resolution, leaving an air of uncertainty surrounding their discovery. Though within the comments, an update would soon emerge describing the alleged truth behind the substance found in the cooler, which read, "Update on this situation. It was a dead infant that was neglected and abandoned in that cooler filled with water. Location will not be disclosed due to privacy reasons. The validity of this video is something that is yet to be confirmed, meaning that this could quite possibly be a hoax, but something about the contents of that cooler seems all too real." Granny Ripper. Granny Ripper refers to a video on YouTube depicting the infamous Russian serial killer, Tamara Samsonova. Samsonova was arrested in July of 2015 on suspicion of 2 murders, but is now suspected of nearly 15. She has since become infamous, not only for her crimes, but for her old age, as at the time of her arrest, she was nearly 70 years old, though this didn't stop her from committing some of the most gruesome crimes imaginable. In the YouTube video, serial killer Granny Ripper filmed footage Russia. We see Samsonova standing in an inconspicuous blue parka captured by her apartment CCTV. Carefully, she walks back and forth, bringing out what appears to be a covered pot. On the evening of July 26, the body of Samsonova's roommate, Valentina Nikolaevna Ulanova, was discovered decapitated with severed limbs, with it later being determined that within this very container was the actual head of Ulanova. Samsonova would be arrested on July 29, 2015, thanks to the damning CCTV footage that has now been leaked to YouTube. Though what many have found most chilling about this video was the smile she gives upon her capture, even blowing a kiss to the camera, clearly showing a complete lack of remorse for all the death she caused. The streamer finds a body. There have been a few instances of streamers happening upon a deceased person. This entry specifically refers to a video in which 2 streamers named Goo Cheese and Stop Speeding are streaming a casual walk down a sidewalk. Goo Cheese then mentions that when she had been walking by the same spot earlier, she had passed a homeless man who was not moving, though they had assumed that they were simply sleeping. However, upon walking past that same location, the 2 noticed that the man is still there.
Oh my god, this guy? Or no, it's not this guy. Someone was in like a bed sheet and I thought they were a dead body. You're not a dead body, are you?
The 2 joke around, attempting to get the attention of the man and wake him up, though there is no response. This leads to one of the individuals feeling the arm of the man, only to discover that the body is freezing cold. The stream then devolves to chaos as Goo Cheese breaks down crying, with the reality setting in that the man has passed.
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay.
It's a tragic scenario, not just for the man whose life was lost, but also for the streamers who undoubtedly live with the trauma of discovering a dead body, and all while they're just trying to have a normal stream with their audience. The Last Selfie Photo. The Last Selfie Photo is a video showing what looks to be dozens of people clinging to the wheels of a plane as it prepares to take off. It quickly becomes clear that their idea here is to ride the plane
Yes, I got a plane.
hitchhike the train. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. This video was recorded in August 2021 in Afghanistan, mere hours after the United States announced that they were withdrawing all military presence in the area. Many Afghan people realized that this country would soon fall to the Islamist extremist Taliban and did whatever they could to escape. And within this footage, we see a group of people attempting to do just that. Though their attempts would be futile, as everyone who hung onto the plane either were crushed when the wheels shifted back into the plane's body or fell to their deaths soon after liftoff. Their actions are unfortunately reflective of sheer desperation to escape, especially considering that even if they had managed to hang on somehow, their bodies would not have been able to withstand the extreme cold of that altitude, meaning that they were not going to make it either way. Thankfully, the video cuts off before we see the devastation firsthand, but the aftermath was likely extremely brutal. Schizophrenia Dad refers to a video in which the uploader, Newsy Girl 2008, records her father in various stages of what appears to be a mental break, which is confirmed by the text at the beginning of the video, stating that this footage was recorded on the way to a psych ward.
Hello, Bride of Christ. This is your little servant boy, King of America.
It starts out with the dad addressing the camera, rambling nonsensically, before a darker turn. The video cuts and we can see the uploader's dad hanging out on the side of a car. You can hear the family members pleading for him to get back into the vehicle, though it's obvious that this episode had left him completely out of control. The video ends with footage of him flashing passing cars and smoking a cigarette while continuing his rambling. Delving into the comments section, the uploader reveals that prior to this video, her dad had been missing for weeks before returning and dragging her brother out of bed. Her comments go on to say, "My mom and I didn't know until we heard my brother cry out for help, but by then we were in the car and driving away. We thought he was going to kill my brother, but he came back and my brother told us he had drowned our dog in the river. He stripped naked, so mom said, time to go to the hospital." It turns out the man in this video is named Roland Cannard, and unfortunately, he didn't make it very long after this video was recorded, as he died of suicide on November 25th, 2001, about a year after the footage was taken. Rapire. Rapire refers to another haunting bit of CCTV footage. In it, we see a bus preparing to let people off as people walk by idly on the sidewalk. About 45 seconds in, as riders exit the vehicle, a black car recklessly pulls up behind the bus and comes to a stop. A figure then emerges from the car and grabs one of the riders, a girl who was just 15 years old, and then forces her to the ground. After a few seconds off camera, they come back into frame and the man forces the person into the car. They then quickly take off into the night. This is a pretty cut and dry kidnapping, but what's most disturbing about this video is how the bystanders simply don't react. They either stand by and watch or continue their night as if nothing happened. A true case of the bystander effect in action. The Blue Hole Dead Diver. The Blue Hole is a famous diving spot located in Sinai, an area a few kilometers north of Dahab, Egypt. Since it's a sinkhole that reaches a depth of nearly 400 feet and lacks a current, its popularity amongst divers has remained consistent for a long time. However, this popularity has also led to it being one of the most frequent sites for diving fatalities in the world, with anywhere between 130 to 200 deaths occurring at the spot in recent years. This wide range of estimation means that you never know what you might find on a dive, and unfortunately, this YouTube video shows a diver coming face to face with the mortality of their hobby. The short video, taken at a depth of 367 feet, shows the POV of a diver, shining his light on what appears to be a deserted oxygen tank. Though as he approaches, it quickly becomes obvious that the oxygen tank was attached to a long dead diver, who must have underestimated the danger of the Blue Hole. The identity of this diver has never been revealed. Annalise Michel audio. Throughout a 10-month span beginning in the year of 1975, a 23-year-old woman named Annalise Michel would undergo a series of exorcisms to rid her of what the priest believed to be a demonic possession. In reality, Annalise Michel had been suffering from numerous seizures caused by epileptic psychosis, which was mistaken for possession. This led to a staggering 67 exorcisms being performed in secrecy on the woman, all at the expense of her receiving legitimate help for her medical issues. Throughout the span of these sessions, various records would be made documenting the girl's behaviors, which would be uploaded to YouTube years later, providing some truly haunting audio. In the end, Annalise would never be cured of her supposed possession, and would ultimately die as a result of constant grueling exorcisms, as well as malnourishment she suffered as a result.
Peacock is the place to watch Hallmark this holiday season.
Happy holidays!
Finding a friend. On the evening of December 13th, 2019, a man by the name of Andre Grady had disappeared from his home in Newport, Virginia. Having been paralyzed in a drive-by shooting at the age of just 5, the disappearance was especially concerning as his lack of mobility made it unlikely he left on his own accord. In the day following Andre last being seen, a group of his closest friends would band together to form a search party, live streaming the whole thing to further spread awareness in the community.
Hey, yo, we down here 24th and Marshall, yo. We doing a search party for Dre, man. This shit don't make no sense out here, yo.
As the group continues filming, they eventually stumble across Andre's wheelchair marks in the grass leading to a nearby home. And upon checking the crawl space beneath it, they would find Andre's deceased body.
Oh, man,
What
bro.
is that? What is it?
Yo, y'all go. Oh, and I see a shoe, bro.
Oh my God.
He was beaten and shoved underneath the house, with no motive for the attack ever being discovered. To this day, the mystery of who took Andre's life remains. But what's most heartbreaking about this clip is the fact that those who found him were his closest friends.
Is that him? Wait, the police do that. Wait.
And the pain in their voices, to this day, makes this entire video extremely difficult to watch. Man tries to save drowning woman. On what should have been a fun trip to Spain, a group of travelers were spending the day by the sea. When looking for a challenge, one member of their group would jump into the water beneath a short cliff. The current was raging, though the lady believed that she'd be able to make it out safely. The sea's fury is unmatched, however, and she'd soon grow overwhelmed, getting tossed around like a ragdoll. On the shore overlooking the struggling swimmer, a friend of the woman named Danilia Gagrin would jump in and grab her in an attempted rescue, though he too stood little chance, as the two of them would ultimately succumb to the treacherous water. And standing helplessly above with the camera in hand was Danilia's wife, who had no choice but to just stand there to watch them as their lives came to a very unfortunate end. Do you agree with euthanasia? This documentary follows the story of a woman named Michelle Goss as she prepares and then carries out her own euthanization.
Je ne l'ai plus, vous savez. Je perds mes mots, je perds la mémoire. Mais c'est très facile de passer de la vie à la mort. Maintenant, s'il vous plaît, je vais abattre cette potion, mais vous plaisantez. Mais enfin, c'est un jeu d'enfant.
She did this not because of any terminal illness, but rather due to a series of small manageable illnesses. She effectively decided to pass away on her own terms. In the video, we watch as Michelle legally obtains pentobarbital on her 74th birthday, a drug commonly used in places where self-euthanasia is legal. The whole thing is incredibly eerie, despite the fact that Michelle remains completely calm throughout the entire process and never wavers from her impending death.
Vous savez, je suis désolé, vous, le preneur de son, mais j'ai pas de dernier mot. J'aurais aimé avoir un dernier mot, mais vous savez que Foucault disait, il n'y a plus rien à dire, hélas.
On lui a demandé son sentiments presque, il a dit, il n'y a rien à dire.
She even has friends over for a party to celebrate both her birthday and the day she was to die.
Écoutez, vous voulez vraiment mourir aujourd'hui?
Absolument.
Vous êtes persuadé de vouloir mourir?
Oui.
Parce que si vous buvez ce médicament, vous vous endormez, vous allez mourir?
Oui.
Ça, c'est clair.
C'est ma volonté.
C'est votre volonté?
Oui.
Alors, je vous dis au revoir.
Adieu. Au revoir, Erika.
Au revoir, Michel.
Enfin, c'est ma volonté ferme et définitive.
Michelle says her goodbyes as a friend makes the cocktail that would end her life in just a matter of minutes, and the video ends with Michelle passing away to the harmony of her favorite music. Mezkizna posters up. Bro, I'm not even gonna try this. In Poland, a worker strike was taking place to protest the current conditions that medical personnel were facing. From what I could gather through some translated articles, it appears that the medics were demanding better resources, sick leave, and overall more balanced benefits. Not everyone agreed with the movement though, as their absence had a direct impact on patients in the area. During this particular video, we see a group of the medics protesting on stage, further explaining their purpose for striking, when out of nowhere, a gunshot rings out.
O godzinie 18:30 zapraszamy na naszą konferencję prasową.
Nothing in this video is shown, but just off camera and directly in front of the people on stage, a man had taken out a handgun and taken his own life as a way of protesting the strike. There is something incredibly dark about the shock in the faces of those who witnessed this, as everyone's individual reaction was different. One thing is for certain though, and it's that this event that they had just seen is likely going to have a lasting impact on the rest of their lives. Brick video. On the 12th of June 2012, a car filled with two couples and a young child was driving down a two-lane highway in Russia. The car was equipped with a dash cam that would record a large truck passing by. Unbeknownst to them though, the truck was filled with bricks, and out of nowhere, one would dislodge and fly directly at the car, crashing through its windshield at an unimaginable speed. Sitting in its direct path was 29-year-old Olga Gaikovich, who would be struck in the head, killing her instantly. This is the ultimate case of wrong place, and very unfortunately, wrong time. And although this video is very well known, the screams and cries from her husband, who had been sitting right next to her, is absolutely gut-wrenching. It makes the entire video far too disturbing to show here tonight. Yemen couple drowns. This entry refers to a video from April 12, 2013 that shows a young couple filming themselves in a local body of water. As the two joke around and pose for the camera, the man suddenly loses balance and slides down a steep drop-off beneath the surface. As he desperately tries to regain his footing, he then appears to instinctively grab his girlfriend, pulling her into the deeper water as well. They both cling desperately to each other, trying to save themselves from drowning, but they only make it worse. And in an instant, they both disappear, leaving nothing but the serene water and the sounds of nature. Their bodies were found days later. Diving accidents. Many will agree that drowning would be one of the worst ways to go, which makes videos of fatal diving accidents all the more chilling. Most famously, Yuri Lipsky had attempted a free dive in a location known as Blue Hole, the same spot mentioned in the previous layer when things went horribly wrong. Yuri's descent became uncontrolled, and he fell to the bottom of the ocean way too quickly, causing him to suffer from nitrogen narcosis. This put him in a drunken-like state, as he plummeted over 115 meters below the surface. While down there, he fights with his gear before realizing that he would not be able to make it back up. And the moments he captured on his camera would be his final on Earth. Another haunting account came from David Shaw, a decorated freediver who had set out on a retrieval mission in a particularly dangerous area. Prior to this, a fellow diver named Dion Dreyer had passed away in that very location, and given the fact that David was one of very few actually willing to do a deep dive in that location, he would volunteer to retrieve the young man's body. He did so while simultaneously trying to break a new diving record, which would be captured by a documentary crew filming the entire process.
Support divers will meet him at different depths. They'll bring him food and liquids and check his condition. An hour and a half into the dive,
I'm bringing in that
an
XP.
ominous message reaches the surface.
Bond's okay. Dive's not coming.
Though in a tragic case of irony, David, on his descent down, would also perish after becoming tangled with the very corpse he set out to catch.
Why pay more when you can get your favorite shows, DVR, and no long-term contracts? A better way to stream live TV. All the entertainment you love for a price you'll love. Visit sling.com to learn more.
CarHop has great used cars with low down payments, even if you have bad credit. We specialize in saying yes when banks and other car dealers say no. We are confident you'll find that.
The Jim Jones Death Tape 78. The Jim Jones Death Tape 78 is a 44-minute recording of the moments before and during the Jonestown Massacre, a mass suicide/murder carried out in 1978, where 909 people would tragically lose their lives. The cult, known as the People's Temple, had been convinced by their leader Jim Jones to drink cyanide-laced Kool-Aid, under the belief that the group was soon going to be exposed, while those who refused to drink the poison concoctions were forcibly injected with cyanide. The guards had even been instructed to shoot any members who had attempted to flee. Shockingly, all of this was captured by an audio recording that can now be found on YouTube in a slightly edited version, and it's honestly one of the hardest things you'll ever listen to.
How very much I've tried my best to give you the good life. But in spite of all of that I've tried, a handful of our people, with their lives, have made our life impossible. There's no way to detach ourselves from what's happened today.
As Jones speaks to his people, you can hear the sounds of death in the background, and most disturbingly, the sounds of children being comforted by their parents as they pass away. Aeroflight 593. Aeroflight 593 refers to the infamous Russian commercial airline crash that killed all 75 people on board, with the plane having fallen from the air not because of some sort of malfunction, but because of an extremely unfortunate mistake. In the cockpit, the pilot would allow his 12-year-old daughter and 16-year-old son to stand alongside him as he flew the plane. He even went as far as to allow his son to take over the wheel as the plane had been in autopilot. However, the son would end up turning the wheel too hard in one direction, causing the plane to switch to manual steering and immediately plummet towards the ground below. From there, the pilots desperately tried to regain control of the falling plane, unaware of what was actually happening, with the whole struggle having been recorded, eventually being posted onto YouTube.
Okay.
The terror in the voices of everyone in the cockpit is extremely dark, and made all the more horrific as the plane crashes into the mountain range below, killing everyone on board. Most tragically, it would later be revealed that if the pilot had simply taken his hands off the wheel, the plane would have automatically corrected itself and re-engaged the autopilot. The Astro World Clips. On the 5th of November 2021, Travis Scott had been hosting his annual Astroworld Festival at NRG Park in Houston, Texas, when things erupted into chaos. Upon Travis arriving on stage at approximately 9:02 p.m, the massive crowd of fans pushed towards the stage, causing one of the most horrific occurrences, a human crush. People were squeezed against the barriers and crushed to the point that many were unable to breathe, all the while desperately calling out for help. But help never came. And instead, over 300 people would be left injured, with 10 sadly losing their lives. For this entry, picking one video to show the chaos would be impossible, as so many accounts exist on YouTube from that day. And what is most prominent throughout these clips is the helplessness of it all, as the victims were left to their own devices in that crowd. And with the power of that many people pushing against you, death was always inevitable. The station nightclub fire. Flashing back to yet another concert disaster, this event took place on the 20th of February 2003. That night, a band called Great White had been performing at a nightclub called The Station, when their pyrotechnics would accidentally ignite the acoustic foam on the walls and ceiling surrounding the stage. Almost immediately, the venue was set ablaze and covered in a thick black smoke. As a result, the crowd all rushed towards the exit and became trapped due to the high number of people trying to fit through the small doors. Desperate to escape, people would try and shove their way out, but this only made things more jammed. And before long, the smoke would cause many, so tantalizingly close to the exit, to perish. As a result, 100 people would lose their lives, with footage of the event later being posted to YouTube. And what has always stood out to me with this footage is just how fast it all happened, as within just moments, the fate of so many concert goers was sealed. The Versailles Wedding Hall disaster video. Perhaps one of the most infamous disaster videos ever taken, the footage shows a packed dance floor within the Versailles Wedding Hall in Jerusalem on the evening of the 24th of May 2001. The event itself was a wedding for Karen and Asaf Dror, a young couple from the area who drew in hundreds of guests who were seen here dancing and having a good time. However, things take a drastic turn as the floor below them begins to sag and eventually gives way. In total, 23 people would fall to their deaths, with hundreds more being left seriously injured. An investigation would later reveal that faulty construction was to blame, along with negligence from the owner. The Beirut explosion. Of all the disaster videos found on YouTube, few are as shocking as those depicting the Beirut explosion. On the 4th of August 2020, a building known as Warehouse 12, located in the port of Beirut, would catch fire, and having been filled to the brim with ammonium nitrate and fireworks, the blaze would quickly result in an explosion. Following the initial blast, onlookers would record the ordeal, in which you can actually see the flashes from the fireworks within the smoke. Although, much to these onlookers' surprise, the destruction wasn't finished yet, as suddenly another explosion would occur, with this one being much larger. Within moments, the entire area is seemingly blown to pieces, with the power of the blast alone being enough to cause buildings in the vicinity to crumble instantly, and the blast itself triggering seismic activity equivalent to a magnitude 4.5 earthquake. As a result, the area was left completely decimated, with 218 people tragically losing their lives. Much like other disasters of this magnitude, it was captured in numerous videos, all of which proved to be equally as disturbing, with most of these clips eventually finding their way to YouTube. The Challenger explosion. Of all the disasters discussed so far, this one is particularly morbid thanks to a few utterly depressing details. On the 28th of January 1986, the United States attempted to launch a space shuttle named Challenger, only for it to explode just moments into its journey. All 7 crew members would sadly lose their lives, with one of which being a woman named Krista McAuliffe. Krista was actually a teacher at the time, who was personally selected to partake in the mission after applying for the NASA Teacher in Space project.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Grant.
Simple question, why you?
It's really hard to say.
What's a dream come true for you?
Oh, it certainly is.
And sadly, her entire class had been watching at the time she was killed, along with countless other classrooms across the United States. Making matters even more horrible, the second place finisher for the contest, a woman named Barbara Morgan, was actually present at the launch and served as backup for Krista should she not be able to go. Her reaction to the incident was filmed live. I can't even imagine what must have been going through her mind watching the shuttle explode, knowing that she had so narrowly missed out on being on board. And this isn't even the only disturbing detail, as it would be later theorized that the crew aboard the Challenger almost certainly survived the initial blast. The main cab remained intact despite the explosion, meaning that they were still alive and likely conscious as they fell to the water below, with the impact being their true cause of death.
As experts in online education, Purdue University Global gives you all the flexibility.
Bro, I understand life is hard and shit, but shit, my nigga, like, you either gonna sit there and take the fucking punches, or you gonna get the fuck up and fight the fuck back.
Crumble up the
Suicidal tendencies that creep up in my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum. Suicidal tendencies that creep up in my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum. She broke my heart and left me for some guy. Now have a happy fucking Valentine. I don't ever feel this way about a morning. Crazy thoughts in my head, voices calling. Looking down to the ground and I'm all in. Light of time to kill, might as well fall in. Damn if I do, damn if I don't. If I can have you, this life I don't want.
Suicidal tendencies that creep up on my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum.
Suicidal tendencies that creep up on my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum. Soulless things searching for a way out. Close the curtains, shut the moonlight off the madness. Guess it's time to roll the credits. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. If I can have you, this life I don't want.
Suicidal tendencies that creep up on my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum.
Suicidal tendencies that creep up on my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum. Suicidal tendencies that creep up on my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum. Suicidal tendencies that creep up on my coffin. I don't wanna do no talking. Can't you see the reaper? You go crazy, you go dumb. I'm gonna let my chopper drown. Bum, 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 bum. She broke my heart and left me for some guy. Now have a happy fucking Valentine. I take these journeys, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sip perp to clear my head. Since you've been gone, these
I did it.
they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you
60.
out.
Oh, nice.
I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Spaced out, staring at the ceiling, talking to my demons. That's for a reason why I feel the way.
Oh, hey, I got a key.
I'm the one who cheated on the sex
Well, I have
without
both
no
pieces
meaning.
for a key in
I like to
there.
keep her heart safe from my stop beating. Now I try so hard to stay medicated. So
Alright, I'll be right back.
I
I gotta go
don't
make
have
dinner.
to face the wrong I've done. I take these enemies, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. I went crazy by myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sip her to clear my head since you've been gone. These enemies, they tear my system down. Tried so hard to keep you out. myself, crying alone. Anxiety, it keeps me on the edge, close to jumping off this ledge. I sip her to clear my head since you've been gone. Since you've been gone. Now I try so hard to stay medicated so I don't have to face the wrong I've done to you. Blood ladies I need, they make me, I need such a my system, I need such I need such rest those eyes, let the music take over, fill your mind, listen closely to the voices deep inside, hear them cry out symphonies and lullabies, sweet goodbyes, rest those eyes, let the music take over, fill your mind, listen closely to the voices deep inside, hear them cry out symphonies and lullabies, say goodbye. You've been blinded by the lights you're pausing, cause I'm listening now to you. Follow my voice, you've been chosen. Wake up now that you know it. Can't you see the hidden feeling? It's powerful, magical. This place to face the eyes inside your head. Rest those eyes, let the music take over. Fill your mind, listen closely to the voices deep inside. Hear them cry out symphonies and lullabies. Say goodbye. Me, you'll be free. In a world of imagination, can't you see? You'll be free in our imagination. Dream, dream a little dream. Rest those eyes, let the music take over. Fill your mind, listen closely to the voices deep inside. Hear them cry out symphonies and lullabies. Sweet goodbyes. Rest those eyes, let the music take over. Fill your mind, listen closely to the voices deep inside. Hear them cry out symphonies and lullabies. Sweet goodbyes.
Have you ever seen your screen luminance go nuts when something moves in the game? I've seen it. We've all.
Yeah. Let's get it. Take a wreck, so. Hey, she already know we coming. Let's get it.
It's lit. Just take a look at the drip. You boys don't get fired in this. Roll a dope, yeah, I'm high as a bitch. Wait, it's lit. Gave that little bitch a little tip. Now she wanna suck on the dick. She wanna catch all of the drip, drip, drip. Oh yeah. Skada, yeah. They must have thought I died. You can see the pain in my eyes. I'm on the edge, aiming right in my mind. Running up, niggas better think twice. They must have thought I died. Yeah, yeah. I know why they ain't know me, so I switch spots. Never running out of fuel, so fuck a pit stop. I've been ballin' since a youngin', so I take shots. She just wanna fuck me cause she know I get guac. I hit the jackpot, and you a mascot. I want big rocks on my wristwatch. I know why they ain't know me, so I switch spots. Never running out of fuel, so fuck a pit stop. Hold the wrist, I had to get the bag. Ice on my wrist, diamonds move a lag. Never switching position, that's where money be in my bag. Gotta thank God for all the shit that I got, I never had. Now that I'm in it, I got a ball. Roll to the wrist, and downs I froze. She wanna fuck, dominoes. Taking it down, dominoes. Then kick it out, adios. Stacking the bread, loud the door. Hold the wrist though. Don't know where the switch though. Got my pants up. Think I need a brain stroke, we keep it lit. I can't let these niggas miss us. Talking crazy, think you might get stitched up. I know why they ain't know me, so I switch spots. Never running out of fuel, so fuck a pit stop. I've been ballin' since a youngin', so I take shots. She just wanna fuck me cause she know I get guac. I hit the jackpot, and you a mascot. I want big rocks on my wristwatch. I know why they ain't know me, so I switch spots. Never running out of fuel, so fuck a pit stop.
Hold up, weed in the whip got rolled up. 32 G's in the ziplock. Hold up, now I'm talking shit. Saw me walk to the whip. Every night get lit. Me and Uno for the hit.
Driven to deep left field and gone.
Bada boom, bada bing. Bout cash, bout bling. Go ahead, make it ring, 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 ring. Told the thought he bring a ding, 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 ding. Whole squad need chains and rings. Loud smoke, some Asian things. Yeah, rip it open and I run in the Nemus. Copping on it even if I don't need it. Bands on me left the cashier speeches. Thank God, thank Keen. The real friends, you don't know the meaning. Get on the bag, go do the math. Split it up until it's even. I spaz on the beef for no reason. Tripping out, walking on water like Jesus. Let him know it's no season.
I know why they ain't know me, so I switch spots. Never running out of fuel, so fuck a pit stop. I've been ballin' since a youngin', so I take shots. She just wanna fuck me cause she know I get guac. I hit the jackpot, and you a mascot. I want big rocks on my wristwatch. I know why they ain't know me, so I switch spots. Never running out of fuel, so fuck a pit stop.
Remember been in them blocks, I had to go hide from the jakes. I gotta make right decisions, everyone gon' make mistakes. How you gon' take from your brother and turn a smile in his face? Gang, you tryna get out of character, get put right in your place. It's hard to be clean forever, everyone gon' make mistakes. And if the cops pull me over, it might just turn to a chase. Thought you was my bro, you ain't ride like you said you was. I might just do the race and self-drive in the Tesla. Now I got a gun, cause he say he ain't a wrestler. You said that you a shooter, well I guess I'ma keep testing you. I'm only beefing by money, I'm like a cash cow. I see they peeping, I'm coming up and they ask how. She wanna party with me and bro got her ass out. I told her if she keep popping Xannies, then she gon' pass I just wanna win, dreams of all of buttering, but I'm addicted to the streets, so I know that I'm a sin. If I die, my life start over, I'ma do this shit again. Swimming with the sharks, you a fish cut off your fin. Couple niggas locked, might not see daylight again. I got a couple niggas dead, mama burying the kin. Pull up 50 shots, I'ma only give him 10. Pass me the rock, should I at the buzzer, I'ma win. Started pouring Remy cause I'm getting sick of hints. If I write a book about my life, don't know where I begin. Couple L's thrown at me, I took them on the chin. Used to see me taking losses, they surprised a nigga win. The longer I live, I'ma lose myself. And if I had choose me or you, then I'ma choose myself. A higher power in mind is worth me more than wealth. Hit a couple licks on the Brody, I gotta use my scalp. Foreign belt, wrapped around my jeans, it's hard to hold my pants up. We gon' have to let some sauce off, I can't get my bands up. Before I tell, I'd rather die, no, I can't get my mans up. Go ahead and try to pull it, hope your shit don't jam up. Remember been in them blocks, I had to go high from the jakes. I gotta make right decisions, everyone gon' make mistakes. How you gon' take from your brother and turn a smile in his face? Gang, you tryna get out of character, get put right in your place. It's hard to be clean forever, everyone gon' make mistakes. And if the cops pull me over, it might just turn to a chase.
Y'all know what the fuck is going on, man. Flow so brim, 5'9" prime time, upstate heavy hitter. Ville boys. You don't want no smoke, don't want no jazz, nigga. Got the fully automatic with the extra mag, nigga. Super Mario the way I smash, nigga. I be going hard, Draco.
Charles FNYK. All my life I've been with intellect, but the flow is like incest with degenerates. Fucking stupid and fine of interest as I interject. I moonwalk in my boots, footsteps when I'm on set. Smooth predator boarding the mothership for conquest, cause I'm next. I'm sorry if I'm too witty, ain't a screw loose, so try to fix something to do with me as I cruise the beat with fluency of what's true to be. And truthfully, I miss the way that it used to be. You say you gifted, had to prove it, beat. Set a date, step up to the plate and seize opportunity. Let the viewers of the music see me pay hip-hop gratuity as I chew the beat, influencing UMCs with microphone fever. Married to the game with little intention to leave her, as long as she act right and not like a diva. A little less Cardi B and a lot more Aaliyah. We'll see, huh? Sickened by this renaissance of skeezers. Shit is not for me, bruh. Yeah, I wanna hit through some speakers, playing in some kicks on the sneakers. You dig? I'm going through the days where people test my gangster just for a reaction. If I ain't getting paid or recording music, please don't blow my high. Roll another J and get ready to witness the main attraction. Nothing left to say, I'ma leave it all right here, but I'm just rapping. Starry skies leave me sorry-eyed, like sorry I didn't do what I gotta do to make sure we fortified as a unit. But don't leave me mortified. If you'd have kept it 100, a brother would be more than fine. Gave you more than time, gave you some peace of mind. That's why I got some qualms about the way you treated mine. You came close to doing damage to my third eye. That's why instead of people, these beats on my murder. Showing up what's worse, my would you rather see casualties of me casually? Snap on beat speakers quick, drastically. The team imagine tease as we pass the reef. Ask the streets if I ain't play it cool, they be mad with me, cause I'm the one they want to prevail and fail at the same time. That's why I talk about good and bad in the same rhyme. With an insane grind, I smoke till I'm super saiyan high. Plus divine lyrics, I guess I'm a super saiyan god. MC, King Charles, FNYK, the flyest native, you know.
Capo, capo, capo.
Tori on the beat.
to shine. I'm ready to shine, yeah. I'm ready to shine. I'm ready to shine, yeah. My niggas they on and they on, so you know we here to get that. Y'all niggas say shoot your shot with a Draco, no kickback. There's soldiers out here on the block serving this and that. My nigga, it's okay if you ain't never been through that. Nah, I gotta stay on task. Yeah, I'm on your ass. Why you speeding, why you going so fast? Why this lifestyle moving so fast? Yeah, so fast. Whoa, just gotta slow down. Yeah, bitch keep calling my phone back to back like a repeat. I pick up the phone, she calling just to say that she miss me. Shorty don't think I cut her off, please don't tell me. That bitch is even lucky even if I let her touch me. Shorty getting annoyed cause she turned up all the Remy. How you going to war with a pistol, you better grab your Sammy. If you wanna find me, it ain't hard to get up with me. Looking around, oh my gosh, they some fucking loose screws. Chop up, make a nigga flip, boy, fuck your deuce. Had to go and get some cash, had to cop some new shoes. Gotta stay on top, just how I'm supposed to. If these niggas talking safe, fuck them, they don't know you. No, they don't know you. If they hatin' on the low, tell them fuck you. My niggas ain't on and they on, so you know we here to get that. Y'all niggas say shoot your shot with a Draco, no kickback. There's soldiers out here on the block serving this and that. My nigga, it's okay if you ain't never been through that. Nah, I gotta stay on task. Yeah, I'm on your ass. Why you speeding, why you going so fast? Why this lifestyle moving so fast?
Play that shit on TNT. Never losing.
We ain't fucking losing,
They
man.
don't never do shit.
Nah, I never do shit.
And I ain't picking choosing.
I ain't picking choosing for shit.
I'm focused on the music.
It's a fact.
No game shit, man.
Now we
I ain't
coming.
game shit. D-Roll shit.
Let's get
Look.
it.
Man, I swear that I'm a real one, I ain't never losing. And now I'm so caught they spin, but they don't never do shit. I'm in these streets, this shit is real, man, I ain't picking choosing. I gotta get rich before I die, I'm focused on the music. And I swear that I'm a real one, I ain't never losing. And now I'm so caught they spin, but they don't never do shit. I'm in these streets, this shit is real, man, I ain't picking choosing. I gotta get rich before I die, I'm focused on the music. It's just me and my uncle, my grandmother raised me, he more like my brother. We pistol back and spin they block because they steady chatting. He talking shit on the blue app, but boy, I'm about that action. We riding 3 deep in the Pontiac, keep going faster. We steady spinning like a hurricane, it's a disaster. I'm on your ass in the fast lane, I told you to catch up. There ain't no past, my dog's official, I ain't talking catch up. You could get wet up on your block just for disrespecting. We have the hammers on your ass, now what you gon' do? I'm with this shit, you wanna fight, then let's make a move. You brought my family into this shit, now there ain't no truth. Don't try to be cool when I'm up, cause I don't fuck with you. Remember we were sitting down saying what we gon' do. Fly out the Cancun and fuck some bitches too. How you my mans but you ain't help, that shit is crazy dude. Cause if I got it and you down, then you got it too. Man, I swear that I'm a real one, I ain't never losing. And now I'm so caught they spin, but they don't never do shit. I'm in these streets, this shit is real, man, I ain't picking.
She like the way I keep her wrist froze.
Motherfucker always there, bro. I swear.
See my diamond like the way I keep her wrist froze. Young nigga from the block, still on 10.
Mama, stop playing making beats again.
Shorty always here, but don't ever listen. Shorty thought I was a chef the way I'm in the kitchen. She gon' think about me when a nigga missing. Got a nigga wishing. Swimming with the sharks, so please don't go fishing. She gon' think about me when a nigga missing. She said she always here, but don't ever listen. I be looking for her, but she always missing. Got the burner on my waist, bro, turn up the place. No face, no case, I'm so high, I'm in space. Cut her off, I think I need some space. I told her give me face, she said said she love me, but that's not the case. You getting out of order, so it's time to put you in your place. Trips to outer space, can't make no mistake. Shawty said she love me, but I know the love is fake. When you call my phone, you know that I'll be on my way. All these niggas in the way, ballin' no 2K. I need the money, I'm an addict. Scale it, put it in a plastic. Bro, pull up on them, we gon' let them have it. Try keep it cool, but really I'm a savage. Tryna get rich so we could all live lavish. I'm at the jeweler looking at the carrots. For all my gold, like I just could've fair it. Bro, move the bird, he always keep a parrot. Give me your heart, I bet you I'ma tear it. Hop in the phone and them bitches staring. She cut me up, but really I ain't caring. If that's my business, no way that I'm sharing. I'm in the trap and I've been running errands. And she my baby, but I ain't a parent. I'm in the trap, designer what I'm wearing. Try to check on me, nigga, why you caring? Taking trips to outer space, can't make no mistake. Shawty said she love me, but I know the love is fake. When you call my phone, you know that I'll be on my way. All these niggas in the way, ballin' no 2K. Lately I'm tryna do right, but I just keep doing wrong. I might just catch me a flight, cause I've been smoking on strong. And these niggas think that we alike. Niggas just wanna be a clone. Niggas think that we alike. Niggas just wanna be a clone. Shawty always here, but don't never listen.
Hey, how you doing? I am live. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good.
You?
Not bad, just woke up.
Feeling better?
Yeah. So I'm just checking on you. All good with you guys?
Huh? Yeah.
All good with you? Yeah, all right. Let me have my coffee and get back on later. Okay?
Alrighty.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Okay.
Thought I was a chef the way I'm in the kitchen. She gon' think about me when a nigga missing. Stars on the wraith, got a nigga wishing. Swimming with the sharks, so please don't go fishing. She gon' think about me when a nigga missing. She said she always here, but don't ever listen. I be looking for her, but she always missing.
I'm hard.
I think I had enough. All this money got me acting up. Niggas be mad as fuck, cause they know I gotta bag it up. Niggas be mad as fuck, I gotta bag it up.
If I gotta act hard, then the clout what I'm chasing. Shorty pull up, slay, Jason. Pull up and cool, swerve, racing. I keep a check, blue, face that low when they gotta hate on me. I'm on my grind, no Tony. Bitches gon' hate, they phony. Money stay on my side, never lonely. Feeling real gritty, around my city. I got these bad bitches with me. I feel like Bruno, but call me Uno, cause I got one of them with me. And I'm a beast, pity, This shit gon' bang, shitty, Gotta put on for my city, Bitch, I keep everything
I
like
think I had enough. All this money got me acting up. Niggas be mad as fuck, cause they know I gotta bag it up. Niggas be mad as fuck, I gotta bag it up. Niggas be mad as fuck, I gotta bag it up. I think I had enough. All this money got me acting up. Niggas be mad as fuck, cause they know I gotta bag it up. Niggas be mad as fuck, I gotta bag it up. Niggas be mad as fuck, I gotta bag it up.
Woke up every day saying life is a bitch. You done die broke or you busy getting rich. Niggas did me dirty, left me dead in the ditch. Learned to forget, but I never did forget. Loyal to the team, I ain't never gonna switch. You was at the party getting drunk, getting lit. In the back of my head, I'm like, fuck that shit. I was busy in the lab making songs, making hits. Trying to get money till I cash out. Like you break your arm if you're looking for a handout. I've been on the move for a long time. Fighting with the man on my shoulder, I was dealing with self-doubt. All my life I've been the fucking underdog. Used to wonder how these niggas got it all. I was getting one play a day, now I got a couple thousand on my catalog. See through you niggas know ultrasound. School of motherfuckers, you a class clown. You was talking shit, where you at now? Everybody play the tough guy till his man down. Dancing with the devil, Lucy always in the function. Didn't really have an option, see more tears than an onion. I was following my passion, probably die for the shit. Probably come and get the bus. Losing my patience, I waited my turn. Can't collect everything that I earned. Built a few bridges, but some gotta burn. They keep talking down like, but when you gon' learn? Been on the come up for some time now. People like a trust is hard to find now. Swear to God, there's so much on my mind now. Coming for the word, that bitch is mine now. You don't wanna with me on a bad day. Finna take off on the runway. Always on my job, working hard, treated every single day like it's Monday. Started from the bottom, bitch, I'm still here. Gunning for the top, will I make it there? Rapping with the legends in the top 10. I've been on the edge, I got no fear. Please don't you do me no favors, no trust with these niggas that put it together. They planning to take it apart. Not enough fingers on both of my hands to count all the backstabbers that came from my heart. Stuck to my guns and I got them reloaded. Proceeding with caution, I'm playing it smart. Won't be forgotten, I swear that I'm leaving my mark. Losing my patience, I waited my turn. Can't collect everything that I earned. Built a few bridges, but some gotta burn. They keep talking down like, but when you gon' learn? Been on the come up with some time now. People like a trust is hard to find now. Swear to God, there's so much on my mind now. Coming for the word, that bitch is mine now. This shit is automatic and I come up with the static. I ain't never been to college, but they gotta give me credit. And I'm doing double damage, you don't need paramedics. No one there fucking challenge, got that fire like a phoenix. Getting better every minute, every hour, every second. Every time I'm on the record, I don't know what they expecting, but my shit don't manifest it. And I'm about to go ballistic. No, the boys fucking sick, and I ain't talking about congested. How to go and do this shit dolo. She can get wild like Steve-O. Since day one, I've been bueno. Everything I drop straight fuego. Way too much to prove, I ain't come out here to lose. Came a long fucking way, couldn't last in my shoes. You're sleeping on me, guess they hitting snooze. If you standing in my way, motherfucker, better move. Woke up every day saying life is a bitch. You done die broke or you busy getting rich. Niggas did me dirty, left me dead in the ditch. Learned to forget, but I never did forget. Loyal to the team, I ain't never gonna switch. You was at the party getting drunk, getting lit. In the back of my head, I'm like, fuck that shit. I was busy in the lab making songs, making hits. I'm a flight risk. I don't think
I've been using skim meat. Already 51 strength, 55 defense. 52 strength. What matters is the levels that I can survive. It's online. I am online. Oh boy, got a little hard. I guess when you go by ears, you'll find out, huh? You got 60 attack, man. I only use dragon weapons. Dragon weapon.
Let's talk about easy. Like
Ready for the shit. Take a flight to Cali for the bid. They don't ever wanna see me win. That's a lot of conversation. See me going up, I'm off the grid. Wanna make a couple millions for my kids. Always walking to the money, never slid. Only telling all the truth, I never fit. All the same, all the same, all the same. Spend some money, do some shit for the fame. Got a baddie with me, I don't know her name. Switch gears, go sky in the rain. Hit the brakes. I don't ever wanna see the face. I'm from Canada and not the States. Said I'm working way too hard and
list, bitch. These what they want, T, but they don't ever say shit. Back to the basics, you gotta keep your patience. Risk, I don't think they're ready for the shit. Take a flight to Cali for the bid. They don't ever wanna see me win. That's a lot of conversation. See me going up, I'm off the grid. Wanna make a couple millions for my kids. Always walking to the money, never slid. Only telling all the truth, I never fib. Be careful what you say, cause you on a fine line. Yeah, we going quick, moving like a timeline. Yeah, I got a lot of enemies that try to take control of me. So I put it in the past so they won't notice me. Shit, that ain't doing shit. Got a lot of people who always gotta switch. Make a bit of money, but I ain't close to rich. Gotta catch a flight, but they say that I'm a risk. Like, I need to slow down, that's just what they say. Shit, I'm on a road now, Santa's making lists, bitch. These what they want, T, but they don't ever say shit. Back to the basics, you gotta keep your patience. Risk, I don't think they're ready for the shit. Take a flight to Cali for the bid. They don't ever wanna see me win. That's a lot of conversation. See me going up, I'm off the grid. Wanna make a couple millions for my kids. Always walking to the money, never slid. Only telling all the truth, I never fib.
Oh no, I bet tonight is coming soon.
Ludwig, with YouTube Music Premium, there are no ads.
Oh, dope, 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 dope.
Get YouTube Premium.
I love Montana, but I'm doing this for our family.
They will fight you dirty.
Is there any other way?
Ruin them, starting with her.
Signing this is a declaration of war.
We're already at war.
I do this for my father. I don't do this for me.
We give everything to this land, and I do mean everything.
Where you'll find my
I don't want the shit. I don't wanna be a boyfriend or other shit. I don't wanna get involved with all these other chicks. I don't wanna get involved with any of the shit. With all these other chicks, I'd rather fucking make it than fuck all these other chicks. With all these other chicks, I'd rather fucking make it than fuck all these other chicks. 1 shot, 2 shots, you gonna get some more. 5 shots, 6 shots, you gonna hit the floor. 9 shots, 10 shots, you never wanted more. I'm supposed to be a boyfriend, but it's a chore. Why you fucking rude? I know you wanna make it, but why does that make you cool? Tell her you don't love her and you couldn't make it, dude. Cause you don't need another fucking lady with your crew. I know what you mean. You gotta push them out if you just wanna be a G. They hate to be alone, but it's exactly what they need. So tell these motherfuckers they can get it when I leave. I don't want the shit. I don't wanna be a boyfriend or other shit. I don't wanna get involved with all these other chicks. I don't wanna get involved with any of the shit. With all these other chicks, I'd rather fucking make it than fuck all these other chicks. With all these other chicks, I'd rather fucking make it than fuck all these other chicks. 1 shot, 2 shots, you're gonna get some more. 5 shots, 6 shots, you're gonna hit the floor. 9 shots, 10 shots, you never wanted more. I'm supposed to be a boyfriend, but it's a chore. Where you fucking been? I know you wanna know, but I can't tell you till the end. I know I gotta make it and I'll fake it to protect. Cause fuck all of the hating that you say is in my head. You say it's in my head. I know you want us make it, let's just say it's just pretend. I know you want me famous, let's just say this is the end. I know you feel me, baby, let's just hit it once again. I don't want the shit. I don't wanna be a boyfriend or other shit. I don't wanna get involved with all these other chicks. I don't wanna get involved with any of the shit. With all these other chicks, I'd rather fucking make it than fuck all these other chicks. With all these other chicks, I'd rather fucking make it than fuck all these other chicks.
Shit. I'm the one calling the shots. I don't get stuck in the box. Feel like I've been through a lot, holding it down like it's tied to a rock. Everybody all talk, they ain't walking that walk. Learned it all on my own. Everything's self-taught. Headshot with the stainless. Blow their mind, now they brainless. Dreams of being on stages. Damn, the shit's outrageous. I can see all of the changes. Everything coming in phases. Last year I was nameless. This year I'm finna be famous. I've been doing my own thing, doing good in my own lane. Started wearing my own name, but it ain't on a gold chain. Saying things that they won't say, making moves that they can't play. Half of these rappers got no soul, probably sold it on eBay. Turning this shit to a brand, it was a part of the plan. No one knew who I was, now they know who I am. Gotta get straight to the business, building it up like it's Tetris. They say that I'm something to witness, dropping these rhymes and they vicious. Going in when it's game time, y'all been stuck on the sideline. Every day I've been rising up, see you niggas on decline. Blowing up like a landmine, your career need a lifeline. Work ethic ain't like mine, pray to God start seeing signs. Try to pull up in the I-8, you wanna ride but it's too late. Showing me love but it's all fake, deep inside know it's all hate. I cannot lose in this mind state, my timing is now and they can't wait. Don't know what's to come like a blind date, keep putting that work and we all straight. Great.
D-Mark got that heat on.
$48 points.
I know they hate me. I know they hate me. Cops trying to catch me. If I need help, nobody gon' save me. Never only person I'm talking to lately. Rocking these chains with a thought it was slavery. I'm going crazy. I hop in the water cause you know I'm wavy. I need a hero, can somebody save me? Got 99 problems, don't know I ain't Jay-Z, yeah. I know they hate me. Cops trying to catch me. If I need help, nobody gon' save me. Never only person I'm talking to lately. Rocking these chains with a thought it was slavery. I'm going crazy. I hop
Yeah, I saw it last night. But I didn't die at all, and I was fighting motherfuckers that whole time. See, that's a enjoyable match there, you know? Damn, 77 people.
D-Mark got that heat on.
You know every day's a grind day. 120 on the highway. You know every day's a grind day. 120 on the highway. I ain't trapping, you know every day's a grind day. Doing about 120 on the highway. I ain't trapping, you know every day's a grind day. Doing about 120 on the highway. I ain't trapping, you know every day's a grind day. Doing about 120 on the highway. I ain't trapping, you know every 120 on the highway.
Alright.
Did you make dinner?
Yeah. Made some steaks. So now what? We're training defense? I think it's time for me to hit the Chaos Druids. It looks like it's nice though.
What?
Having the dragon stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I need to be able to turn into a monkey to get that from.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you Alkir Rune Skimmy?
Yeah.
And I probably need the amulet as well to speak with them monkeys. Zam 60K.
What?
For the deep long.
Oh.
I keep considering doing the DMed, but I haven't been really hurting for cash. Unless I want to buy the robes. I'm gonna go pick up my dragon stuff and then I will go train my range.
So we can finally do animal magnesium?
Yes, sir. Is it an uncut diamond I need or a cut diamond?
I don't think it matters.
I'll bring one of each. However, I am about to be a brokey jokey. I'm mad that you still blindfold me when I'm supposed to be part of the team. Oh shit. Mayor Daga. Bam. I didn't bring my Lumbee runes, so we're home telly. Actually, I'll just go to Varog. They wasn't ready.
4 boxes.
Let's go D-Med. Or whatever one sells Alex for highest, actually. Fuck that.
Bunch of arrows, some souls, some S, some food, some myth ore.
Got a decent amount of bloods.
Not really. It's a little bit. It's a little bit, but this shit goes so fast, bro. You'll see.
Did you go through the 1K I put in there?
Yeah. On
God
one
damn.
on one Hellhound task.
On one Hellhound task. Get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here.
Yeah. But now I'm combat level 70. What this bitch gives me. Hopefully it's nothing stupid. Need to do quests to unlock a lot of the good drops stuff. Does she need it uncut or cut? Oh, you don't even. There you go. Drop both.
Yeah.
I mean, she'll for sure take the uncut, but I don't know about the cut.
They took the cut.
$167 cockatrices.
Those are fun. Enjoy. Can't believe I'm fucking wheeling dragon right now, dude. An old school RuneScape, bro.
Yeah.
Never, ever, never. Keep some tallies here. I can get this koi fowl. Look for crafting materials. I have 1 leather. Let's go to the archery. Fuck it. See if he sells the basic armors.
The dude that you saw rune plates to, I mean steel plates to, has them.
Oh, he has ranger armor?
Yeah.
Okay. And what else? Oh, my other bow.
How far are you off from level?
What?
How far are you off from 30?
14 levels. But lower levels should go fairly quick. That's what I wanted. I need 20 range for that. Okay. Forgot to get fucking hairs from him. No, I forgot the brass key. Dude, am I really gonna have to train on goblins or something?
Passing out no favors. Been about my bag, now we get into this paper. Slide on my old shit, you don't even notice. Talking about my past shit, you don't even know this. Get it on demand, I'm the man with the whole shit. Put it on the tab, and my plan is to own it. Just know I ain't settling, my foot is on the pedal, and I'm grinding to the settlement. Don't get me out my element. All I need is time, a way to find the best inside of me. It's all the way they brought the pain, it doesn't really get to me. Split it, took some time, it's been a minute. Trust the process, new beginning. Told myself I wasn't finished. Saw the limit, when it pass it, I just wanted more, yeah, it's all the limit. Gonna get it, my niggas winning. Get the bread and split it, yeah. I be saucing, dripping like a faucet. Stop me with the gossip, y'all been switching on me. You ain't riding, left and take my time, and it's gonna be alright, man, without me. Where would you be? Getting money, niggas wanna shop in it. Getting to the bag, we ain't stopping it. You ain't riding, left and take my time, and it's gonna be alright, man, without me. Where would you be? Running to the stacks, we ain't stopping till we make it. Think you know the facts, but you ain't pay attention. Should've learned the lesson, not the type to flex it. This the path I'm destined, gonna see the best in. On the way I'm getting paid, it's sad to say that people change. You gotta wait to be the great, I had to pay the price to stay. Feeling really lonely, remember what they told me. To not forget the trophy, I had to get it slowly. Wasn't finished, saw the limit. When it pass it, I just wanted more, yeah, it's all the limit. Gonna get it, my niggas winning. Get the bread and split it, yeah. I be saucing, dripping like a faucet. Stop me with the gossip, y'all been switching on me. You ain't riding, left and take my time, and it's gonna be alright without me. Where would you be? Getting money, niggas wanna shop in it.
Do you have any extra iron arrows you don't use anymore?
In the storage.
Thank you, sir.
I know sometimes I let my pride get the best of me, thinking we got telepathy, working on it every day, but I don't know what's next for me. Wish I could have everything, but nothing in this life is free. Gotta dig my heels in and think about what's best for me. I know you have your doubts and trust me, I got them too. I know it's getting hard, but babe, I believe in you. We're gonna make a fall, I promise that's what we'll do. I'm getting back on track, I promise that you will too.
Getting back on track, getting back on track, getting back on track.
So you're looking to make music? Well, Soundtrap is the perfect tool for you. Today I'm going to show you how to tune your vocals using
Yeah, it's tiny bitch, you hear me? Fuck y'all niggas, man. Fuck you little pussy bitch ass, you hear me? Pussy bitch. I got too many hoes. They all losing their clothes. I keep too many poles. Niggas strapped up like Rambo. Moving these packs out the back door. For my little bag, I go to work. Fuck all designers, fuck all your Prada. I been bought cotton in the Gucci store. I got too many hoes. They all losing their clothes. I keep too many poles. Niggas strapped up like Rambo. Moving these packs out the back door. For my little bag, I go to work. Fuck all designers, fuck all your Prada. I been bought cotton in the Gucci store. Saving it up, I don't spend shit. Family know I'm the meal ticket. Why is you asking about street shit? Like, how you about street shit? Stop all that capping, you ain't shit. Word on the street, you a fucking snitch. Word on them jails, you a fucking bitch. Don't speak on my name, you're irrelevant. Hit you with curry, I never miss. Got a Glock 40 with hella kick. Posted on the block, revving up. Flipping your BM with trouble up. Salisbury, fuck with savages. I'm from the park, I ain't average nigga. Stop all that sneaking, just add a nigga. Use your head before it's brain matter. I know some Mexicans keep it loud. I'm in the trenches, but life don't matter. Niggas be thinking I'm frontin', never been to jail. Don't mean I'm stunting. My life private, trying to get the scoop. Fuck all you outsiders, I'm with a shot of my plug, guala guala. Ready to move, keep guap my key, Glock 8. Bitch, I'm no key with it. Seeing knocked out, spray to my aid. Thou shalt see heaven, keep it in the streets, thou never fold. Thou shalt get the message, stand on 10 toes, never change up. Thou will be blessed. I got too many hoes, they all losing their clothes. I keep too many poles. Niggas strapped up like Rambo, moving these packs out the back door. For my little bag, I go to work. Fuck all designers, fuck all your Prada. I been bought cotton in the Gucci store. I got too many hoes. They all losing their clothes. I keep too many poles. Niggas strapped up like Rambo. Moving these packs out the back door. For my little bag, I go to walk. Fuck all designers, fuck all your pride. I been bought cotton in the Gucci store.
Yeah. Seems like the come up is real. That's about living it up in the hills. Working this job cause it's paying my bills. Made a foundation I'm looking to build. Need all my wishes fulfilled. Turn all my dreams to reality. No one just chasing the fantasy. Coming for everything. Looking back down from a balcony. Thank God we stuck to the strategy. I kept it clear with the vision. They just been lacking ambition. Things change, people change. I had to deal with transition. See that these rappers go missing. Never aborted the mission. Gotta go get it, no stopping. Failure just wasn't an option. I wasn't made for a 9 to 5. I wasn't built for that type of life. I've been the underdog on the rise. Chasing my dreams every single night. Got uncontrollable hunger pains. I got a monstrous appetite. Seems like I'll never be satisfied. I'm always feeling another fight. I've been the man for the job. You got the night at the interview. They didn't think I was capable. Knew I was born for this right when they cut the umbilical. All of these rappers the same. Swear they're identical. Fuck what they play on the radio. I used to sit all alone in the studio. Pray for a miracle. Now everything looking beautiful. Hell and back, I've been through it. Took all the chances they would it. They loving the way that I do it. Always been room for improvement. Please don't you give me a reason. I get it all when they sleeping. Work every day plus the weekend. Told them it's almighty season. Hell and back, I've been through it. Took all the chances they would it. They loving the way that I do it. Always been room for improvement. Please don't you give me a reason. I get it all when they sleeping. Work every day plus the weekend. Told them it's almighty season. Said that I kill it and nobody telling me different. I leave them dead in the casket. Ones that are close to me say that I'm distant. Knew I was gifted but they wasn't present. Ayy, come for your neck like I'm Dracula. Know that I'm far from the regular. Finna be something spectacular. Step up the lab with the formula. Up every night, know it's insomniac. Get on the beat, then I body that. They listening now like a wiretap. I need to know where that money at. I go to work on it daily. Most of these rappers be lazy. Love when they look at me crazy. Tell them my name again, feel like their memory hazy. Fuck all that jewelry and fashion. I got my eyes on a mansion. People keep talking and talking and talking, but never gon' put in that action. Went through the struggle, I'm moving up levels. Not too many people that sit in my circle. I lost a few battles, but learned to rebuttal. I had to go prove I was special. I be the one that's gon' get it done. Got an opinion, don't give me one. I gotta make it out where I'm from. Starting that beef, I am not the one. Everyone searching for clout. That's what the game's been about. I'm on a whole nother route. They wanna know how I do it, but they cannot figure me out. Hell and back, I've been through it. Took all the chances they would it. They loving the way that I do it. Always been room for improvement. Please don't you give me a reason. I get it all when they sleeping. Work every day plus the weekend. Told them it's almighty season. Hell and back, I've been through it. Took all the chances they would it. They loving the way that I do it. Always been room for improvement. Please don't you give me a reason. I get it all when they sleeping. Work every day plus the weekend. Told them it's almighty season.
Yeah, making it. I know they hating it. I know some niggas that's mad that I'm making it. They talking all that shit, talking hot and they debating it. Remember when they used to laugh, yeah, they were hating it. I know one day I'll shine, and those people will be facing it. And me and my guys, yeah, we stay on our grind. We reaching for the sky, and yeah, one day we'll fly. I told my brother Jay that we all gon' be fine. He asked me, can we shine? I said, yeah, it's our time. He was like, dreams so big, gotta take it. Brought it to the top, and I know they gonna hate it.
The niggas who just hate are the ones who's gonna face it. We gonna beat the case, like my nigga, yeah, we racing. Yeah, dreams so big, gotta take it. We're doing our thing, man, I know we gonna make it. Some people say they're right, but I know that they just fake it. We chasing our dreams, man, I swear that we gon' take it. Yeah, we just had to work it out, looking how it's turning out. Starting from nothing from zero, now we bursting out. Had some niggas tryna fuck with me, yeah, they lurking now. Niggas mad that I'm just doing me, and it's working out. Let me tell you that we done started from nothing, something. Nah, niggas mad that I'm coming on the plane, now I'm coming. Yeah, these niggas that be frontin', we be rising to the top. We out here grinding like we running. Got these hoes, got a Gucci on me. See these hoes, yeah, you got a PC. Niggas mad they were hating on me. Buying shit, got the Louis on me. Stanley here, so we all say it's free. Remember times on the left is a fee. That's a cry, do you understand me? Now I'm here, I'm making it eat. Remember times these girls said that they love me, they were lying. Remember all the times that I was crying. Now I'm wearing Gucci, wearing Louis, yeah, I'm flying. My name is Jay, and I say yeah, I'm grinding. Now I'm out here, yeah, I'm on a different timing. Now I'm rhyming, out here, yeah, I'm trying. Remember nights I cried, bitch, yeah, I was crying. And now I'm doing me, never ever crying.
Have you made any Willow bows?
You can buy it from Iraq.
I just didn't know if you'd crafted it or not.
I have, but I sold them all to the general shop.
Remember when they used to laugh, yeah, they were hating it. I know when they all shine, and those people will be facing it. And me and my guys, here we stay on our grind. We reaching for the sky, and yeah, one day we'll fly. I told my brother Jake that we all gon' be fine.
I might have a Willow log in there. I'll check.
If you do, I think I could even craft one.
Yeah, I know they gonna hate it. The niggas we just hate are the ones who's gonna face it. We gonna be the case, like my nigga, yeah, we racing. Yeah, dreams so big, gotta take it. We're doing our thing, man, I know we gonna make it. Some people say they rock, but I know that they just faking. We chasing our dreams, man, that's so we gonna take it. Yeah. Dreams so big. Any niggas, man, yeah, they hating it. I'm just doing my thing, I ain't playing it.
If you're at Willow, isn't that 30?
20.
Does he sell Willow?
Yeah.
I got a log if you didn't buy it yet.
I already bought it.
Why you always such a stupid bitch? Wait, hey, why you always up on my dick? Hey, say, don't you wanna be my fucking chick? Hey, what? Don't you wanna tell me how you been? Hey, babe, don't you wanna do this shit again? Hey, say, how about I just fuck you and your friends? Wait, babe, how about I just fuck you and your... Man, what's in her? I don't wanna fucking lose, so I got to sin her. Line 'em up, knock 'em dead for some shits and gigs. Time is up, rock the head, man, give 'em wings. Knock me up, tuck this bread until I get the signal. Psych me up, man, what's the signal? Man, what's the signal? I don't wanna fucking lose, so I got to sin her. Man, what's the signal? I don't wanna fucking lose, but it ain't that simple. Hey, wait, am I supposed to tell them how to sins? No. Wait, you supposed to tell me how you been? Oh, well, I don't think I wanna make amends. So, I guess I gotta do this shit again. Whoa, babe, you ain't gotta put it on your phone. Oh, wait, I just gotta fuck you in your home. So, babe, I just think I gotta in the zone. Whoa, wait, don't you think you're better off alone? Line 'em up, knock 'em dead for some shits and gigs. Time is up, rock the head, man, give 'em wings. Knock me up, tuck this brain until I get the
you buying?
Myth arrows.
Oh.
Never say I've been on my grind for 7 days. Need a race, swear to God I'll never be the same. TBH, TBH, yeah, CBA. Never say I've been on my grind for 7 days. Need a race, swear to God I'll never be the same. TBH, TBH, yeah. Pull up walking on these haters. If you wanna talk, then call me later. Goddamn, I've been on my grind just like a skater. Hop up on the mic, yeah, I'm creative. Catch a vibe, I catch a vibe. I murder beats like it's a crime, yeah, it's a crime. I'm always working overtime, yeah, overtime. Money just like Anaheim, what's in my prime? Breaking it down, calling me now. They want a clout, I wouldn't doubt. Go like a route, I like a spout. Dry like a drought, I'm gunning them out, bitch, yeah. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop. Going to the top, Kobe with the shot. Cooking like a pot, yeah, this shit is hot. Popping like a kernel, I was never taught. CBA, never say I've been on my grind for 7 days. Need a race, swear to God I'll never be the same. TBH, TBH, yeah, CBA, never say I've been on my grind for 7 days. Need a race, swear to God I'll never be the same. TBH, TBH, yeah, she tell me just do it cause I'm checked up. Now they hit my phone, say I'm next up. I don't play no games, no Tetris. I don't got no time, I'm invested. Now she call me B, just like babe without the A. Now she wanna eat, but I told her that I ate. Ain't no referee, but I see it in your face. If you wanna check, then you gotta keep your space. I'ma take another shot. Drop the album, did it flop. Flow contagious, chicken pox. Got too many songs to drop. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop. Going to the top, Kobe with the shot. Cooking like a pot, yeah, that shit is hot. Popping like a kernel, I was never taught. CBA, never say I've been on my grind for 7 days. Need a race, swear to God I'll never be the same. TBH, TBH, yeah, CBA, never say I've been on my grind for 7 days. Need a race, swear to God I'll never be the same. TBH, TBH, yeah,
Hey, yo, I feel like talking my shit. I feel like talking my shit. I feel like talking my shit. I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I got a bitch in the rear, ayy. Niggas be talking that shit, ayy. But don't know what price this is, ayy. I might just hop in the rear, ayy. And tell that bitch hop on my dick, ayy. The diamonds be turning the wrist, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I walk around knowing I got it, my nigga. Make it look easy to hit on a nigga. Bless on these people, I know that I get it. Hit on my ex and then tell her I did it. She want the ice on her neck, ayy. Doing anything for the chair, ayy. Give her a couple Patron, ayy. She talking like she don't be home, ayy. I never do fuck with the ops. Is that why these people be hot? I pull up and fuck on your thigh. That bitches is giving me top. My nigga, I did it for peace sake. These bitches be calling me cheesecake. I pull up and fucking in PJs. I hope that she give me the beach.
Straight hundreds on 50s on titties. These bitties be wildin' cause they off the snow. Only like me cause they heard my new shit and they realize that bitch I'm the GOAT. Hey, cardiac king with the ring with the bling. I just realized I give him a stroke. Hey, I'm never the funny guy though. But you see that the team cracking jokes. Cause they mad at the kid and they groupies be woken for them. It's like they seen a ghost. And my diamonds is wet like a train. She dancing, she my ballerina. I fucked the first time that I seen her. I tell her I know she a leecher. She sipping me up by the leader. But a nigga just know I don't need her. I bend her like Benz on the man with the plane. And she know that a nigga gon' crease her. My shit in the trench and my ice take a glance. Cause you know I'm attracted to divas. She bang for the bread but I only want head. Cause I know that bitch not a keeper. She more like a creeper. She hoping that I'm gon' see her.
I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I got a bitch in a weird, ayy. Niggas be talking that shit, ayy. But don't know what price this is, ayy. I might just hop in a weird, ayy. And tell that bitch hop on my dick, ayy. The diamonds be turning her wrist, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy.
Niggas be talking bad shit out here, you feel me? But at the same time, my nigga, real right talking real right shit. Fuck out of here, nigga. I don't even care about niggas out here. Fuck niggas.
Ice on my body like I'm Illuminati. Spread on these niggas like I'm in a Rari. The devil a lie, I never be sorry. Pull up with squad, right to your party. Straight into you, want me a yacht, not a little boat. I want me a clock, and I'm gon' glow when I do pop. For bragging right, she give me the top. For diamond, she dancing, so what would she do if I had me a mansion? I tell her we on it, the team is Hispanic. With gold on my neck, she be calling me handsome. Put ice on my ring, and I promise she glancing. We put out these songs, and they turn it to anthem. She want me to fuck her, I pull out the metal. Promise these diamonds gon' make her orgasm. Ay. I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I got a bitch in a weird, ayy. Niggas be talking that shit, ayy. But don't know what price this is, ayy. I might just hop in a weird, ayy. And tell that bitch hop on my dick, ayy. The diamonds be turning her wrist, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I got a bitch in a weird, ayy. Niggas be talking that shit, ayy. But don't know what price this is, ayy. I might just hop in a weird, ayy. And tell that bitch hop on my dick, ayy. The diamonds be turning her wrist, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy.
Shit that I need ain't gon' front me. The king of the life, not the king of the month. She ain't seeing my house. If she think she gon' stop her, she getting kicked out on the field like a punk. Don't ever bark around my dogs, they so much. Know you out for respect, cause you wiping the smut. Had me on wax, then you pressing your luck. See you starving for bargains like 3 for the dub. Ain't on your list, and I guess I'm a snub. Still ain't eating a puss if it's fresh out the tub. If the plate on the table, we coming to grub. Raiding your fridge, I come out once for lunch. Nigga act up, then they say we gon' snuff. Real ones around me, this shit ain't no bluff. Bitches around me, she gon' get cuffed. Most overlooking, enough is enough.
I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I got a bitch in a weird, ayy. Niggas be talking that shit, ayy. But don't know what price this is, ayy. I might just hop in a weird, ayy. And tell that bitch hop on my dick, ayy. The diamonds be turning her wrist, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy. I got a bitch in a weird, ayy. Niggas be talking that shit, ayy. But don't know what price this is, ayy. I might just hop in a weird, ayy. And tell that bitch hop on my dick, ayy. The diamonds be turning her wrist, ayy. I feel like talking my shit, ayy.
Yeah, wow, where we at now? I don't really got no time to play around. Wow, making beats up in my playground. Since I was a kid, I knew I always had to make sound. Wow. Yeah, 2K19. Swear to God, I'm taking over 19. Hey, bad, 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 hit a $250,000. When it's here, pretty chilly. I've been trying to find me really well. Wow, silly yo, I be gone like Cheerio. Really though, swear we finna get the goal. You the goat, but the most been getting old. Standing still, yeah, I'm getting way too cold. Like it's uno dos, I go single on these hoes. Dozen songs, dozen shows, guess that's just one way to grow. Rappers, they don't show their lows. Gucci down right to the toes, 100K right on the clothes. Out of here like adios, bye. People push the problems to the side. Tell you it's the truth, but they just lie. Tell them, can you look me in my eyes? Funny what these people can just hide. Okay, I'ma need to find a flow. Feel like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'ma catch whatever by the toe. You know I am not your average Joe. Tell her I'ma go and I'ma go. I just wanna grow, I wanna grow. Tell her I'ma go and I'ma go. I just wanna grow, I wanna grow. Whoa. High up in the mountains in the snow. Yeah. Swear I'm feeling higher than a crow. No, but ask them what the colors say below. 0 to 100 when I slow.
I'ma just get it to go, taking it out of the stove, out of the vault. Killing this shit is my fault. I'ma be getting the car, get it back up when I fall. Felling me out when I'm chasing the ball with all of my dogs, like in the dark. I'ma just punish you children. What? No, banish them all. Fuck. I'ma go ahead and switch this month. Underdog getting this shit, I'm right. I'm insane, you saying I'm right. Gonna go pop and jump the gun. I'ma go Phoenix like the Suns. I'ma go down and run it up. It ain't over till it's done. Kick this bitch just like a punt. What you need it, yeah. Buy it, then receive it, yeah. Give it, then receive it, yeah. Energy is beaming, yeah. I believe it, yeah. Dream it, then I see it, yeah. Season every season, yeah. My presence is my being, yeah. Stop it, I'm on it, I see it. My options, I flip it and profit. I'm master, no novice. I'm just being honest, cause I always progress. Your prime is my worst shit, and my worst shit your best, bitch. Look, yeah, high up in the mountains in the snow. Yeah, swear I'm feeling higher than a crow. Yeah, ask them what the colors say below. Yeah, 0 to 100 when I slow. Look, high up in the mountains in the snow. Yeah, swear I'm feeling higher than a crow. Yeah, ask them what the colors say below. Yeah, 0 to 100 when I slow.
Would never miss this room, bitch, you're a diamond. Would never leave you, baby, Cloverfield trying. Would never take another cause you wanna touch. Laugh with a kiss and not do it till she blush. Then I'm in a rush, in my dry with a smoke. Then I'm taking spins, first I love her, then I don't. Pour another cut away, all we do is smoke. Pulling up with a 6, so we passing out. All my boys smoke, ay, yeah, we taking drugs. Ay, hella lit, bitch, swear we high as fuck. Just wanna split quick till I gotta go. Always on the dash, always get it done. I cannot tie that bitch cause she wanna fuck. Swear I didn't flirt, it was on a run. Do the on a roll, cause I'm on a roll. Get it lit quick, baby, yeah, I need my smoke. Tie a couple knots, all I do is flow. Yeah, they tasty, yeah, fire to the rose. Do the on a roll, cause I'm on a roll. Get it lit quick, baby, yeah, I need my smoke. Do the on a roll, cause I'm on a roll. Get it lit quick, baby, yeah, I need my smoke. Do the on a roll, cause I'm on a roll. Get it lit quick, baby, yeah, I need my smoke. Yeah, I need my smoke. Yeah, I need my smoke. Would never miss this room, bitch, you're a diamond. Would never leave you, baby, Cloverfield trying. Would never take another cause you wanna touch. Would Never miss us for a bitch or a diamond. Would never leave you, baby, Cloverfield trying. Would never take another cause you wanna touch. Laugh with a kiss and not do it till she blush. Then I'm in a rush, in my dry with a smoke. Then I'm taking spins, first I love her, then I don't. Pour another cut away, all we do is smoke. Pulling out with a six till we passing out. All my boys smoke, ayy, yeah, we taking drugs. Ayy, hella lit bitch, swear we high as fuck. Just wanna split quick till I gotta go. Always on the dash, always get dog.
I have my coffee.
I cannot tell that bitch cause she wanna fuck.
Welcome back.
Is that MF?
Yes, sir.
Yo, what up? Okay.
You wanna go through it?
Was it morning?
Yeah, 6:30. Fine. You?
How's Rice King? Can you hear me?
Go potty, Butchin. Go potty, baby. Also declares an emergency.
Uh-oh.
Breaking the mayor of El Paso. Title. We put a title for it, two hands. Oscar has been the treasurer by the Constitution. White House pressures El Paso mayor not to declare state of emergency over illegal immigration. Does that mean a lot against them? You people are gonna go down there, start shooting people trying to cross?
Go.
What was the 27?
Today. I'm throwing. Damn.
Oops. Fortunately. That's gonna be working. Praying for a snow day though.
You don't want to drink that. We were taking a shot together.